If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
Madison with a T, show 'em what you got.
Yes, it's me, Madison with the T, and you are listening to Road Gang Radio, covering for our good friend Phone Master Drake, as unfortunately he found himself missing a few teeth this morning.
Good Lord.
Sweet mother of pearl.
Yeah,
I mean,
so glad he's okay, though.
Yeah, let's get right to it, guys. By the way,
Yeah.
Madison, I'm glad Madison actually did it that way, because we wanted, before we began, as I left Lindsay a message yesterday, and anybody else that's really close to us. Before I begin this story, he's alive and well.
Yes, and he's going to be fine.
He's going to be fine.
That being said.
It's not just bruised feelings, though. Dre was in a motorcycle accident yesterday and took some real damage. Got himself hurt pretty bad. Lost a couple of teeth. Will lose a couple of teeth. He's got a lot of swelling. The pictures that Lindsay and I and Tara saw, I'm sure Madison saw them too, are... They look, and I'll tell you right now, guys, they look worse than they actually are because as somebody who actually has taken, shrapnel to the side of my face, my mom has fallen in a parking lot. We've all walked into an air conditioning duct once or twice in our life. It always looks really bad. He was in good enough condition, by the way, to go home from the hospital. But the doctors have told him that he needs to be under observation for a little bit, and he won't be coming in. If you guys have any contact with him, if you have his phone number, please don't call him. I know there's a lot of you guys out there who really care about him, who actually have his number, that he's given you his number. His family's taking care of him right now. We are going to do some stuff for him.
But if there's anything you want to do for him, you, the listener, because he's the one that keeps us on the air, and there's so many people I know that would probably want to reach out and love Andre. If you do, just send us an email. At
roadgang at RadioNemo.com.
Roadgang at RadioNemo.com. I'm always like, what is it? Sorry. Roadgang at RadioNemo.com, or find us on any of the social media anywhere, of course. Message Tara, message Jim or I, and we will make sure we're going to be putting together a care package and some stuff for him. So if you want to get in on that or just send something directly, let us know.
From what we understand, too, he was not at fault. I don't know all the particulars. But I can tell you right now, we are monitoring it, tracking it, trying to see what we can kind of make happen.
He will ride again.
He will ride again. Maybe he won't. I mean, I got to tell you, because Claire, that's why, one of the...
He will ride again.
Yeah, one of the conditions that Claire made on me when we got married was you don't ride no more. You don't get on no more motorcycles. And I was okay with that. I was already headed in that direction.
Well, he ain't married. He will ride again.
Yeah, he will ride again. That will be part of the reality of that. Good morning, by the way. This is, for us, as Marilyn Serber, who will be joining us later on today, said, this is one of the happiest times of the year for us.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
With vet-ready summits and places to plummet into the old cheer.
Very good. I like that.
I'm actually making it up as I go along here, as we always do. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling at Road Gang Radio. We are at the Vet-Ready Summit. Our friends at Vastport, we're down here at ATA headquarters in their pocket, the one without any money in it. But we are down here at the ATA headquarters where, for the past 4 years or so, you and I have got to watch this place slowly get built. Every time we come in here, because we don't see it for a year. I mean, we don't come down, for weekly meetings here at the ATA.
No, they ask us not to, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, they do. They do that because they don't want people seeing what's really going on.
Not only are we not invited weekly, we're very much encouraged
not to come.
Not to come.
Yeah, we're encouraged to not.
Correct.
This is the Vet Ready Summit. We'll be covering this today. Tomorrow, I am so excited about this.
Tomorrow's a curveball, and I'm here for it. Tomorrow, actually, how we're doing all three events this year, well, with the addition of a new event, are different. Everything's very different, logistically, and just in different people we're getting to talk to tomorrow. We're not going to be involved in the actual, here for the giveaway of the truck.
First time.
For the first time, which is a bummer, but it's okay because there's something different that steps in.
We will be represented tomorrow, though. Dave will be there when the truck is given away. He's actually going to be present and on the scene when that happens. He'll be over at the Pentagon for the GSR.
ESGR.
ESGR.
I don't know what it means, but between you and I, we can figure it out.
ESGR, yeah. No, it's the signing. What it is you're signing that you will, any member of the National Guard that works for you, you will adhere to the rules of taking care of service members who want to fulfill their obligation to their country.
Beautiful.
And one of the things that we talked about with our good friend Bruce Townsend yesterday is we kind of explained that being vet ready, that's one of the real kind of key components to being vet ready. That, I come into your office and go, Lindsay, of course, at the end of the month, I've got to...
I have an office?
Yeah, you have an office in this area. And I say,
That's
Lindsay, I've got
exciting.
an obligation that I have to kind of do my National Guard duty. And you go, it's all taken care of. We got you. We've known about this for a year. We're set up for it. We've got your work covered. Go fulfill your commitment. We'll see you when you get back.
That's the definition of set up for success.
That's vet ready. That's vet ready. And one of the other cool things about being vet ready, we talked about we talked about the success of all of this. That is so kind of cool is that people don't realize. I've loved the term enlightened self-interest, and what that means is you do the right thing, and in doing the right thing, it's not just a matter of the right thing because it's the right thing to do, but you're doing the right thing because it also benefits you immensely. When you play ball in this world that we're in, when you are vet ready, other companies who are vet ready know you are vet ready as well.
Yeah.
And you have a bid on something. Two companies, one is vet ready, one is absolutely set up for success for vets. The other one isn't. Nothing wrong with the company, just doesn't do it. And the CEO has to make a final call about which way they're going to go with a bid. And they go, well, you know what, man? The only difference between these guys is that these guys take care of veterans. They really make an effort to take care. All of this stuff, it builds you networks of association. Now, that's also beyond the point. The point is to be a patriotic American and allow those who serve their country to reap the benefits of what they have done for the country. But remember, it's good business.
And I like the do the next right thing piece, not only because I'm a big fan of Frozen. However, there's a lot to be learned from the movie Frozen, Jimmy Mack. As the mom of the 7-year-old will say, there's actually a scene in it where before they go into the song, the next right thing. I'm gonna get back to your point, believe it or not. But there's.
Oh, I like where your head's at.
It's the military side of Arendelle from Frozen, and Anna comes up to him in a moment of chaos and goes up to the general and says, "What do I do next?" And he looks at her and he says, "You do the next right thing." And they'll say the next right thing, and that's really an underlying theme in military mentorship, leadership. It's you keep doing the next right thing. It's so basic and yet so profound.
The other thing that I've been really torn by these days is watching a lot of the news about what's going on in the sports world, what's going on in international news, is I am torn because there's so much underhanded stuff going on these days. And, of course, what we're seeing on the highways and byways is really underhanded stuff, too. And there's a point where you want to break bad. You know, the idea of like, well, if everybody else is doing this and getting ahead, maybe it's my turn to kind of do something awesome.
Not breaking bad. Break bad.
You want to break bad.
Right.
You want to break bad. The problem is it never seems to work for the people who try to do it. You ever notice that? If your natural inclination is to do the right thing, or if you're not the kind of person that does the wrong thing, when you do the wrong thing, you're not set up for that success.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's easier to stand out when you've normally done a lot of bad crap, and then all of a sudden you do.
Yeah, that's the good play. That's the good play. Everybody loves that in the movie. It's like, wait a minute, who saved us? That douchebag over there. Oh my God, he came.
You know who saves me every day?
Every day. By the way, one of the earliest members of the reconstituted road gang.
Yes.
If you're referring to the person sitting across from you.
I am 100%. I am joining us next. She just walks into the room with such light and love and sat down across, but also badassery, by the way, because she's a balance of it all. But Gina Harrison, who is a love of our life, both on Road Gang, both on, off, around, all the ways around here. She's the director of apprenticeship over at Fastport. I have to talk to you about something in a good way. She's a board member. She's ATA's Women in Motion, part of that organization, which I want to talk about as well. And she has been such a great supporter of the show. She listens to all of our shows. She comments over in the chat. If you want to get to know Gina, just head on over to the chat on YouTube. But she is such a proud example of what everyone at Fastport's doing and how Fastport is such a family, both literally and figuratively. And we are so happy that you're joining us this morning, my friends.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I am so excited to be in Washington, D.C. for all of these events again this year.
I am very excited, Jim, that I will not get, when I go deer hunting later, which I've never done and never will do, I will not be shot at because Gina just gifted me a beautiful bright orange trucker hat, bedazzled and flared up with charms and chains and feathers. And she said, so when you go hunting, you won't get shot. Or, as I like to say, when I go deer watching, I won't get shot.
When you go to beer camp.
When I go to beer camp.
You know what I called that hat?
What's that?
High class redneck Mardi Gras.
I like it. Yeah, I identify
with a wee touch of the hippie groovy to kind of really balance the whole thing out. And by the way, all of that stuff is compatible. It's
totally
fantastic.
Doesn't sound like it works, and that's why it works.
It's a fantastic hat. I want to do a couple of things here. Joe J actually dropped us a 10 spot. Big thanks to you,
Thanks,
Joe
J.
Making that happen. Trucker Bosun is throwing up prayers for a speedy recovery for our friend Dre, as does Joe J. Our good friend Forod extends the same. Much love to Dre. He says, chicks dig scars. That's
True.
an awesome thing, by the way. Our good friend Marty Ellis says, good morning from Valdosta, Georgia. Go out and make it a great Thursday. We already are. Gina Harrison's in the studio.
That's
what
right.
more do you want, Trucker Bosun? And all the gang over there who know you so well from the chat room say good morning to you, Gina.
Good morning, Road Gang. So happy to hear from you all this morning. I'm glad you joined us for these exciting events here in DC.
This is my. I mean, there's so much about this that I get really happy about because it's about education, it's about onboarding people, it's about helping people. Lindsay and I both have an obsession. Brad was talking about it last night too. I know what you, me, and BB the King really love: origin stories. Man, he loves it. He loves an origin story as well too. There's a lot of origin stories here. A lot of people who transition here, who make the move from one world to the next. That is one of your métiers. You are big on training. You are big on how do we give people a comprehensive way to become part of something different while at the same time utilizing who they already are, right? Tell us what an apprenticeship means to you.
Well, I'm going to go back just a little bit.
Come on, pull it, Jimmy.
If you don't mind.
Go on.
And kind of tell you.
When I was born on a cold day.
Right? So when I was born on a cold day in July, my dad was actually in Shimei, Alaska, serving with the United States Air Force. And he eventually transitioned out of the Air Force and then re-enlisted later into the Navy. So my dad was in the Navy. I'm a military brat until about 9th grade or so. So he made that transition. And it was nothing like it is now. They didn't have TAP. They didn't have all of the great programs that they have now to help them make that transition from military life to civilian life. And we all made that transition. So when Dave, who I had known previously, reached out about this opportunity, I was like, absolutely. It is imperative that we give our transitioning military a good, solid roadmap. And as my dad eventually made his transition into trucking, and then my mom, after my youngest sister was grown, also went into trucking. So my heart is in this. I believe in the mission, just like the rest of the Fastport team. So,
which is, I love hearing this origin story. I did not know that about you, about your father, and I love this. You know, when that's a reminder that we want to work with people that are not just sitting up in a castle on the hill somewhere telling us how we should do and be and feel. You have seen all sides of it. Can you talk a little bit more for somebody listening? Somebody who is a parent listening, can you speak from the child side, from you when you were young, your father was stationed, you saw you felt what it was like for your father coming out of service and looking for a place. How much were you aware of that he did or did not have support, and how much did your family play into supporting him?
I mean, I was absolutely aware. We moved back to a small town where my family was from originally, and I remember going into school that first day, and my keyboarding teacher says, you know, what does your dad do? And I said, he hasn't decided what he wants to do when he grows up, which is a very, very military thing to say. You know, if I haven't decided what I want to do when I grow up. And so we were all very aware of that. when he left, he struggled. He wanted to be an entrepreneur, and so, the transition was hard because he didn't know how to do that. He didn't know where to fit in. And so it was a struggle until he got into truck driving and found a place where he was able to work and sustain the family through those times. And then when my mom was able to go out with them, that was such an amazing time for them. It gave them an opportunity to see and do and experience so much that she hadn't been able to go and be with him on a lot of those adventures. So, and it brought great blessings to our family.
Madison just asked me if we're going to do the pledge and the national anthem, of course, and a good bracing cup of coffee from our good friend Pastor John with his Java in the morning. Of course, the answer to that is yes. Big thanks to Madison, by the way, for actually going with the last-minute audible because of what happened to Dre. Thanks to all of you guys who are making those comments out there. We will get you more information about how you can help Dre, about how we're going to be helping Dre. For those of you who are just joining us, he's alive and well. He's just really beat up. He was in a motorcycle accident yesterday. He's really hurting. Give him a couple of days. We'll let him know how much you care from all the comments you're sending and all the good feelings you're sending his way. Let's take a deep breath, the three of us, Gina Harrison, Lindsay Lawler, myself, Jimmy Mack. The Terrapin is lurking. So on the count of three, deep breath, and then our good friend Madison with the T will take us away.
Hey, if you're listening, you take a deep breath too. Yeah, you.
No, you.
You.
1, 2, 3.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday. Well, good morning. I want to bless you with something that I found in 2 Peter chapter 1. And it says, His divine power has granted to us all things that pertain to life and godliness. Through the knowledge of Him who called us to his own glory and excellence. Now watch what Peter is saying. He said, His divine power has granted to us all things that pertain to life and godliness. The two have to go together, people of God. You have to enjoy this great thing that God has blessed us with that is called life. But we have to do it based on God's standard. That's the key right there. We follow all the DOT regulations. We follow all the DOT standards. We follow everything that the DOT tell us so that we can continue to do this thing called trucking. But the one thing that we need to be focusing in on a whole lot more than our DOT is our life and how we are living to please God. So the standard is set. So let's walk it in rhythm. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Enjoy your Thursday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Oi, this traffic is a fustercluck. Those are the words of Trucker Bosun over there on the chat. By the way, there is talk of, breakfast and nachos. Somebody actually yelled.
Nachos? Who's talking about nachos already?
The Paranormal Pie Man dropped in $10. He called it the hashtag RGR Nacho Fund. And our good friend Joe.
I will be dipping into that one. I don't dip into the other funds, but that one, yes, pun intended, Tara, I will be dipping into.
Never deny. And 6 a.m. Nachos is the words of Joe J. I want to give a
6 a.m. Nachos, great band name.
6 a.m. Nachos. By the way, good morning from Marshall Platter. If you guys aren't following him on the social media, you're missing out on something pretty terrific. Kansas City Garden Case and getting ready to place a wreath at the cemetery. It's been very moving for him. Trucker Bosun figured out what the fluster clock in fact is. It's a rear end collision involving two rigs. Give us more details when you get a chance, my friend. It's good to see that as well. And then our good friend Forod says 4-second inhale, 6-second exhale, balance is O2, CO2, no hold in between, 4 or 5 cycles, reboost O2.
It's science, guys. It's science.
By the way, as I like to say, science!
She blinded me.
With science. By the way, that's the kind of music that Gina Harrison and I like, and the kind of music that Lindsay likes. What kind of music do you like? Well, you can tell us over in the chat room, or you can give us a call at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
One of the really cool things about our guest yesterday, 30-minute segment, was we encouraged people to call. We got a number of great phone calls yesterday during our guest segment. So all we ask is that when you do call about what the guests are talking about.
Don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk.
I want to talk about hours of service. I'm actually interested, by the way, in if, in fact, they had more flexibility to the hours of service. Dave has pointed this out. Will that open the door, once again, for more couples to drive? That part of the problem has been the codification of the hours of service, as Dean has pointed out, is designed about working hours as opposed to how we sleep. And I'm really hoping that with more flexibility in the hours of service that they give it to people, it means they'll have some room to maneuver. That's been one of the hard things. I mean, couples used to be given priority, remember? I mean, your mom and dad know that. I mean, if you were driving as a couple, you got priority because you could just keep going.
Right.
You know, you could keep going. What was it like having dad on the road so much?
Well, at that point in my life, I was older, so it didn't affect me as much.
So you were in 9th grade. Did it start later than that?
It started later than that.
Oh, okay.
It took a while because, again, like I said, he struggled. He struggled trying to figure out what to do and trying to go out on his own and be an entrepreneur. He just didn't have those skills.
No.
And there, again, even now with the Transition Assistance Program, there are programs for veterans who want to become entrepreneurs, that there are resources out there that there just weren't before.
How many veterans still to this day, how many people don't understand that becoming a truck driver is actually closer to becoming an entrepreneur than most people know? Most people aren't aware of the fact that 90% of the trucks in this country are small trucking companies or a company of 1 or 2. And they don't know that. And it's like, if you want to get some entrepreneurial experience, this might be a good place to start. That might be the way to go. I mean, that's what it kind of comes down to.
It's, again, a reminder, though, like, I have 2 friends who both came out of military. One right now who just got a job. He did 25 in the Navy. Another one who ended up staying here in D.C. But several people I know, and we talk about this a lot, they come out and they're like, well, I have no skills. I haven't lived in the real world. And they don't realize conceptually how many skills they do have just based on obviously management, discipline, et cetera, and you guys step in and empower them to say, you are so wildly qualified beyond your own beliefs. So what is that? Is that an ongoing theme where you see veterans come and they say, they're kind of just hands in the air because they've never had to do anything for themselves outside of save everybody's lives in the country. No big deal.
Well, first of all, the soft skills that veterans bring to the workforce, being trainable,
Trainable is the big one. Trainable is the big one, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, they begin their whole career in the military with becoming trained, learning how to be trained and becoming trained. And then once they're trained, they go to training and they get more training. And it's a continuous learning for anyone in the military as you're going through. So that's incredibly important. Being able to be punctual, show up.
90% of life is showing up. People don't realize that. 90% of life is showing up. And I will tell you, this is not a humble brag, it was just ingrained in me. The reason I made it to Columbia Falls over that weekend was, I'm like, all I got to do is show up. I just got to show up. I just got to make sure that we're on the air on Saturday and Sunday. Everything else is secondary.
Showing up is 99% of it.
Yeah, it really
The
is.
rest of it seems to have a way of working itself
It's trainable.
out.
It's trainable. The other thing that at some point, the three of us, maybe we get Dave in on the conversation. At some point, all of us have to have a conversation about a veteran's ability to distinguish between when to follow the order and when to take initiative. That they're able to make that distinction a lot of times when other people can't. They kind of sit there and dither, like, should I do something here? I don't want to get out ahead of my skis. I don't want to cost myself my job while the whole business burns down around me. People engaged in CYA, and there's a lot of jokes in the military about that. But these men and these women are much more inclined not to CYA, but to actually get the job done.
Right.
To figure out a way to get the job done in an honorable and decent way. What do you love about this event most?
Oh my gosh.
Other than seeing Lindsay.
I'm done.
I do love being able to see all of my friends. We have some tremendous supporters and friends in the industry, and so it's always great to see them. However, we do some other amazing things while we were here. Last night we had an event at the
Women's
Memorial, and we recognized 13 ladies that have previously served and have shared their story with the Women's Museum there. And so we're super proud to be part of the Women's Memorial Her Story Project and being able to see those women and recognize them for their service to our country and to our industry was just tremendous. So.
Can you, before we lose you, we're almost out of time, but can you talk briefly about the Women in Motion that ATA puts together?
Absolutely. We had the privilege of having Kate Hone, who is the new director of the ATA Women in Motion, sharing the new survey about women in the transportation industry. This is not truck driver specific. This included all of the operations, and so they shared that ATRI report with us yesterday. So that was very exciting. I'm glad to be a part of that.
You are a woman in motion, my friend. You, Gina Harrison.
She's like St. Elmo's Fire.
Do 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 do.
Gonna be well, she's a woman in motion. That's it.
Yeah.
You know, we
Gonna
love
be a woman in
motion.
It's Gina Harrison.
We like doing that. That's how we got. That's how
so
we got.
bad.
It's okay. It's also very good, by the way. This is Road Gang Radio. We are live from the ATA studios here. I mean, if we're going to be
Literally studios.
I mean, if we're going to be in somebody's pocket, at least let's go and take advantage of it.
Yeah.
You know, that's where we're set up guys around here. Gina, it's great to see you.
Thank you so much.
Our good friend Bob Book is going to be up here in a second. We got a big thanks to him, by the way. We are here under his auspices. He's the one that actually did the sponsorship for us. But lots of fun stuff. What are you looking forward to today? Then we're going to get out of here.
Ooh, another great day of content. We've got the Four Roses fireside chat this evening with our transition.
Wait, what? As in bourbon Four Roses?
Do you know my grandfather was one of the people who actually founded Four Roses? Is one of the original people that founded Four Roses? Not the bourbon? Is it the bourbon?
It is.
Oh my God. Jim McKay is one of the founders of Four Roses.
Do you get free? I know you don't drink, but
I don't get anything. I don't get anything. That's a lot of kids.
That's
man.
a bad story if you don't get anything. Tell me things that benefit us. All right, Gina, can we be a part of this fireside talk?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. That's all I need to know.
Come on down.
Can I push somebody out of the way?
Absolutely.
You're so good at that.
I recommend Dave. Push Dave Harrison.
Nemo?
No, Harrison.
No, Nemo's much easier to push, dude. Much easier to push. Hey, Madison, give me some music. Let's get out of here, please.
Gina Harrison. Director of Apprenticeship over at Fastport. Board member, ATA's Women in Motion, and a wonderful human. Thank you. We'll be right back. There was an era when truckers were out there alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
You know, so Bob Book, by the way, is over with Road Dog Care Company, but I want to call him the messaging czar.
I call him the king. of all things. It's easier for me. It feels fitting for him, but you do you.
I'm going to have you guys write my LinkedIn profile for
You don't like messaging? I got to tell you, messaging
You won't be
is pretty
taken
good.
seriously, but you'll have a good time.
That's good.
That's fair.
Image King.
Image King.
I am the Image King. I can do anything. So he's kind of like the Jim Morrison.
Cuckoo.
Oh, he's like the Walrus, too. That'd be really cool. I am the Walrus of marketing. Anybody who's a Beatle fan or anybody who knows anything about pop music would instantly know who this guy is. Hey, marketing guy, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Hey, marketing
I've never
guy.
been called the Walrus King before, but
The Walrus King.
I'll take it.
Walrus King. That can also be when you decide, when you have like your midlife crisis later and you get a Corvette and you join a band.
Yeah.
You can call it.
That's going to be the
Walrus.
vanity plate on the back of the car, actually.
Yeah. Walrus
Band,
Marketing.
Midlife Crisis Vet? That'd be a good name for like a bar band. I mean,
Yeah, but the only problem is then a vet, I think veteran, and then it confuses me, and then I worry about
maybe it's
them.
a vet who owns a Corvette.
Well, that's what I thought you meant. That's too much. I'm so confused. What is this show about? This is the worst show ever. Just kidding.
Actually,
it's the best show
It's
ever.
so good that Steve gave a $100 donation again.
Oh my gosh!
Thank you, by the way, Steve. We can't tell you how much we appreciate that, and
Wow,
everybody else out there
thank you,
who's dropping dimes all over us. I'm telling you, all these folks, by the way, Bob, that are doing this, you know when something good is coming. One of the things about marketing is that there's a lot of strategies these days that people often are looking to professional wrestling. I don't know if you know that, as the idea that there's a number of people in the political
This part
arena.
is not a joke, by the way. But it sounds like he's about to say somebody walks into a bar, but this is true.
Yeah, this is true. That professional wrestling has become a really serious, heat, face heat, heel heat, all that kind of groovy stuff. And I'm kind of wondering, in regards to talking about, Road Dog Care, what is the overall strategy marketing-wise in regards to kind of letting people know who you guys are? Because what you don't want to go is, remember, even the best marketing campaign in the world is terrible if, in fact, doesn't illuminate the product. The one exception being insurance.
Sure.
Insurance, by the way, is the one marketing exception where the products are so similar, you literally just want to set up a memory track. The idea that if you have an emu, people go, I need insurance. Oh, who's the emu? You know what I'm saying? Oh, I need insurance. Wait, what's the Geico?
Emu.
And Doug. All that kind of groovy stuff. But you dig what I'm saying here. So in regards to what you guys are hoping to communicate, because I really do think what you guys are selling is like actually something. There's a lot of stuff where I'm like, I don't know if they actually articulate what they're selling, but you're selling something. And can you kind of talk about, what kind of values that also go along with what Road Dog Care is doing? I mean, what kind of values infuse these products?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you a little bit about the marketing strategy too. Ultimately, the end goal is to get these products in the hands of truckers, right? And the big barrier that we've faced to this point is that it's really hard to do that. It's hard to find truckers to give these products to try them out, because what are you saying when you hand a trucker a pack of shower wipes? Are you telling a guy you smell bad and you need a shower?
Yes. By the way, every time you say that, I think about I had a football coach named Frank Monica, and the first halftime speech he ever gave us when we were behind was, "You stink, you're scared, we got the worst kickoff team in the entire city of New Orleans. Second half belongs to who?" And then we all screamed the school's name and stormed out of there.
Hey Jim, do you want a breath mint?
Right, exactly. It's that. And so
Jim's breath is fine.
Obviously, you don't want to do that. And what we've found is a win-win is to go to the carriers and to go to the CDL schools and to go to the insurance companies, because what we have is when a fleet brings on Road Dog Care as part of a program, they're giving these products to their truckers. So the truckers are using them, the truckers love them, the truckers no longer have to stop at a truck stop and pay 4x markup for the same products. But they feel seen, they feel valued by their employer, and what ends up happening is that they stay longer, they have better morale, they think more highly of their employer, so it boosts retention on the back end as well. So it's really a win-win for the companies and for the drivers as well. And for us, it's just, what are the most touch points we can find to get these products into the hands of the truckers?
Well, but I'm going to take I'm going to come at it from the negative side and ask, because I've
No.
Shocking, I know. No, but I've
Yes.
worked with my father is an attorney on the insurance side, and he's battled this a lot. He's like, we have a good product, his companies, by the way, and it's like, we want to get in the trucker's hands, and it's one of two things. It's either the trucker, if you're going to an owner-operator, it's like they're not going to dole out the extra whatever a month it is, even though it will benefit them because they're trying to manage too much, and it's just one more thing on their brain when all they want to do is drive. Or we've got the company side where they're like, okay, they kind of want to pick and choose in the package. They're like, this is too much for me to go overall for everybody, and they pick and choose. So from the company side, then what do you guys deal with when you're talking to, say, the company representative? You're like, we have to prioritize. Here's 10 things we want to give them, but we got to whittle it down to maybe the 3 they're going to pick. What does it boil down to priority-wise of what they want, that they know they have to provide these drivers?
I'll tell you what we get even more than that is, the trucking industry has been hit pretty hard the last couple of years, and people are tightening their belts. And so the big pushback we get is we don't want another line item. We don't want to increase spend on anything right now. And what we've had to show them is you're actually already spending this money in your marketing. Like, you're buying X number of T-shirts for your drivers a year, X number of hoodies and hats and stress balls and stuff that they don't really use. And what we've seen with all these truckers, because every one of our products is heavily focus tested. Like, all of our products have come from suggestions from truckers, and they've all said, I don't need...
Suggestions from truckers. Let me just bold
100%.
that. 100%. Bold that.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about product development, it's the truckers that have developed these products. And so we have to go to the carriers and show them, you actually have this money in your budget right now. And not only that, what we found is that ATRI put out a figure this year that, like, it costs $10,000 to $12,000 on average to replace a driver. And what we're proposing is, instead of spending $12,000 to replace a driver, why don't you spend $20 to keep them, $20 a month to build a box and give them the things they're already stopping for on the road and make them feel seen.
That's not a bad pitch.
Thanks so much.
That's not a bad pitch because, well, no, but the other thing is the fact that it's like...
That's why he's the king of marketing.
Walrus King.
Walrus King.
Yeah, goo goo gajoo. Bob Hook is here. The other big issue, too, is the fact that this is where it's a really hard game for a lot of people. And by the way, I'm picking on previous work in which we existed. This isn't a piggy bank. This isn't like, okay, so what we really want to do is we really want to get to the RV crowd, but we'll start with the truckers.
Right.
That is, I'm going to tell you right now, guys, it is one of the biggest problems because one of the issues that Dave dealt with just agonizingly at certain transitions during his thing was, why are you taking away my music? That's what they really want. Why are you taking away this mixture of music and news and information and cultural community and all this kind of stuff? Why are you doing this? And the idea needs to be that I think also that if the focus is in fact on care of the truckers on the road, if other people who are in the RVs and on the motorcycles, many of whom are the truckers,
right?
If they also benefit, that's great. That's profit for you. Terrific. But these products really are geared towards truckers.
100%. And if you want to pitch to those other crowds as well, you start with the truckers. Right. These guys are on the road for 3 weeks at a time, and if these products hold up in their cab for that long, then yes, you can take them in a van for a week on your vacation or whatever. But they're designed specifically for the rigors of the road. That's 100% how we built these from the ground up.
The other thing is, too, and Lindsay and I have talked about this on occasion, I don't believe that cheap merch is in any way the way to go anymore. I don't know if you've seen an...
And it did used to be. Like, there were people that's like, I don't care what it is, I just want something free. The things that are shot out of the game, the crappy T-shirt, people didn't care. People care now.
I'll tell you what's important to me. I will say this, that the few things that we have that are left over that we've continued to recycle through RadioNemo, the hat, the silver mug, the coffee mugs, all those stuff, they're actually nice. And I'm happy to give those to people, even the Road Gang pin. But it's like, I think about that all the time, and it's like, here's a crappy T-shirt. And worse than that is Lindsay and I found out at certain points, wait, you made me pay for that hat?
Right.
If I'm going to pay for a hat, I want a nice hat. Mm-hmm. If I'm going to pay for a jacket or a windbreaker, I want something nice. This is quality stuff, too, we're talking about that you guys have. I'm not talking about a clothesline or anything, but you know what I'm saying? The idea that I think your better strategy is to give people quality stuff that might cost a little bit more than it is just to give people tchotchkes and crap.
Unless,
Absolutely.
Yeah, here's not 10 things. Here's 2 that are amazing and you need.
Exactly. And that's the thing is everything is bespoke. We're willing to build a box or a bundle for any fleet of any size.
Thank you to nerds everywhere. Nerds caused this, not the fashion industry. It's nerds that started bespoke.
It's a buzzword, man.
Here's a box of really cool stuff that actually was handcrafted and made just for you.
Yeah.
And that's a really cool thing to get.
100%. And like I said earlier, if you sign your fleet up on a larger scale, we're absolutely willing to work with you with any size box. But the key thing for the trucker is that, let's say their fleet is spending $20, $25, $30 a box on them a month. Those same products that they would buy at a truck stop are going to run them $70, $80. So now,
and not be as good.
And now you're alleviating that cost off of them. It's more dollars that they get to keep in their pocket. That's almost a week's worth of groceries. That's a trip to the doctor and making a copay that they couldn't do before. And it's all because you guys are covering it on the front end.
Top 2 products.
Top 2, I would say
You can't live without.
The full body bath wipe is a game changer. It's huge. It's super thick, really durable. I would say the shampoo, but I don't currently need the shampoo.
Yeah, we got 2 bald men sitting here.
Two bald guys sitting here.
Tara and I do have hair. We can try it out.
We have beards, though. We have beards, though. I mean, I'm telling you.
So I'll give a quick plug for the pet care line. We do have a whole line of pet care products for the almost 50% of over-the-road drivers.
You listening, Jody?
So we have rinse-free shampoo for pets, scented and unscented, and we do have pet wipes as well. And again, if you have a pet in the cab with you, it's harder to find care for them on the road than it is for yourself even. So having that to be able to take with you is a game changer.
Here's the thing that you don't think, when we talk about the company side of things. Years ago, long time ago, I worked for Yahoo Entertainment in California, and I will never forget the benefits that we would get, like. And it seemed little, like there was a dry cleaner downstairs. That was something that I could hit on my way out. There was the fact that the vending machines were free, and they had actually relatively healthy stuff in it. They also had the crap. But the fact that I could just walk up and get stuff. So those seemed like little things, but it was to this day. Now working for the company, the people there were terrible. But anyway, the little perks, I'm just kidding. The little perks were like, oh my God, this is what... Even if I don't realize it, this is what makes me keep coming back. So the pet thing, I bring that up because there are so many drivers, we talk about all the time how this is such a lonely industry, and your pet there could change, having your pet in the cab with you could change everything. There's some companies that won't even allow the pet to ride with them.
Right.
So the ones that are realizing, oh, this person, I do this little thing for my driver, and he or she is so happy, and then he tells other people that, like, it's the smallest shifts make a huge difference. So for you guys to come in and be like, here's a product that actually is going to keep the dog clean in your cab, which is probably why the company doesn't want them. Okay, now you've got a clean dog, so you don't have that excuse. Now you got a happy driver, you don't have that excuse. It's like these little things. So the pet thing, just talk a little bit more about like what you're seeing from a marketing perspective, what numbers or shifts are happening when you have a driver that is allowed to have a well taken care of animal there with him.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a huge boost. It's a morale boost, right? But it's also a wellness boost because you have that companion with you, whether it's a person that's riding alongside you, like a husband and wife team that we see on the road a lot, or if it's a pet, having someone else in the cab with you is a huge boost to drivers' mental health. And I think it all gets back to this retention play that I'm talking about. You know, drivers that are listening to this, what is your company doing to actively keep you with them? And what we've found with a lot of fleets is that almost their entire retention budget is software. It's things that track drivers, fatigue and how hard they're braking, and they use that software to kind of screen out the lesser performing drivers. That's not retention. That's screening out. And so what are companies actually doing to give their drivers benefits, rewards for what they're doing on the road when they're performing well? And that's where I see Road Dog coming in.
Marshall writes, I told my company's best driver appreciation gift I ever received was a gym bag that I still use to this day. And this year, what they gave out. And by the way, those, like I said, I'm willing to bet if it's still using to this day, it was probably a really
it was good
quality bag. I mean, that makes all the difference in the world. The other thing is, too, is this is going to sound like really galaxy brain stuff. I also think when you give people a care package like that, you're also telling them you have expectations of them. You are actually setting culture. Not demands, but you're saying, hey, look, we are in favor of you having your dog in your cab. We think that's terrific. Here's the shampoo.
I did that for you. Here's what you do for me.
Well, no, that's exactly it. It's like we are giving you things to maintain your hygiene. We are giving you things to maintain your presence. We are giving you things to increase your level of comfort. So we expect you to be an ambassador of this company. We expect you to present yourself the way we are taking care of you. And I know that sounds like, well, if that's what it's really about, that is what it's really about. I mean, at the end of the day, these people are in it to make money. And there are two theories, which is you use people up, you spit people out, and you move on to the next one. And the other theory is, and there are places like Crete, there are places, like Bennett, who say, no, our strategy is to actually love you and to give you everything you need to succeed. Because when you don't, we can look at ourselves in the mirror and go, we tried.
Yeah.
Or as Buffalino says about Jimmy Hoffa, we did everything we could for the man. But that's the truth, right? I mean, there is a sense of when you treat people well, you're making a demand of them.
Well, yeah, two quick things on that. First of all, I think it works even better with our products because these are products that drivers have already communicated that they need on the road. So it's not something that your company is giving you that you didn't ask for. These are the type of products that we see drivers purchasing for themselves on the road to stay clean and to stay healthy. And in addition to that, what we always tell drivers is you guys take incredible care of your cabs, but no one has given you the opportunity to take care of yourself that way. And this is an opportunity for companies to extend that olive branch to the driver.
Have you ever seen when you give a guy really good shaving equipment, and they take the time to figure it out? We can do stuff like that now by going on YouTube and all that. There's people like Douglas Smythe who have shaving videos and all this kind of stuff. Watching somebody who, takes care of themselves the first day they do it, they're like, wait a minute, I can. I'm a representative of my company.
I'm also going to say let's just call a spade a spade. A lot of men are well groomed because of a woman in their life. It's just what it is. A lot of women step in there and they're like, you're going to wear this, you're going to do this. So if you, not all, but a lot. So. And there's even I'm just talking particularly about male drivers right now. I know there's a lot of female drivers. Not worried about you guys. The male drivers, we're
rooting for you.
We're just
not worried
about you. Yeah, exactly. No, but I mean that in all seriousness. Whether you are in a relationship and have somebody back home that is when you get home saying the men will just step in their showers at home. I know my husband who's listening right now. I can't tell you if he's ever bought shampoo or conditioner or body soap for our house. He just he walks in and it's magically there all the time, and he just smells really good. And that this is for a lot of men. So it's kind of the same thing. Y'all are stepping in to be that hygiene, that woman, that caretaker for them.
Yeah.
Which it sounds really silly to be like, you have to give a truck driver shampoo. Yeah, because most of the time it is a man that needs to just said. They're like, I want to be clean, but if it's just there in my hand, it's great. So it sounds really silly, but y'all are kind of being that support system. And you're like, it's one more thing to take off their brain so they can just drive. It's why Steve Jobs just wore the same thing every day because he didn't want to think about that. He wanted to just do his job. And that's what we hear so much from truck drivers. Like, I just take that all out of my peripheral so I can just focus on the mission. Down to wipes and shampoo.
Yeah.
There's everything. And so anyway, I just want to make that point because I think that this is something that maybe people are tuning out because it sounds basic, and it is basic, and it moves the needle massively.
It's basic, but it's needed. You know,
Correct.
some of our biggest supporters are the significant others, the loved ones of the drivers. And it gets back to the culture of trucking a little bit, that it's become a badge of honor to be dirty on the road, but it's not because anyone likes being dirty. It's because it's a sign that I'm working hard. And what we're trying to offer is you can work hard and still be clean.
I've always, I mean, and you could be performative about it too. I know plenty of people that come in dirty. I'm like, can I use the air to clean up? And then they come out and they're all nice and fresh. They did their little performative thing of hardworking, working class hero, and they got cleaned up. I will tell you this though, there are guys I know, Lindsay, that once they realize that there are products out there that smell more like the kind of stuff that they want to wash themselves with,
or that is at home magically.
Yeah. Well, my dad, when I started, like, I've been staying with my parents in New Orleans as I set the studio up over there. When he discovered that there were pine tar body soaps, he was like, can I have that? I'm like, no, Dad, you can't buy that. You have been restricted from purchasing pine tar, body wash. But there's a lot of guys out there who realize that there are products that are geared to them that aren't any more expensive than any of the other stuff. It's like when you realize. That's the other thing, too. You talk about the idea of, I just want to be done with it. But there's a lot of guys who often feel like, well, it's all the same. And when they realize that there's stuff that they could have that can make them smell the way they want to smell and make them feel happy and all that kind of stuff, that makes it
smells change your. I mean, when I spray a perfume and I love it, I walk through the world differently. When I find a good body wash, I walk through the world differently. I get excited to put it on. I mean, that is just real.
And let me say real quick, we do have a full body deodorant cream that lasts for 24 hours, and there's one formulated for men that is pine scented. And there's one formulated for women, lavender scented, and they are specially formulated. Different pHs, different needs, anti-itch, things like that. So you're right. I mean, the smell of something can absolutely improve your mood while keeping you fresh.
There are certain guys, if you tell them they could smell like campfire, they'd be like, I'm on.
Wait, did you do, what kind of research went in to say, like, what are the smells that we were going to pick for man and woman? What's the research behind that?
No, first of all, I'm not the product development guy.
Fair, but...
whatever they landed on, though, is fantastic. I use the pine-scented one all the time. I haven't dipped into lavender so much.
And by the way, he smells very good.
Thank you.
Smell very good.
Thank you. You can smell me from across the table. That's good.
But not too much.
Not too much.
Not overwhelming.
Exactly.
Just enough.
It's not overwhelming. Let's talk about the Vet Ready Summit. Okay,
Yeah.
so you were able to come here last year. I mean, you and I got a chance because you have actually taken the journey now on a couple of occasions with Chillicothe and all the other stuff too. Now that you had the first year, I tell people, don't even try. It's just overwhelming. What's it been like seeing this from the second years when you get a real sense of what's going on?
Yeah.
You have your feet around you. Talk to us a little bit about what people and why people. By the way, Bob is not a spokesperson for the Passport of the Vet Ready Summit, which is why I'm going to ask you this
Important clarification.
I want to clarify that. But I think that there's a lot of companies, and I try to talk a few people at the end who weren't able to do it. I think this event of all the events we do is one where more and more people should come to. What are your feelings about this event?
Well, I mean, I think I was telling somebody last night, you can take one look at me and know that I'm not a vet, right? But as a civilian,
you'll be surprised.
As the layman in the room, I will say this event does such a great job of explaining to people like me why it is so important to continue to hire veterans. And coming from a trucking perspective, veterans are one of the most important subsets of the trucking industry. So obviously anything that we can do to serve that subset, we will. But, last night we had an event at the Military Women's Memorial, and I'd never been. And in fact, I'd never been to Arlington before. So this was a big deal for me.
Yeah.
And seeing the camaraderie in the room
right
there.
outside, by the way. How often did that dawn on you?
Yeah.
It's right outside.
Yeah. I mean, seeing that camaraderie in the room, seeing, there's friendly competition between the branches of the military, as there always is.
Friendly in air
Really
friendly in air
Really
quotes.
stoked by Dave Harrison. Good God Almighty, man! I mean, literally, the Air Force woman got awarded, and he's like, "Be careful not to get a paper cut." I mean, it's just like brutal. Go on, please.
By the end of the evening, the end of the program, I don't think there was a dry eye in the house, and it gets back to this idea of, not just honoring our veterans, but continuing to provide them ways to transition back into civilian life, to support them through employment, through these programs. And I think that's where it gave me a sense of purpose as the VP of marketing for Road Dog, that we are partnering with organizations like Transition Trucking, like Fastport, that are finding ways to bring comfort and stability back into the lives of veterans.
I just want to say, by the way, my husband just texted me. I want to prove a point. He's listening. He just said, "What is soap?" So yeah, point made. You guys are back to wrap it up in a bow over at Road Dog Care. You guys are really, it's one more avenue that truly believes one more avenue to set the driver, veteran and driver, up for success to do the mission. I mean, everything, when you talk with Jim as well, Adams over at Revolution Trucking, it's all about, mission oriented, mission. I love when the word mission sneaks into both trucking, obviously military, but when the word mission sneaks into trucking, and it's not so sneaky because it is a mission. It is a very powerful, important mission. And so the things that you guys are doing there specifically are one more thing to keep them focused on the mission. So I love that time.
Yeah, and the fact is that don't forget, guys, that the word mission actually has its origin in religious ceremony. The idea that you are going someplace to accomplish something.
To serve.
You are going someplace to serve, and the idea that you are headed there and keeping the mission moving forward. And the idea that, to really kind of, when it comes to hygiene and taking care of yourself, to make it part of the mission, Lindsay, I think is a well-made point.
Dude, if somebody is on the battlefield and they are battlefield, I'm gonna whether in life or reality. Like if somebody there's something when you present your driver anything. If you don't, that's the first thing I see. You can be the most brilliant, the most successful, the most talented person. If you walk in and you're disheveled and you smell bad, I've already forgotten about everything. I'm
except
sorry.
on the battlefield. Except on the battlefield.
Well, except on the battlefield. Yeah. Battlefield, you probably all smell. And that's fine. That's fine. If you're too clean on the battlefield, you're not my guy. No, but it's real. Like, I hate to say that, and that's not from a judgmental standpoint. It just is what it is. If you walk in like
Dirty
Pigpen and you got a cloud around you, I don't care if I don't, nothing else. We can't see past it. So Road Dog Care coming in clenched to get us clean. Start from the ground up, from the root up. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Hey, what are you doing for Christmas?
Oh, I was telling these guys yesterday, my wife's gigantic Italian family is all converging back on hometown of Akron, Ohio. So we've got probably between 60 and 70 people coming in. We have to rent a hall. No one can fit them in their house anymore.
Oh my gosh.
So, and we're going to eat ravioli. That's the big thing in Italian Christmas. So.
I love ravioli. Hey, yesterday at the airport, somebody said, by the way, whoever has left their 3 cans of ravioli, we have them here at right? Isn't that what they said, Tara?
Yes, that is what they said.
Your 3 cans of ravioli, we have them. I almost went, by the way, because I love ravioli that much.
Crawfish ravioli is so good.
Oh, that sounds incredible.
It is so good.
Every time I bring up food, he has to get a plug-in for New Orleans.
I know. It's really annoying, isn't it?
Well, every time we bring up music, Nashville somehow works its way into the conversation.
I mean, that one makes sense, though.
Yeah, food in New Orleans makes no
that
sense
makes
whatsoever.
No sense.
It makes no sense whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
that's why Nashville to NOLA, Nashville's going to be the best music and the best food.
The best food.
Yeah.
And Nashville will provide the food, and New Orleans
Obviously.
will provide the music.
We're going to shake it up.
Strike that, reverse it. Wait, we can keep on going into kind of a giant spin here. Hey, guys, you are listening to Road Gang Radio. Bob, tell them really quickly where they can go to find out more about Road Dog Care Company.
RoadDogCare.com. You can sign up for a subscription. You can gift a subscription to a loved one, or you can sign up your fleet there as well.
So I love the gift of subscription because I do love a curated subscription box. I love them. I'm a sucker. If you ever want to know whose brain are we trying to target? It's me. You could tell me something's curated for me, even if it's not, and I'll be like, that's amazing.
Yep.
My husband can agree right now. He'll be like, she loves the subscription box. So the fact that you can do that, I love the idea of a gift. Obviously, it's the best time that's something you can go online. So easy. This is sad that it's become, we want to make it as easy as possible. I will give you all my money and all my gifts as long as I don't have to think or do anything. You guys are doing that as well. You can go online to Road Dog Care, sign up, put somebody's email in, I'm sure, gift them a box, done and done, easy and easy.
That's right.
Goodbye, Bob. Goodbye, Lindsay. Goodbye, Tara.
For now.
Maddie, play music so we can... Oh, look at that. Little groovy music for the season. Thank you, Claire, for providing us with that wonderful seasonal joy. We'll be back on the other side of these messages. Road Gang Radio.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Well,
I'm here. I
no,
arrived.
No, I told you not to be here. I told you to leave.
Listen, I will get my dirty claws into this show, whether you like it or not, whether invited or not.
Your fingernails are dirty, therefore you're not a good ambassador. You need to go get road dog care.
Fingernails are actually killing it right now.
You need to get some road dog care is what you need in your life.
I have some cuticle cream.
I want to take a moment here to give a shout out to our friend Brad Bentley. And let me, there's a way to kind of explain this to you guys who don't know him other than as a recurring character over in the chat, BB the King as she calls him. If I was going to give a speech on behalf of Brad to kind of thank Brad, I would say I'm going to keep this as short as possible because to try to kind of list what it is that Brad Bentley does in regards to bringing people together would be an evening unto itself. For those of you who don't know, there are many people on the road right now who don't know that your lives are a better place because of the initiatives that he has taken. There are lots of veterans who aren't aware there's a lot of good things in their lives that have happened because of the initiatives he's taken. He's a very rare entity, is that there are people in this world who want to do something, there are people in this world who want to be somebody, and there are people in this world who just like the action. And we're all kind of combinations of the three. I have never met anybody who, when you say wants to be somebody, who has removed that from the equation. Brad likes the action, and there are things that he wants to accomplish. I have never met somebody who wants to drift it back into the background after introducing people than Brad Bentley. And there isn't a person here today, there isn't a person that we have talked to, there isn't a thing that you are listening to right now that did not happen because of Fast Sports President Brad Bentley. I will leave it simply at that, because to attempt to go any bigger than that is to not do him justice. I will simply say he does us all justice, and we should be eternally grateful for his friendship.
And he's a damn good time.
Well, that's the big thing, too.
He's a good guy. He's fun.
There are rally
Outside
points.
of rooting for Alabama, he's a good guy.
And by the way, he's actually even a reasonable sports fan.
He actually is. No, he texts me Boomer every time OU's playing.
He is the most
Even when we're playing them, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, he is my brother. My brother and him have one thing in common. My brother is a diehard. Kara's with us, by the way. My brother is a
We
diehard.
like to ignore the guests. It's
diehard
fine part of our shtick around here.
He's a
Sorry.
diehard LSU fan. And my brother, though, is the best sport in the world until you're not. My brother is the best sport, and when you're not a good sport, what he does is he becomes even a better good sport, which makes him annoying. Oh, you guys tried really hard today. Oh no, you guys, you had it won. Too bad breaks.
That's the worst.
It's how he gets. It's how he made every Alabama fan angry during the 2019 Joe Burrow Fantasy Island season. They're like, oh yeah, well we've beaten you. He's like, you're right. Every year you've beaten us, except this time. when Nick Saban looks stupid. But every other year, you look great. It's fantastic.
Speaking of beating, I think Navy's going to win this weekend, and I am supporting.
From a betting standpoint, yeah.
My money's on him. Also because I'll be wearing a Navy sweatshirt, so I just feel like that's what. But we are joined next. The reason I bring that up is because we're joined with a friend, a woman, returning guest, and friend of ours that we've gotten to talk to many times over the years, Kara House. She's the West Region Sales Manager for Kenworth Truck Company, and Kenworth, by the way, they are one of the cornerstone partners behind the Transition Trucking and Driving for Excellence Award. Kenworth has been part of this initiative since day one, and today, this week, they're giving away a brand new Kenworth truck to a veteran who transitioned into the trucking industry, who is already making an impact behind the wheel. This is one of the coolest programs. This is literally, I tell people even outside, this is one of the things that makes an impact to people even outside of trucking. When people keep asking me, what are you going to DC for? And I'm like, and this is what we're there. And I was like, but the Kenworth gives away a truck. And people are like, wait, what? You give away a business to somebody that is, we literally see somebody's life changed in an instant. And it is so powerful and exciting. We'll talk about that in a minute. But first, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And go Navy. So one of my good friends, my best friend's now fiance, he just did 25 in the Navy, just retired. And I actually connected him with Dave Harrison of Fastport when he got out, because he was one of those people that was like, now what do? I don't have any skills. I'm like, you have literally more skills than anybody I know. And so he is Navy, so I'll be wearing his sweatshirt tomorrow, and I'm very excited about that. Talk a little bit about Navy. You will be at the game Saturday.
We'll be at the game, second year. I'm very excited.
You went last year, so why are you going back? I'll ask it that way.
Well, because it's an amazing game, right? I mean, just the spirit of everybody is great. Last year, the rivalry in the room here is great, with a lot of Army vets, a lot of Navy vets. So there's a fair amount of talking amongst ourselves. So
a little bit.
It's just fun. Yes.
A little bit. By the way, Lindsay, have you ever seen what the Navy head coach looks like?
No, but I think you're about to show me. That's a good looking dude.
Right out of Central Casting.
Come on.
I mean, if I was going to say, if I was going to go to ChatGPT and say, create me an image of what Navy's head football coach should look like, it would actually create that guy.
Oh, he's not real, I'm sure.
It's like, there he is. Like, he looks like a ship captain. He looks like a guy when I you scurvy dogs. I mean, he really does.
Yeah.
He really does. They got a good team this year.
One of the coolest things about this game, if you look at the uniforms, it's a big deal to reveal the uniforms. There's something on the uniforms. Everything means something. So this year with the 250th anniversary, there's 250 knots around the collar. The helmet is a throwback to the Constitution, old Ironsides, and what the Constitution means. So it's just really neat, the history that's rooted in this game.
I love the game, by the way. My dad loved going to the game when he was working at the Pentagon in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
My dad was a captain in the Army. My dad's favorite joke, and you guys heard it a million times, my brother, the Marine, goes to his house. They watch it together. And when Navy wins, my brother will cheer, and my dad will go, I'm so glad to see you finally admit that you're in the Navy. Which, of course, even the Navy people love that joke.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us about all the technical stuff on the truck. No, I'm totally kidding. Let's kind of talk about this, though, in regards to, Lindsay brought up the idea that this is a real asset. Talk about Kenworth's ongoing commitment to this, about why this is so important, because even during COVID, you guys came through. I mean, that's just the absolute truth. It has gone on and on and on. It is a big deal. Talk about why you guys have this commitment to this program.
Yep, this is our 10th year being involved in the 10th truck we're going to be giving away. And the company believes in the military and the service and the industry. So it's
Case in point.
Yeah, it's never a hard sell to say, hey, we're going to give away a truck again this year. That memo gets signed in 30 seconds compared to how long stuff normally takes. So it's just not even a question of if we're going to continue supporting it.
That also means, by the way, 10 years of giving away trucks, you're well over $1 million in this.
Absolutely.
Just want to point out. So.
Yeah. It's not added up that way on a memo, but yes.
No, I won't. But it's spread out over time, but it's a lot.
Absolutely.
You're in.
And Kenworth afforded me the opportunity to be on the selection committee this year. So being able to go through all the packages to help select, the ultimate winner it was an incredible opportunity to read through all the different packages that people had submitted. It was such a hard choice. Everybody is worthy. I wish we had more than one to give away.
What's the thing, knowing that, of course, everybody's worthy. This is one of those, it's an honor to be nominated because it means I'm on the right path. I'm doing the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
But would you say, and also you being military as well, but what would you say is the sort of common denominator that all these finalists have?
They have all walked into the trucking industry eyes wide open, knowing what it has to offer, and it's their skill sets that really help make them successful. So this truck, the person who receives the truck will be an entrepreneur, right? They're going to start a business, become an owner operator, and they have the skills and the drive and the mental perspective to be successful at that. So I think that's the overwhelming thing that came through in the packages is the desire to continue to contribute in their own way, where they get to work for themselves and their success is dependent on them. So that was really neat to see come through.
Talk to us about, and I said case in point, meaning, you served. Talk to us about what it means to be vet ready and your understanding of that, and how Kenworth has worked with you about your move into the private sector and all that stuff. Can you kind of talk about your own kind of personal story?
Yeah. So actually, Dakota Meyer was just speaking downstairs, Medal of Honor recipient, and he was talking about how veterans, when they come in, have these incredible skills, but you may not really understand all the skills that you have to offer. So working with somebody like myself in a military organization or in a private organization that has military background to help translate the skill sets that the military brings to the table. It's going to be worded differently on their resume or on their CV, but helping translate into yes, you do know how to do this. You've done this before. It's just a different set of words and a different language that you need to learn, but you have all the tools to ultimately be successful. So being able to help translate that so that private companies understand what they're getting when they hire a veteran. It does take a little bit more patience and understanding and ability to work with them and have a formalized training pipeline, but it's ultimately very successful when companies can do that.
From your care perspective, you personally, both as a military perspective, being on the other side of it, how has this program in particular impacted the veteran community? Not just the one-offs that you each time get this truck, but the community as a whole from an empowerment standpoint.
I think there's a lot of excitement around the program. I was talking to the 3 finalists that are here tonight or talking to them last night, and just the overwhelming excitement of just being nominated, being here, being recognized by their companies. It means something. It's very impactful for them. And they talk about it within their employers. So you start to build that excitement within the companies. So it just kind of breeds for the next year. People are striving to want to be nominated. So it's really an incredible opportunity for the folks that are here.
The want to be nominated piece. That's big to be like,
That's the big deal. But by the way, wasn't it cool that Scribb's wife was in the service?
Absolutely.
And he had made the point in the first interview, be like, my whole family's in the service.
Mm-hmm.
And then proceeded to prove it with moms, dads, and everybody else. And then he shows up with his wife, and it's like, I'm in the service too. And I'm like, for some people, it really is a family business.
It absolutely is.
She, on the other hand, was the first member of her family ever to serve.
Really?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
She was the first. Okay, this is a strange question. There are not strange, but it's more of a logistical question. So I had a chance to talk about Let's Chow, that wonderful organization that helps veterans put together their food trucks.
Okay.
Not the Robert Woodruff Foundation, the Robert Irvine Foundation, the Chef Irvine.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing I noticed is that there's a lot of duplication in regards to resources that help veterans. I used to think, is there a way to kind of centralize all this? But what I'm actually starting to believe is that having smaller organizations that do a lot of the same thing, because of the regionalness of it. Because if I hate to use the VA as an example. VA is so big and so vast that the quality of care, it varies from place to place. And, and I'm kind of wondering, do you think that there is still space in this space for more organizations that do exactly what we're talking about here, that help people make the transition? Because I've talked about over the last 3 months about 4 or 5 organizations that essentially they work in different segments of the economy, do the same thing, help people with their resumes, help translate the skill sets into civilian speak and all that kind of stuff. But do you see that as the future of 1,000 flowers blooming, of more and more kind of micro organizations kind of keyed in to help veterans? Am I making sense?
No, yeah, absolutely. And I think yes. I think personality is the biggest perspective and how somebody may choose to work with an organization. They're just going to gel with certain people better than others. So having a wide variety of organizations that help, the veterans can really find the service and the community that's the best fit for them, because it's not a one-size-fits-all. Everybody has different needs as they're getting out. They have different interests in what they want to do next. And all these different organizations can help with that.
Let's talk about Kenworth specifically now, who you also know quite a bit about. Kenworth is, of course, known for, innovation and driver-focused design. How does that philosophy, I'll say, support new drivers? Will you say, how does Kenworth in particular supporting new drivers? Because that's the whole thing with this. It's a driver who's been out of the service driving for a year.
So from a new driver, what is Kenworth really, because we talk about over and over, setting people up for success, setting drivers up for success so they can do, all they have to do is focus on the mission, which is to drive the truck, get there, mission-centric. How does Kenworth help with that?
So we're very focused. I mean, our motto is the driver's truck. So we're focused on making them as comfortable as possible, making it a home away from home. So when you're away and you're on the road, your sleeper's comfortable, you've got all the creature comforts that you want. Technology is a big deal. Actually, in a lot of the nomination packages this year, a lot of the drivers talked about how much technology and how similar to an automotive experience it was. So it makes it really
That's a big
seamless.
shift for the driver to be talking about technology as a positive.
Yes, absolutely correct. But they've got all the advanced safety systems. They've got the CarPlay. It's got all the things that your car would have. So it makes it easier to step into a truck and be comfortable in that environment to where you can safely operate.
How long have you been with Kenworth?
18 years.
Okay. So do you feel like when you came in, where the transitional kind of help that Kenworth offers, do you feel like it has progressed, or do you feel like it was kind of good to go when you got there?
You know, it's been good to go. So I commissioned in 2008, right around the time I joined PACCAR. And when I said, hey, I've got to mobilize, PACCAR said, great. And they supported me throughout. A lot of divisions, we were doing a program where you built school packages for kids, then we'd go deliver them to the kids in Afghanistan. PACCAR sent loads of stuff.
What have you done with your life?
Yeah, but PACCAR sent loads of stuff over. So it was the whole time I was gone, it was a supportive nature. And then when I got back, the VP of purchasing actually asked me to do a presentation on what I did, what I saw. So the support has always been just amazing. They're behind me 100%, behind all of our service members.
I mean, and so much of PACCAR is, so much of what has become the international company begins with December 7th, 1941.
Yes.
To a large degree.
Yes.
A lot of people in this country don't realize that there's a lot of companies that go from very strong, if struggling, Depression-era companies to the Japanese making the most faithful decision in history and mobilizing an entire country and creating international corporations. So they've kind of been there, always there. Do you feel like they lead the way? Do you feel like their model can be translated, I guess is the better way of saying that? Because, look, there's certain companies where you can't just move their model because of the culture of that company, the size of that company. But are there things that other companies could learn from PACCAR and Kenworth?
I think just supporting your reservists, supporting your veterans is paramount. And what that looks like everywhere is going to be a little bit different. And depending on the role you're in, it's different. I've had different levels of support for work I need to do when I'm out as I've progressed in my career. So it's a balancing act. The veteran needs to do their part to inform and to communicate, but the company needs to be there to support with whatever they need to do. So it's not a one-sided equation. It needs to be a collaboration between the veteran and the company.
That's what Bruce was saying too. Is that the military and the government also need to understand that when you have companies that do that, you need to have the ceremony where you say these people do it right. I mean, Bruce talked about when he worked for the post office that when they were able to bring them a plaque and award his boss, who always aggravatedly made accommodations for. It was one time when Bruce was gone for more or less 3 years and had to have his job waiting for him. But they said when they return with the big thank you, it makes a difference. And it is important for the services and for the government to remember that there are people who are choosing to make that sacrifice with you. And that's a big thing, too, because there are companies who are giving up some high-quality employees for extended periods of time, right?
Correct. Correct. It's not easy on either side. I mean, you always feel guilty when you need to leave work to go do your reserve duty, and then when you're at work and you have reserve stuff that comes up, the guilt is always there. But you know that you're communicating and doing your best with both. You hope it all works out in the end.
I was telling Lindsay, I just feel like the best case scenario is, hey, hey Jim, I need to do it's taken care of. We'll see you when you get back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And that landing, when you just tell people, done. I don't know why we've worked this out a dozen times.
Yep.
We'll see when you get back. That's really important because it does alleviate the guilt that you carry.
Correct.
You know,
well, I wouldn't say it alleviates it, but it reduces it.
It puts it out of your mind. We're talking with Kara Howes with Kenworth, and they are, of course, giving away the truck here to a very well-deserved, a very hard-working veteran turned truck driver.
Horrible decision. The last three is horrible.
Kara, I love a personal story, and so since you know all sides of this between you're a female that's both military, that's trucking, like you just cover a lot of grounds, a lot of eyes. You're a wife. Are you a parent?
Yeah.
You're a parent. How many kids?
I have 10-year-old twins.
Oh, good Lord Almighty. Speak of guilt. Speak of mom guilt, doing with the work and like all the things. So you come out this with so many different vital perspectives. What has been the most meaningful part of your personal involvement with transition trucking. And I don't mean even as a Kenworth employee, but something that you've seen that really, really touched you and you saw a shift happen.
So last year when we came out, we announced the winner. His wife realized it before he did. So watching her reaction was just amazing. But then we went to the Reese Across America dinner that night. We went and laid Reese at Arlington the next day, and then we went to the Army-Navy game. I showed up at work Monday exhausted, but so inspired. Looking at the different organizations that are here that are building these companies to support veterans and all the different ways that they need to be supported, it was just inspiring to see. So I was very excited to come back this year. I'm no longer in marketing, so it doesn't really fit within my job, but I didn't really ask. So I just kind of came because it's one of those things you can't miss.
That must give you a sense of deja vu.
A little bit.
I mean, in regards to like, wait, this is not my sector. Why do you have? You know what? Never mind. I'm going where you told me to go. I'm going to be here and do. I'm going to follow my orders and do exactly what you. I do have this skill set. I wanted to talk a little
particular
bit
set
of skills, but I do want to talk about marketing a little bit here too, because for companies that are everybody's not Kenworth. People aren't multinational corporations, but for companies that are thinking about doing stuff like this, I mean, even if it's just like. You're a mid-sized company. Remember, a small business, by the way, guys, is anyone who makes $25 million or less a year. That's with the federal government. So there are companies out there. What kind of things? What are the benefits of doing this kind of thing for companies that are thinking about? I don't know. I'll give you an example, like helping, giving away a new car, or giving away a membership to a club, or anything like that. What are the benefits of all of that?
I think it's goodwill and word of mouth, right? They see that you're involved. They see you're making a difference. You're willing to commit to a veteran and say, I'm going to give you this for your service as a thank you. I think that goodwill just spreads. I think that's really important. It's a very tight veteran community. So there's lots of everybody knows everybody in this industry. So the more you can get into that normal communication channel, the better off you're going to be. So I think there's a huge benefit to support this kind of initiative and really show out there in the front that you're willing to support it with a membership at no cost and all that good stuff. So I think it's really important.
All right, let's dote on Kara. You ready?
Oh boy.
This is something that she won't do because that's another underlying characteristic of people like Kara that they don't want to talk about themselves, but too bad. So, too bad says that. So a couple things. Last night you were honored during the reception at the Military Women's Memorial, and the Herstory initiative, Make Herstory, is such a great thing. And also, you serve in the Navy Reserve. You were just selected for command.
I was.
Things are happening in your world. Let's talk about that first. Let's talk about that first. What is that from a Navy Reserve stepping into command? What does that look like?
It just means it's going to be a really busy couple of years. So I just took over Task Force Logistics for PACOM, which is really exciting. So it's going to be a lot over the next couple of years, making sure we're ready. Obviously, the China threat is always very real, being ready for that, making sure our sailors are ready to go and their mobilization readiness is ready. So if something happens, we're ready to go. We're on about a 30-day tether. So you got to be ready to roll if something happens. So it's going to be a lot of fun, but it's going to be an interesting time.
Can I ask a really dumb question?
Yes.
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number one.
I can't believe it's only number one. It's
late in the
day.
It's pretty good for 9:30.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
Go on.
Okay, I'm going to bring a little bit of my woo-woo-ness into this question.
Lindsay's woo-woo moment of the day, number one.
So go with me. So I I'm always about, I'm really into visualization and we think positively and we move toward the light. Okay, fine, whatever. That being said, what you were just explaining, and it's such a reminder of so much of the military job is to prepare for the worst, and that's period, so that we're ready for everything, which completely goes against the way I walk through the world like a dum-dum in a bubble. How do you manage, especially now coming into the other, I mean, you're stepping back into the back end, but how do you walk through life knowing that how do you balance those two of like living a happy, protected life, but also knowing that literally part of your job is to assume the worst is going to be happening, ready when it does, hope that it doesn't?
That's a hard question to answer.
I bet.
I think knowing you're ready to answer the nation's call is just what it comes down to. None of war is pleasant, right? You hope that nothing happens. A lot of us have served in Iraq and Afghanistan, and it's not a good situation. But knowing that you're there because something needs to be done, there's reassurance in that. Mm. We have decided as a country that whatever mission we're being sent on is important enough to send all these people. So you go out and you execute to the best of your ability because that's what you've raised your hand and said you'll do.
I was interviewing some guys from Bosnia.
Good answer, by the way.
But great answer. I was interviewing some guys from Bosnia back in the 90s, and one of the commanding officers told me, he said we engage in preventative action. He said the way I kind of have come to peace with this gig is he said we're here to make sure this never happens again. And one of the things that I tell people is that the military's job is to set itself up in such a way that would tell any bad actors, you probably don't want to do this, and you're better off not doing this because the alternative is looking you right down the barrel.
Correct.
I mean, and that's really, I hope that's part of what is able to kind of move you, is a sense that I'm here not to start anything. I'm here to finish things.
Correct.
So why don't we not start them at all?
Yes. Yeah. Let's keep our posture such that people don't want to engage, but if they do, we're ready.
Well, that's and Dave Harrison, I talked about this at length. That's when people talk about, you know, out there defending our freedoms, and I'm like, you don't know what you're even talking about when you say that. And when I say defending our freedoms, you know, Dean and I talked about this once, Tara, the idea that it's like, do you like how much PlayStations cost? Would you like them to cost more? Because if the CCP moves across the Taiwan Strait and takes over the island of Taiwan, microchips are going to be so much more expensive. I mean, forget about the fact that friends of ours, for the better part of 100 years, will be sent into a world of despair and camps. But we will, all the goods and services that are so cheap to us right now, if you think they're expensive now, wait till you see what happens if the CCP is able to blackmail the world in regards to creating microprocessors and microchips and all that kind of stuff. And when you hear defending freedom, it's like, that's why transportation is so important.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's really about the roads. And I have to tell you, I think the Navy's the most important thing these days because it's the open seas. That is what we do. We make sure that all those frigates and freighters and all that merchant marine stuff gets everywhere it needs to get to, right? I mean, that's really the gig. I mean, you know, and that's really what it kind of comes down to. What are your Christmas plans? What do you got going on?
She's got twin 10-year-olds.
Yep. So their Christmas list got very expensive this year because they want all the tech. But we're going to see my parents in Idaho. So we'll go see my parents and my brother and
What
hang
part
out.
of Idaho?
Boise.
Wait, so what do they want? I have a 7-year-old daughter who's, we're getting close to the Christmas list getting expensive, but we're not yet. What are the top items they want?
They both wanted phones, which we're not ready for yet.
Good.
So we got them Apple Watches, so at least we can track them. It's really for mom's benefit, not for theirs.
Yes.
They want new tablets, new headphones. So,
all the things.
All the things.
We got my daughter last year. My husband works in sound, so he's very attuned to what is messing up
Nicely done.
her ears. Thank you. Wasn't even on purpose, but that's how in tune I am.
Yeah.
Attuned. Anyway, and we found that the headsets that will only go up to a certain level, so they can't crank them up and do it. But it was just one more reminder to me when I'm here looking for like the cute fun headphones, and he's like, okay, let's also not kill her brain and ears at the same time. I'm like, I didn't even think about that.
Well, now I need to go look at the ones I ordered because I don't know that I
Make sure. No, there are ones which it's not even noise canceling. They will stop at a certain decibel so that the kids can't, because the kids will want to listen to them cranked
You
up.
realize you
That's
just set
my
off
piece
another
of advice.
anxiety wave, right?
A little bit. It's okay.
This is mom supporting moms. This is what's happening here, guys.
I'll go check my Costco order and see what I ordered.
I'm just seeing. This is sort of funny on We Should Write yesterday. My friend Tara was talking about this memory she had as a kid. This is another PSA for you as a mom. She said as a kid she remembered getting presents one year, and they were all signed from Santa. Her mom just got to going and wrote Santa on everything, and she said, and she had Santa blessed her beyond. She said, but she sat after opening everything, she sat kind of crying in the corner and her mom came and said, "What's wrong?" She goes, "You didn't get me anything for Christmas. My mom and dad didn't get me anything." And obviously the gag there is the mom knows that she went over and above. So a gentle reminder to parents out there, write your name on tags.
Yes.
I've decided to let Santa get one thing. You don't get to be the hero, Santa.
Yes.
You get to be a little bit of the hero.
Yes.
So just remember, write mom and
You
dad
want
on
a funny kid story?
Please.
So I travel a lot. I assume there's not a lot of kids that listen to this show, so hopefully I'm not ruining anything. But I was traveling, and my husband called in the morning.
Well, it depends if you mean emotionally. Yeah, we got plenty of them. But go on.
Physically, yes. But I assume they know this. So my husband and kids called, and my kids go, "Mom, where do you put our teeth?" I said, "Excuse me?" She goes, "We know the tooth fairy's not real. Where do you put them?"
Oh, shoot.
I was like, "What'd you do?" My husband was like, "Yeah, I told him." I was like, "What else are you going to ruin while I'm on the road?"
I told him.
No. What you tell him is absolutely there is no tooth fairy. There's a guy named Frank. He's an enforcer. He's got your teeth. If you want those teeth back, give him my phone number.
Got to keep brushing.
Wait, do you keep the teeth? Because I don't, and I'm realizing now maybe I should have.
No.
Marilyn, do you keep your kids' teeth when they fall out? You do?
Shoot.
I don't know what to do with them. They're in my nightstand in a
No,
baggie.
no, no.
That's
Give them-
weird, too.
It is weird.
Give them my number, and then you can text me when they're going to call and be like, you want your teeth?
That's
you got to go through
awesome.
the dark forest.
Game on.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I'll give them some dark forest mission.
Perfect.
If you clean your room for the next 6 months, I'll get you your teeth back.
I feel like we're in a spiral situation now, though.
It's
Nothing's
getting
real.
weird. It's getting
Anyway.
weird. Nothing's real. It's all real. Kara House with Kenworth. Thank you so much. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Go Navy.
Absolutely.
I'm on your side this weekend.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's go Navy.
And always from here on out, thanks for joining us. Thanks all that Kenworth does, all that you do. And
Thank you.
Keep on keeping on. Merry Christmas.
Have a great day. Merry Christmas.
Get me out of here. Madison.
Madison
Play
with
something.
the T. Get us out. Marilyn Serber of Driver's Legal Plan. Driver's Legal Plan is
And
joining
the
us
Candela
next.
Room.
Dude, she looks hot. We'll be right back.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered
through one
simple
act. One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/Radio Nemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you. Because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Go for it, Madison with a T.
It's me, Madison with the T, and I'm holding it down over here at the Fastport Studios in New Orleans. I'll throw it back to your hosts, live from the ATA headquarters.
Yeah, you're holding it down, and holding it down on the fly, by the way. I want to mention again, as we did at the top of the show, but our fearless supporter back there in the studio, Phone Master Dre, was in a really bad motorcycle accident yesterday. He will be okay. He is banged up right now, but he will be okay. He is down though, guys. We got a chance to talk to him briefly last night.
Hurt his heart.
It hurt his heart because this has been a 1, 2, 3 punch for him. He's gone through quite a bit of crap in the past several weeks, and this is the unfortunate cherry on top. So if you have any access to Dre, send him some love on social media, email. We're going to be putting together some stuff for him if there's any way you want to support him. He is the reason you can hear us all quite often. So he does not look good, guys, but luckily, even banged up like that, he's still kind of hot.
Chicks dig scars.
Bloody Jesus.
Bloody Jesus. Oh my God. Okay.
Chicks dig scars.
Normally we call him Sexy Jesus.
Actually,
it just got even more sacrilegious. Hang tight.
You know how Marty actually had permission to do the bad Italian accent yesterday? I told Marty, he was doing like a bunch of accents before the show. I said, you can do the Italian one. He's like, why? I said, because you're Italian. Tara is the one who is allowed in this room to say bloody Jesus.
And why is that?
Because she is a woman of deep.
Because she reads
deep
the
faith.
Bible every morning.
Every morning.
What do I get to say?
What do you
get to say, Marilyn?
Yeah.
Marilyn gets to say whatever she wants. And
Oh,
you know what?
well,
You
be
know what?
careful with that.
I was about to say that's no different than always.
Yeah.
Marilyn always says what she wants. It's why Marilyn is where she is, both in life and the industry. And by the way, also looking as fabulous as ever.
Hey, thank you.
Whatever you're doing,
Taking a
is working.
flamethrower to this
It's the
place.
hormone replacement therapy.
Okay.
I don't mind telling all of our listeners that,
please.
hormone replacement therapy is life-changing. Perimenopause is real, folks.
It is real, and I don't mind you bringing it up because we have 30 minutes to talk.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, this conversation does support our men
Yes.
listening.
Yes.
Because if mom ain't happy, nobody's happy. That is a cliche for a reason. And sometimes we don't know. Jimmy's just looking at me with like the death stare right now, and I don't even care. But sometimes, not sometimes, all the time, women, we will just go forth in life and not realize what is hurting, what's on our body. I mean, we'll realize it, and we'll just be angry, and we will just like deal with. Oh, I guess this is just how I'm going to feel for the rest of my life. A lot of people deal with that when it comes to pain, for sure. But it caused. I watched this very real conversation. We're talking with Marilyn Server of Driver's Legal Plan. We will talk about that as well, by the way. But this real honest conversation where several women were just having an open forum, being like, "I am divorced, and it is my fault."
Yeah.
However, it's not my fault, and it's like my man was tired of dealing with me being a total jerk all the time. And I get it. But then when I figured it out and it shifted everything, and then I felt better. And so therefore I wanted to work out and blah, 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 blah. And the cycle goes on. So
Yeah.
I appreciate you talking about it because
Yeah.
a few supplements have shifted things enough to make me want to now shift things even more.
Yeah, it's true. A lot of people do get divorced. Like you read about that statistically, in mid 40s, late 40s, 50s, because hormonal shifts and people change. I mean, it's very real.
The struggle is
the
real.
struggle is real. Yeah.
I'm not kidding. I mean, by the way,
You're handling your menopause great, though, Jimmy. You're wearing it very well.
Very well.
I tell you, man, I don't know.
Not as good as Dre, but
No, not as good as Dre. But
It's interesting. I had a friend of mine who left his wife, and they reconciled, actually, by the way, because she actually did some real work. But, I mean, he openly said, he goes, look, he said, I know that life is hard. He said, she was so cruel to me. It was just an unending sort of, he said I would come home and it just would start. And he said, I basically tried to tell him, like, you got to stop. You can't talk to me like this. And he finally said, I would not be a man if I allowed somebody to talk to me like this. And the last thing he told her was.
Or a human.
Yeah, he said, if we reversed it, if I told people that a man was talking to a woman like this on a daily basis, there would be an intervention of trying to get her out in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
And she did the work. They got back together. But it's
I like that.
a lot of people, don't do that. A lot of people don't do that. They just assume. And the other thing is, what's so cool about what Marilyn's talking about is that you are responsible. We talked about this.
Right.
Wearing her leather pants, by the way, right?
Hot.
Lady that she is. You're not guilty until you understand that you're responsible.
right.
And we've talked about that. The idea that it's like, I didn't realize something was wrong.
The first step is admitting there's
Admitting
a problem.
something's wrong.
But admitting that something's wrong, because admitting that you haven't even been the architect of this. It's one thing, to keep on drinking. People have told you to stop drinking. You keep on drinking. At some point, you're kind of responsible. But if there's things chemically going on in your body, if you're going through changes, and it's making you day by day a worn down person, it's the frog in the pot. In the pot, you're getting boiled slowly. Once you realize, wait a minute, there are routes to kind of improve this situation, and then you don't take them, then you are guilty.
Then you are the
And I think a lot of people, then you are the problem as opposed to there being a problem. So I think a lot of people, and I think, by the way, that's what's going on in trucking right now. You like that transition?
I like it.
Trucking is in menopause?
Actually,
Perimenopause.
I did make a post the other day that as a joke, and I thought nobody would respond to it. I said, has anybody just tried turning trucking off and turning it back on?
Yeah.
And the number of people who were like, I thought the Paranormal Pie
It's
Man was
actually
the best.
kind of brilliant.
With the
reset.
with the Paranormal Pie Man said, which I thought was just brilliant. He said, it all come back online, and then the FMCSA would show up and be like, can we see your logbook? God, damn it.
Turn it off again.
Turn it off again. Have you tried unplugging it?
Yeah.
But we're in the middle of a gigantic reset, this giant, crazy cultural reset. And I bring this up because of Marilyn being here. One of the ways that you made your bones, the big question you asked is, how do we onboard more millennials?
Mm-hmm.
How do we get younger people into trucking? And a couple of things here, chicken and egg. So we now know they turned over a rock, and I don't think it's the rock even the administration thought it would run into, of like, oh, man, we got some bad training programs out there. Oh, man, we got some people driving who literally went CDL shopping. Oh, why would any veteran, any millennial want to come into trucking when the first thing you see is what people have been on? Look, we get phone calls, Marilyn, on a regular basis 4 or 5 years ago, truckers saying, this is what's going on, and nobody will believe us. And Dave and I kept saying, we believe you, and we tell people, they're overreacting. Well, now we know it's not true. So I'm kind of curious if you feel like what is happening right now in the industry with the clampdown on non-domicile, with the clampdown on bad training programs and all that stuff, if this once again creates a space where maybe not millennials, but Z's as well begin to feel like, okay, maybe they are looking out for us. Maybe we should go into this industry.
I think so, and I think it does. It highlights some positivity differently, right? It's kind of negative but positive.
It's enforcement.
And it's, I'm lucky enough to know, Chief Bars, right, who's fabulous Florida highway patrolman, right? And so it's like he's in the weeds too. Like he's a boots on the ground. He's an enforcement guy. And so I do think it's good that we're digging into some of these weeds. I mean, I was on the task force for the apprenticeships, for this stuff 10 years ago, like you're saying, so we've been talking about with CVTA. And one of the things that comes up is valuing that CDL. It used to mean something when you had a Class A CDL. It was a credential that you could be proud of, and that, someone has gone to work, gone through training to get this. And somewhere along the way, that became devalued. And so I think we have an opportunity to kind of revalue that credential by saying it is hard to get this. Not just anybody can show up and get take a test and get a CDL. Like you do have to go through a certain training program to get this credential. And it really, I think, gives us the opportunity.
And it has to be rigorous.
That's right. It has to be rigorous. It has to matter.
And it has to be ongoing too. Because President Grant once said that the best way to get rid of a bad law is to actually enforce it.
To enforce it.
If you enforce it, people will figure out if they actually like the law or not. And one of the things that has happened here is that every FMCSA had, for the last, I would say, almost 20 years, some like Republican, Democrat, all points in between, even when it's been a bipartisan appointee, have all been focused on opportunity. Sometimes the opportunity is for the industry to get their cheap drivers. Sometimes the opportunity has been for diversifying the workplace, bring in new people. But this is an FMCS administrator who Tom Bray knows real well. I've met him in passing, who have openly said, you know what? Opportunity comes after we get this. After the new marshal in town cleans up what's going on. Brian Wiebold just brought me a donut.
He's a good man,
along
isn't
with
he?
all the other things he does for me. Brian Wiebold brought me a donut.
Man.
I love you. He brought me love. I'm just saying.
Well, he gave me that a long time ago, man. I feel we're all warm in his embrace. But bars really is like, we'll get to all of that.
We'll get to it.
There can't be any opportunity. I don't think enforcement is negative. I know what you're saying, by the way. You were qualifying that, but I agree with you. It's positive.
It's positive, yeah.
It's positive. It's like you're telling the people. Okay, so we go back to immigration, too. I've stood in line. I've played by the rules. My family and I are waiting for our adjutant judge. We're waiting to get an asylum declared. I have waited in line patiently. I have not crossed the border. And I see people running all over the place.
Right.
That damages my relationship with the country. That the men and women who drive for a living positively say, well, nobody cares about me. They just look at the shortcut and on-board people.
Yeah.
This is different. This
feels
feels
different.
like, nope, we're looking out for the people who are already playing by the rules.
Absolutely. And I think we need that as an industry because we're here at the ATA
in two ways.
We
need it in two ways.
We do, but these companies that are here participating in these events that are members of ATA or TCA or their state trucking association, they want this because it does make them look bad because they are playing by the rules. And the fact that we have these bad actors out there gives all of us a bad name, and it makes our insurance rates higher, which it makes everything higher. So, the trickle down effects of this are really, I think, impact all of us, down to our grocery store prices, right? Is like if we can really make things better, then it helps all of us.
This is a theme that's and a theme that keeps coming up, but then I have a separate question as opposed to how enter driver's legal plan with new drivers. But first, the theme of quality over quantity keeps coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, as you were just talking, I was thinking of how I can equate this to Nashville and what's happening in Nashville and Lower Broadway, which a lot of you listening have been there. It was, when I moved to Nashville almost 20 years ago, there were only 5 bars that you would want to perform at, and it was really hard to get those slots.
Mm-hmm.
And when I got one, I was so I owned that, and I was like, I am proud to be here. I will fight for my spot when any new person shows up. Now there are 500 bars. They all have 4 levels, and they need so many people that there's a lot of bad actors performing down there, so to speak. Same thing. People won't have done the work. It'll be anybody who just got off the bus that thinks, oh, I can sing. Now I could hop up on that stage. That is very similar to what you're talking about with trucking. That's just how I can relate.
No,
obviously.
it's the same thing.
And it's the exact same thing. And I think that hearing it, whatever industry you're in, to be like, oh, it's something again that helps us out, the people outside of trucking, be like, oh, that's a real problem. That's a real industry. That's real necessity. So as far as driver's legal plan, then enter, because I have one friend in particular who would love to he's been in construction a long time. He really wants to step into trucking, but there's some things on his record that are intimidating, on his driving record, that are intimidating him to may or may not make the entrance. What can driver's legal plan, we think about you guys who are licensed across the country, so we think about, when I get into trouble, that's who I call. But how about when I'm not into trouble yet, when I'm trying to enter the trucking industry, but I'm worried about it? That's something that driver's legal can help too, to level the playing field for people, correct?
Yeah. So depending on what's on their record, and so if they have their MVR, but they can call us and we can take a look at, we could say, well, what do you have? Is there anything we can go get off of the record for you, right? Or is there anything you should fight? Or what is the time, what is the time frame? When are things going to come off, or when are points going to be lowered naturally? And so that's definitely something we could look at for your friend or for somebody who's wanting to come into the industry.
But then setting people up for success, because I think a lot of people don't even make that initial call to say DLP or to whoever.
Right.
And that's what so many of these industries, y'all included, or some of these different, companies want to do here as well. Hiring, it's like we want to set you up for success, but you have to make the call and be very upfront.
Right. About what you
have.
Here's
my stuff. Now where do we go from here? So
and
y'all
also
are about
trucking
setting up.
companies can work with stuff. And so I feel like if you want to enter into the trucking industry and you're out there, do it, and go to a truck driving school. They can also look at your MVR and say an accredited truck driving school. Your community college has a program. They're great. Or there's certainly nationwide. There's a lot of legitimate schools out there.
Make sure, guys, by the way, if you have any friends or family, make sure that either they have amazing reviews that you can verify, or that they're a member of the CVTA or the NAPFTDS.
That's exactly right.
I mean, if they are a member of either one of those organizations,
then they're legit.
And they're also answerable to an organization that's going to be like, if they don't do you right, there are people from who you can go,
it's a second level of standards, right? So they're being held accountable, like Jimmy said. That's exactly right. And so those schools could look at your MVR too.
And what's really neat, too, is the fact this is the most important about this is where we're not all guilty, but we all are responsible. If you decide to go into trucking, and by the way, this has been bad recruiting, this has been bad training, this has been bad salesmanship, the idea of, hey, man, show up for a couple of days or a couple of weeks and we'll throw you behind the wheel of a truck. I would challenge people to understand that even if you're going to work for a carrier or a fleet, maybe the job you have before you become that truck driver, you might want to put some money away. And you can talk about driver's legal plan in particular. Dean and I have always talked about this, that you're only as good as your partners. And that there are people who even work for carriers who might want to put a retainer down, who might want to go get themselves an attorney from the beginning. And I don't mean, look, here's the thing. Once you pay a retainer, that money doesn't go away. There it sits. And if anything goes sideways, because if you work for a company, God bless them, they might protect you, they might be there for you, but the company ain't there for you, except as you are an asset, and I mean that in a positive way.
Right.
You are there for you.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that we don't do in onboarding people is tell them all the other things that they haven't thought about before they got behind the wheel of a truck. And knowing that there is somebody that you can call who's there for you
Right.
and not for them. We're going to let you talk to our legal. Great. I'll bring my attorney. Wait, what? No, we've got you. I know you do. And he's got me, and you guys can work it out. And there is something to be said for that, too, about just having the ability to make a phone call and be like, hey, I want somebody who only speaks for me.
Yeah.
Is not a bad approach or a good beginning. All the things that people aren't told in the beginning.
Right.
And I've always said that the better your training is, this is where I do sometimes take occasion, a little bit of a pause, even with some of our friends in this building and other buildings as well too. There are moments when I want to say, if we train drivers the way they actually needed to be trained, they would actually know their value pretty early. And if they knew their value, they might not accept the first salary you offered them. And that's really what it kind of comes down to. But talk about with us a little bit, Marilyn, about the idea about why it's so important to actually, even if you're the best driver in the world with great insurance, why you should have legal representation. Because you got the two children of attorneys here, and you work for these folks.
Yeah.
So talk about that.
Yeah, definitely. So I think for us with Driver's Legal Plan, if you are driving for your livelihood, then you need to protect that livelihood. And just as you said, Jimmy Mack, if companies they're gonna defend what they have to defend. But when it comes to your personal motor vehicle record and your personal PSP report, you're responsible for that. And so, if you're a professional driver, it's highly likely at some point in your career that you're going to get some type of violation, right? It's very, if you don't, kudos to you, but that's the exception, not the rule. But everybody's going to get inspections, right? Everybody gets, periodic inspections, and you can get violations there too, right? That can go against your points or those types of things. And so I think especially for drivers coming into the industry, it's important to understand that it is at some point you will likely get a violation. And so how do you protect yourself from that? And so don't just pay a ticket when you get it, because that is admitting guilt. And so again, it's $2.98 per week. So roughly $150 a year to have peace of mind that you can make that phone call if you get a ticket, an accident, or an inspection, and you're going to have an attorney in 48 states that can represent you from nose to tail, or say, Jimmy, this isn't going to go on your record. It's 0 points. It's only a $250 fine. Just pay that. Right. But, gives you the opportunity to have that conversation. And so it is that peace of mind. And again, if that's how you take care of your family, and a violation can, you're talking about your friend, depending on what's already on your record, one violation can disqualify you from your job.
Right.
Or one violation that you think might keep you out may not actually be the case.
May not be the
and
case.
You just need somebody
That's
to
right.
say that. And
You just need somebody to say that. That's exactly right. And so it's very serious.
We're talking with Marilyn Serber of Driver's Legal Plan, formerly with 10th Street, been in this industry, been in the trucking industry a very long time. She's been around. She's been around in a good way. She gets around in a good way. And, we're here obviously honoring veterans who are entering the trucking industry. What do you see, both from your expertise on throughout the industry and now specifically at Driver's Legal Plan, what do you see as sort of as unique challenges that veterans specifically face when it comes to regulation, when it comes to roadside enforcement, but navigating the legal side from a veteran turned trucker's perspective?
So I think probably the challenge for veterans from that standpoint is the lack of enforcement. So I think that their issue probably is like, okay, well, we say,
what's the challenge?
We say that these are our policies, whether that's at the company or as a FMCSA, but yet we don't always enforce those policies. And so I think, from the military's perspective, that's cut and dry. And those are the rules. Monday, 7 days a week, 365 in the military, at least as I understand it. I didn't ever serve. And so I think that is probably, I would see as a challenge. And I worked at a trucking company for 12 years and, started a veteran recruiting program. And I think that you do hear that from veterans, the frustration on the end of the line of like, well, it says this is what I'm supposed to be able to do, right?
Said they're going to do something,
and they're not doing it. And it says right here, again, if it's written to them, that's
Yeah, and they understand when things go sideways. I mean,
Right.
that's the thing, too. I want to make this really clear. We're not talking about being so kind of locked into kind of rigid.
No.
I mean, they understand. I mean, believe me.
Things go sideways, right?
Well, it's like going, we have to improvise here.
Right.
And we're gonna have to cut a couple of quarters because if we don't, we're going to be stuck at this pass. We
Yes.
got to get going. They get that better than anybody.
Right.
What they don't get is, it's really simple. Enforce the law.
Right.
And if you don't like it, then call Congress together and get rid of the damn
Right.
law.
That's
or
right.
tell Congress to tell the FMCSA, hey, you have no power to do anything unless we give it to you. You don't have that power anymore. So either get busy or don't get busy. But
That's got to be so. I just felt the weight of how frustrating it must be to be a veteran when you come out and you just want to continue to move the mission forward to get stuff done, and you have these lazy civilians. Quite honestly, not lazy. Just on the other side, they do not understand what it takes, what enforcement means,
Right.
and that must be almost so debilitating, and that's probably why we end up seeing additional mental issues with veterans, and we see so much homelessness because they're like, I could not fit in a world where I move to completion and everyone else is just kind of okay with the status quo.
Well, it's also explaining the difference, too.
That's
though.
exactly.
Because the thing is, in all fairness to civilians, it's like, hey, dude, I don't work in the same chain of command you do. I have people in my own office.
Right,
I gotta
but now
answer
find
to.
a bridge for these people to
Which
work
is
together.
why there's this. We have this event, right? And the Vet Ready Summit, and I think why it's so important to have veteran programs in your organization so you can explain that. So you have veterans managing veterans to say, yes, we know that this is frustrating because you're used to this, and this. But in trucking, this is why these things happen. To your point, Jimmy, because they understand that. They get things happen. They've been trained to deal with all those situations, but you have to explain it to them in a different way. And I think that's why we're here at this type of stuff to say, how do we do that so we don't lose veterans? We can hire them, but then how do we retain them?
It's like learning a new language. I mean, literally, and that's what Vet Ready means, really, is that I have learned how to translate your language. Maybe not speak it, but at least I can be a translator in the middle for it.
Well, and the other thing that we have kept talking about, and it's like every year when I come here, there's something kind of new that percolates in my mind. It isn't about just being vet ready for who you're hiring. There's a lot of companies who are incredibly vet friendly, who have 5, 6, small business, 10, 20% of its workforce is veteran, 40% of its workforce, and are not vet ready.
Right.
They don't need to hire any more vets. They're taking care of their hiring policies. They need to get vet ready now that they have all these people that work for them. And it's like, all right, before you hire any more vets, let's take care of the ones that are actually working here and make sure we're doing all we can for them. And that makes such a big difference. The other thing is, too, we go back to the point you guys were making, is sometimes you have to sit down and say, look, Steve, people are crazy, and I can't pick up the phone and court-martial the guy who told you to go drop dead and wouldn't give you your order on the dock. He don't work for me, and he ain't part of my chain of command. And if I tell him to drop dead, that company may hire another carrier to handle its load. So we're kind of stuck here. There are things I can do. There are things, but you got to come to me and be able to talk to me with the understanding that it doesn't work that efficiently. Because that's the thing about democracy, too, and about a republic, is that everybody gets their say. And in the military, everybody doesn't.
Yeah.
Or maybe they do. Permission to speak freely. No, you can't.
Right.
Permission to speak freely. Let's end on fun because we're almost out of time with Marilyn Serber. But I want to bookend how we started the conversation because you look the best you've ever looked. You're healthy. You're happy. But you also are one of the most fun people I know. You're always up for a good time. So now getting the hormone replacement line, getting all set up for success. Are you still getting out there having fun? Are you still good time, Charlie?
Yeah, good time, Charlie. I just, not closing it down as much, but that's because of age. I say I'm good for one a quarter. Good for closing it down once a quarter.
Oh my God, closing it! I have to tell you though,
DC is a good place to close it down.
It is a good place. It's a beautiful time here.
I haven't closed it down in so long, and the funniest joke I ever heard about closing it down was Larry Miller, the comedian, said, "You walk out of a bar at 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sunlight hits you in the face." And you're 25, you've beaten the night.
Yeah.
Dude, I just want to point out that Mike... Okay, that's not the joke.
At 45, that same sunlight is God's flashlight.
Yeah.
Going like, what are you doing? Why are you here?
I also 6 a.m. My closing it down is like 1 a.m.
Yeah.
And that's
I used to close it down.
I'm sure you did.
I used to walk into a bar called Parlays at 3 o'clock in the morning. The bartender would see me coming. He'd go, Jimbo, and he'd walk into the back and shove 4 Miller Genuine draft bottles right in the ice, bring me a whiskey, and I wasn't done until that shot and those 4 beers were done. Then I'd go pass out. That's a good
Speaking of passing out, what does your kid want for Christmas?
She wants a new bike, my daughter, and my son wants a necklace, a nice like gold rope necklace.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Does he play baseball?
Basketball.
Basketball. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot at bus stop. The kids that are the younger kids that are super involved in sports, they want like wearing chains and nice necklaces has become a thing. It's like really
all the
now.
teenagers. Yeah, they all wear the jewelry.
Excuse
all of
me
it.
a second. You said that there's no way we could fill up 30 minutes. We are literally going to roar past
When
it.
did I say that?
I'm just picking on you, by the way.
I would have literally.
Madison,
I could talk to Marilyn Serber for 8
You stay here all day.
Not you,
Yeah.
everybody. Play some music, Madison. Get us out of here, please.
Marilyn Serber, Driver's Legal Plan.
Thanks,
We love you,
guys.
friends.
Love you guys.
So good to see you. We'll be right back. We're at the Vet Ready Summit here from the ATA in DC. Don't go anywhere. More to come. Ho, ho, ho.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
We are still rolling. Dre will be rolling again. Dre will live to tell and roll again. We love you, Dre. We're thinking about you. I know he's at home listening. So shout out to Dre. Dre was in a motorcycle accident last night. But for all of our listeners who love and support him, which is all of our listeners, feel free to send him a little love online. Let us know if you want to support, because we're going to put together some love to send his way.
Only request, if you have his personal phone number, some of you do, please send him a text of support. Don't call him right now. Kind of let him recover. We've extended him back. I felt terrible because I was at the women's event last night, and that's a dead zone. I mean, there was no reception there. And I literally walk out, and the reception kicks back on, and it's like, and the first one is like Dre being like, "Hey, dude, just to kind of give you a heads up, I was in a terrible motorcycle accident." I'm like, "Wait, what?" Trying to figure out what time it happened that was. He's going. As I called Lindsay last night to tell her, I did make it really clear in the message I left. He's going to be fine. He's not fine right now. His body aches. His heart hurts. So if you have prayers, if you believe in that, as Steve Winwood called it, that higher love, send it to him.
Bring me a higher love.
I am expecting a Steve Winwood level comeback from Dre. You know about that, right, Tara? That Steve Winwood and
Tara's like, I don't know who Steve Winwood is.
I know, but Steve Winwood and Bonnie, she does actually. But
Do you?
But if she heard him, she would know who it is, actually.
No, she wouldn't.
But, they literally lost their record contracts, and they were both told they were over the hill and washed up. And Steve Winwood got a call from George Harrison and was told, you ain't done yet. And Bonnie Raitt went out and got a new label, and we get Higher Love and something to talk about.
Real quick, we're going to talk to our guest here, Jennifer Collins, in a second. But I have to tell you, I was supposed to go to bed last night. But speaking of Bonnie Raitt, I did not. I watched the Lilith Fair documentary.
Oh, I've seen that.
Holy crap! It sort of changed my life last night. I mean, more on that later. Holy crap! I was so inspired just to basically keep doing what I'm already doing. And I mean that for all this. And
it wasn't SantaCon. Wasn't SantaCon.
No, it was so incredible. Since you've watched it, Jennifer, we're going to talk. I'm going to weave that into this conversation because joining us now is Chief Warrant Officer 4, Jennifer Collins, a decorated U.S. Army Black Hawk aviator. I'm sort of nervous because she's so badass, but also so down to earth and fun.
Well, actually, someplace between the heavens and the earth in that helicopter.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe like 10,000 feet.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah. About that, somewhere around there. But like somebody who's so defined by precision and leadership, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm nervous of you right now. Anyway, you're wonderful. You served our country in some of the most obviously demanding aviation roles, but today she's here at the Vet Ready Summit to help champion pathways for veterans and transitioning to a new career, including careers in transportation and logistics. So we're very excited to talk to you about how your expertise parlays into all we're talking about today. So welcome. This is your first time being with us.
It is, and actually my first time on the radio, so
Period.
I'm excited. Yeah. See, I'm learning all new things.
But what is cool is because you have, when she sat down and put that, we have these headsets on that have a mic that come out and come across, in front of your mouth. And she said, do I have this in the right place? And then she quickly realized, I've used this in the helicopter for
well,
a
in the
long
helicopter
time.
usually is like pretty close to your mouth.
Has to be because
with all the noise and all that stuff.
Even if you cut the gain off, the background noise would completely overwhelm you.
Exactly.
It's brutal.
How's your hearing?
It's great.
Yeah.
It's funny that I've been I'm actually retiring in 2 months, so I've been doing all my VA documentation, etc. And somehow my hearing is better than when I first joined the military. I just think maybe I'm better at taking the test, perhaps.
No.
They say just push the button every couple seconds.
Well, is that? But I asked because I said it earlier. My husband is is an audio engineer, and so he's worn headphones his entire career, and so he's very aware of what that means. But I'm curious. I would assume and hope that y'all's headsets, obviously are quality, but the noise canceling and the cutoffs and all that. I'm sure there's a big etiquette there.
There definitely is. Even in my uniform, I always had a pair of earplugs just that I would wash with my uniform. But with the helmets, we also wear these things called CEPs inside. So they basically were like digital earplugs that would connect to our radios. So we'd have like that double protection. And then you could actually hear the radios through. Because back in the day, I started actually in aviation in the 90s, 1996. I always
you look great.
I say I'm undercover old. I'm 48.
You look great.
But thank you so much.
She does. Buzz doesn't. We're not blowing smoke here.
Yeah. I drink a lot of water. I don't know. I had a baby at 39. I always say that's my secret. But yeah. So we used to always put the the earplugs and all that stuff under our helmets, and then you'd have the radios turn way up. Whereas now with all the technology, it's a lot better.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I also think that in regards to your hearing being better, it might not be better. It's probably not worse. It's probably a great deal more mindfulness. You become much more attuned to listening for the smallest little
for
thing.
sure. And especially even, flying with the newer pilots, there's a lot of radio chatter going on in the background, but it's like you have that perception of like the second you hear a radio call, you listen for the key points, and then you can just talk past it if it's not for you. Whereas a lot of the young pilots will just like
talk right past all the stuff they're supposed to be listening.
It's interesting, too, because that's one of the great metaphors, the idea of being able to distinguish the signal from the noise.
Right.
And you
That's
don't
true.
realize the truth of it until you get on those kind of comm systems.
That's true.
That's when you really start kind of being like, where is the sound? Where is the sound? And I talk about the idea of, like, being able to actually hear the echo of what is important.
That's true. And I would say, I'm learning a little bit more about the trucking industry, and I kind of see that correlation of, like, a helicopter is just a big truck, basically. So I guess we don't use roads, but so I'm sure, like, the truckers in the background are constantly listening to the radios and having to filter out what's important to them.
Well, and the other thing, the other commonality, especially with a helicopter, is that you also need to be somewhat aware of what you are leaving. You have to somehow stay in touch with what you are leaving, while at the same time you are present in the moment, while at the same time aware of the fact that you are in continuum, meaning that you're dealing with whatever you had to deal with.
Right.
While at the same time figuring out how you will resolve it once you arrive at the next location.
It's true.
So you're listening. Is there any new information from where I've just left that will help inform what I am actually moving here on my helicopter? Will it inform how I will act and react once I get to my destination?
That's true. Yeah, and I was actually talking to somebody yesterday too, and right, in regards to, I think, as a pilot or a driver, you're constantly, like, your system is turned on all the time. And so you're having to pay attention to all the different nuances of, like, the other drivers and, like you said, what's happening in the future, what we just came from.
But it's the 50th anniversary of the movie Jaws, and all year long I've been kind of picking up on this. There's a great moment in that movie. Listeners have heard me say this a gazillion times. Don't care. There's a moment in that movie where Captain Quint, Robert Shaw's character, actually looks at his reel about one moment before it starts to turn.
Huh.
And it's one of those things where when you sit in those kind of chairs, captain's chair, pilot chair, truck driver chair, you almost have to have a sense where you look at a series of things in front of you, none of which say that anything is going to happen, but that the combination of those three things where you say, you know what, given what that weather system looks like, and given the flash of lights on the horizon, and given what is the chatter I'm beginning to hear in the background, I might be headed into this.
Well, yeah, I think it's just that anticipation, but that goes with experience.
Right.
And the funny thing, too, about being a pilot is we were given basic classes on weather in flight school. But again, like, that experience of knowing, like, the weather guessers, as we call them, they told us this, but last time I was in this situation, like... So you're just having that experience of knowing, like, what to expect.
Well, and keeping your cool with it. Like,
Yeah.
I was in a flying with a friend. He's not military, but he's a pilot, and was flying with him, sitting next to him as he was flying his smaller private jet. And we had come down. We were going to land in Mississippi, and there was weather issues. So he goes, I'm just going to go back up and fly around. Once we actually finally landed, and he had me and my band in the back of the. But we actually landed. We're walking to the gig, and he goes, there was a chance we didn't make that. And I was like, excuse me?
Like, you're telling me that now?
What? And I'm glad he was telling me that
Basically, he was
now.
saying, like, yeah, I was scared on that one.
I was scared. And he's been flying for 20 plus years. And he was like, I was really nervous. And in that moment, I was so aware of the difference between greatness is calm under pressure in that moment, which is 90% of your job.
Yeah, you have to shut it off and just perform.
Well, and also the other
like
thing
playing a
is
video game
when it comes to weather is understanding actual numbers, because I'll get, like, people say, like, people will look at, it's going to be rain tomorrow. I'm like, well, no, it's only a 20% chance of rain,
right?
Which means you should bring an umbrella, because 1 out of 5 coin flips it's going to be rain. But a lot of people don't know how to look at a meteorological report and understand what they're looking at.
I like weather guessers, though.
Yeah.
But
it is that one job where you can get it right or wrong. It doesn't matter.
I always say that. Yeah, even if you're right 50% of the time, you still are successful.
Yeah. As the family sitting at their family picnic and it's pouring, and the guy's like, "Oh, Stormy over there," is like, "Oh, James Stormy."
Yeah.
Like, sorry, not sorry.
No, but that's exactly it. The idea that it's like your job is to present the worst case scenario. To say there is a, this percentage chance that everything goes wrong. And then the percentages get so small, nobody really cares about them. But that's the truth of the matter. A lot of people don't understand how to look at numbers and all that kind of stuff. And you guys getting meteorological classes makes a lot of sense.
Right. But I'm assuming, like, with trucking and aviation, just the fact of, like, we're not worried about, do we bring an umbrella? We're worried about, like, the road conditions, or, like, pilots, are we going to break out of those clouds to land, or are we going to have to do a go around? Do we have the fuel for that? So there's just all those things that are a lot more in depth than just, am I going to get wet in the rain?
Go ahead, Lindsay.
Well, I want to talk about Jennifer now and kind of reintroduce you better to our audience here, because I want to also dumb it down for people like me. But Jennifer Collins, you spent, by the way, U.S. Army Chief Warrant Officer 4. I'm going to ask you what the heck that means in a second. I do know
helicopter pilot.
I do know what Black Hawk Aviator means, which is what you are. You are a master Black Hawk Aviator, by the way. And you have coming up, as you mentioned, about to retire, so over 19 years of honorable service. But dumbed down, yes, Black Hawk Aviator. I feel the rumble when those come over, and all I want to know is, like, who is up there doing that. But Chief Warrant Officer 4, CW4. Talk about that specific role, please.
Yeah, so a warrant officer basically is a technically and tactically proficient professional. So it's a special thing. I mean, the Navy does have warrant officers, but the Army has its specialty in regards to, like, in aviation. We're the main ones that are flying the helicopters. So we're the main ones that are the subject matter experts. I'm actually one of the instructor pilots. We've also got maintenance test pilots. We have like aviation mission survivable, so like a tactical operations warrant officer. So basically you have all of the, like commanders, lieutenants, captains, all that. Their main job is to lead and do the paperwork and do all that stuff, whereas our job is to be the one that makes sure that, all the aviators are trained, advising the commander on how to run that program the best. So it gives us the opportunity. We're still leaders and we're still officers, but like our main job is to fly helicopters.
You're the boots in the air.
We are, and like 1% of the Army is a warrant officer. And then you also have, like, we call them the walking warrants. So we have like those experts, like, let's say in the motor pool. So they're like the chief, as they call them a lot of times, and they're like.
She air quoted that, by the way, just so everybody knows.
Well, I do that because it's actually like our title. Like for me, like they call me Miss Collins. That's my official like rank or title. But a lot of people they just like to call us Chief.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah,
they sit apart, and I mean
we
that
do,
literally. You sit apart. I mean the idea that it's like I can't think of an equivalent in the world, except sometimes when it comes to, you'll have attorneys at law firms who will be of counsel, powerful of counsel attorneys. They're not a partner, but they're not an associate either.
Right, and again, like those commanders, especially at the different levels, they'll look to us to kind of fill in the gaps of where maybe they don't have the either experience or the time to like research into it. So like in my last job, the battalion commander would instantly turn to me and say, "What is it that you think?" And then we had the trust where she would go with my recommendation, and then that would be her answer.
Especially in the field that you're in, it also gives you a certain level of initiative that even other officers in the chain of command don't have, too. That's a big thing, too, the idea that you're allowed to make some decisions that other people might be a little hesitant to make, particularly if you have a good officer working with you, and that's a big thing, too. Where they literally can say, "I've got to defer on this one."
Right. Chief, they definitely do.
Chief, you got to tell me. I can't make this call. What do we do?
Exactly, and that's exactly how they use us. But then in addition to that, like in the aircraft, there's always a pilot in command, and then there's the junior pilot. And so, and it doesn't matter what rank. I've flown with people that by far outrank me, but in that aircraft, if I'm designated the commander, I'm the one in charge of that helicopter. Or even like if you have multiple aircraft in a formation, in addition to those individual aircraft commanders, you'll have an air mission commander. So they're the main ones that are making the choice for that entire mission.
Is that okay? I'm going to ask you this from a female perspective too. But you've been in the service long enough to defer to what you're talking about as far as chain of command. Mm-hmm. How hard is it, though, as a female, to when an order's not even when an order's given, but when you're in the moment, like you said, if I'm the one that is in charge, regardless of command at that moment, if I'm the one that's in charge and running the ship, I'm the one or the plane running it. But just in general, when you hear something that you know isn't right, you're instinctively like, I just know that isn't the move, but I still know that I have to follow it. I break free and I screw up regardless. Mm-hmm. You don't have that opportunity. How do you balance that in the moment, being like, I don't feel like this is right, but it is the order and it's what we're moving with? Because if we don't move as a team with the leader, it's why leadership is the most important thing. But how do you balance that when you sometimes feel like it isn't the right move?
I mean, I think you just have to trust the fact that the person that's in charge was put there for a reason. And like you said, like the continuity of the team would be broken if you're that one sole operator that goes against it. So, I mean, in the end, as long as it's a safe decision and it's not going to kill anybody, just do what you're told. And then after the fact, you can pull that, that person aside, or even in like the after action reviews, then you can have your voice heard. But at the time, like I tell my daughter, I have an 8-year-old daughter, you have to be a good follower before you could be a good leader.
Mm-hmm.
And so again, I mean, that's where you think, is anybody going to get killed by this decision? No. Then drive on.
Fair enough.
Or will more people get killed by the other decision?
Yeah.
That's the tough one, right?
But then again, like if you're that person that breaks down the chain of command, now you just added a different complexity to that mission, and now you're actually taken away from the mission.
I was not cut out for that. I'm just going to say.
A lot of people tell me, they're like, I would never be able to be in the military because I don't like being told what to do. And I'm like, you can ask my mom. I don't like being told what to do.
No one does.
But, again, like you start off at a certain level, and then because you learn you have to be at that basic level to get the organization, and then you slowly start building. And again, though, you have to be a good follower before you're that good leader.
The older I get, by the way, the more I do like being told what to do.
Yeah.
It's like I want less decisions. Just tell me where to go.
When
please.
did you fall in love with it? I mean, was it love at first stick?
Yeah, I always say, my first love was a Black Hawk helicopter. For some reason, I actually have a twin sister, but I decided at the age of 5, I think maybe it was like watching Sally ride and just the astronaut program, but I decided I wanted to be a pilot. Initially, I thought I wanted to join the Air Force, become a astronaut, but then somewhere along the line, I started talking to Army recruiters and learning about what helicopters could do, and I just switched.
Is your sister also in service?
She's not.
She's not.
Nope.
So do you remember that moment if we go back to almost 20 years ago when you joined the service? Because she's literally your other half. What was that like for her, knowing that you were stepping into this field?
Well, I mean, they knew I was going to do that from the beginning. I think, again, like my whole life, they knew I was going to join the military. But incidentally, the funny thing I like to talk about is I had actually joined the military. I joined as an enlisted person in the 101st. I was a mechanic on the helicopter before I became a pilot. But I joined the year before, so I did delayed entry. So I was a new senior, and I signed the contract. And I was supposed to have 2 weeks off before I went to basic training. But we had all these snow delays. I actually grew up in Massachusetts. And so I literally left for the Army 2 hours after I graduated high school with one little backpack, and that was it. But I love telling that story because it just was like the day that I graduated high school, I went forward on my path. And then, now it's almost full circle of like now I'm getting ready to retire. So it's really exciting.
Wow.
One of the great things about this show and about this format is that it's Lindsay and I show. We go wherever we want to go. We're getting a chance to have a great conversation here. Talk to us about what you're doing now, though.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And that's the thing I'm really excited about is because all I've known is Jen the pilot. Everyone talks about Jen the pilot, but I want to find something like I really like that was the chapter I was at, and I'm really excited about a new chapter because I just really feel like I'm in a place where I want to grow in a different direction. Right. And I love service members. I like to lead, and I love dogs. Anybody that talks to me, I have 3 dogs. One of them is a foster right now. And so like I'm part of this organization called Sierra Delta. It really gives me that passion. A lot of people say, well, don't you miss flying? Not really, especially when it's cold and miserable and, the weather's bad. But, like, I love it.
People have no idea how cold, like I said, most people fly in commercial airliners. People have no idea how cold it is.
It's cold.
It's cold. It's cold. It's cold. Well, I'm sorry, go on.
Oh, no, yeah. So, like, I mean, it's been really great to be part of Sierra Delta. So, Sierra Delta is a nonprofit that was started by a Marine Corps veteran.
Mr. Ganem.
Yep. And basically the premise is that, most of the households in America, we already have these dogs. And now we're giving veterans agency to say, okay, the dog that I currently have, what is it that I could do with my dog that brings the most, empowerment, passion, happiness to my life? So I always say, whether you want a dog that just doesn't bark and sits on the couch, or like in my case, I got into dock diving with my dog, like on ESPN where the dog runs down the dock and jumps across the pool.
Oh my gosh.
And it's so much fun.
She has 2 black labs.
She showed me, actually.
Chocolate labs. So, and so it's like, dock diving looks like a blast.
It's so much fun. And for me, to be a teammate with a dog, and, I have to do certain things to get him to jump a certain distance, and I have to throw the thing. But it's been really powerful for me. And I actually had a friend that I was really close to named Bruno that was killed in Afghanistan in 2008. I named my dog after him, and I really wanted to do something special. And so being able to tell his story and just, like, Bruno, my dog Bruno, has given me this whole other community and this joy post-service. It's like, again, it brings it all back for me.
I love it. And what Sierra does, one of the things they do so well, is the pairing with veteran and the right dog. And I laugh because I remember my first dog that I had like alone as an adult was a pug, which unfortunately makes a lot of sense. But I remember going to the vet, and at the time, I was like 22 when I got my pug, Bono. And I remember the vet saying, "Are you sure you want this kind of dog?" And I was like, "Why? What's wrong?" They're like, "No, they're just really docile, and they don't do much." And I was like, "That is great.
Exactly.
Docile, and I don't do much." And so, but that's the idea of to your point, it's like, no, the owner needs to match the dog, and because they are really, specifically for what Sierra Delta, they are becoming a unit once again, because that is what the veteran understands and knows of a unit. So how does that matching process really happen from a personality standpoint?
Well, I think where we're different than a lot of other organizations that center around veterans and dogs, it's the veteran already has their own dog. And then that veteran also needs to be the one that finds their own trainer and figures out that training plan. So we have the agency, and again, we're empowered to do whatever it is that's best suited for our lives. And so what Sierra Delta does is we have a life buddy training, or a life buddy program it's called. And so they give us up to $3,500.
Yeah. Oh my God, I love that.
So they give us up to $3,500 in training grants directly to that trainer that you choose to do whatever it is with your dog that will make your life the best. And the Sierra part of it has to do with love of service. And so we have this life force community where it's veteran-led, doing what what makes it best for us to serve each other.
I'm going to let that kind of land for a second, because the idea is that we're talking about collaboration here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
serve each other when it comes to service.
And the idea is that, we go back to the idea that when people share something, simply the idea of, we've been talking about this in regards to the Vet Ready Summit, the idea that when you hire a veteran and you hire them right and you bring them on right, you're creating a community.
Right.
When you get a dog and you do it right, when you're actually given the proper steps for what kind of training you need, what kind of vet you need, and all that kind of stuff, you are creating a community.
Right.
Because I will tell you, on a personal level, stupid level, nothing to do with dogs, my wife and I had 2 pet chickens. One of them passed away. She was 13 years old. Which, by the way, is extraordinarily long.
Yeah.
And my wife asked the veterinarian, who was from France, she said to him, "Was there anything else that we could have done to stop this?" He goes, "She was 13 years old. She was a miracle. There is no more you could have done." And the idea that, that vet understood my wife's needs, understood what she was hoping for from a relationship with her animals, her cats, and all the other stuff, too. You guys really go the extra mile to kind of make sure that people who are onboarding a pet understand that you've got to create those relationships, right? That you've got to create dog parks that people need to go to. And what kind of dog do you want? Is it a dog for long walks? I mean, do you help people pick a dog if they haven't picked the dog yet? Do you show them maybe the model like Lindsay talked about? She got the right question. Dog just going to sit there and do nothing. Perfect.
Nailed it.
Got it. I mean, but do you guys give tutorials? Somebody says, "I really want a dog. I just don't know how I pick that dog," because people will pick a dog based on what it looks like. As my brother, who always has dogs, when he goes to the pound, he figures out what he already wants and makes a beeline, because he says if he looks to his left or looks to his right, he's walking out with 5 dogs.
Yeah.
And people are like, "The Chihuahua's so cute," and then they get like, "Oh, it's a jerk."
Well, it's more like he just wants to save all of them. He's like, "I got to make a beeline to get the one that I've already decided to get. I know what I want to get." Okay. But do you guys give that kind of thing? Do you help people understand how to create a community from bringing a dog into their life?
I mean, the big part of our community too, though, I think a lot of things in the veteran service community are like just given to us. And so like our founder, BJ, like we're there to,
he's big on that.
We're there to like give advice, as a like person to person of like, "Oh, I've had this kind of dog. This is what you can expect." But we don't want to do it for them. We don't want to give them the answers. And so like,
that's a big commitment.
Well, it is.
Once you take on
I don't know everything that they need.
Right.
And so, and that's where, like a lot of, like, we don't want to dictate what they're going to, the only things they can't do with their dog is like bite training or like guard dog stuff. But again, if you want to do dock diving, if you want to hunt with your dog, if you want a service dog, like it's all up to that person. So again, like the big thing is trying to give them advice in a way if they ask for it, but we're not doing it for them.
It's a hub of information as opposed to we will take care of this for building
right.
a boat.
Well, we're giving them an opportunity. So in order for them to get that grant, they still have to have the dog. They have to do the legwork they have to produce a training plan with that trainer, and they have to produce a training quote. So they still have things that they have to do to get that training grant. And the good thing about our organization is it's not disability based. If you served, if you have a dog and you're able to find a trainer, etc., and you put the application in, then you're eligible to get the grant. But even in our community too, you don't have to do the Life Buddy program. If you just want to be part of a community that centers around dogs, then you're invited just to be part of the Life Force. One of the things that I do is I'm actually a peer mentor leader, where we've actually just got 13 people that applied to become peer mentors. So we're finding ways to use them. And a lot of them have completed the Life Buddy grants. So they're actually helping the newer members figure out how to do their process. But again, BJ gives us the agency to be able to do little offshoots. So that we have this one prior therapist named Hope. She wanted to start, we call it the debrief pack. So we've started our own little offshoot where we've been unpacking the book, The Body Keeps the Score.
Oh, so good.
So we have a little mental health space, basically, where she came with her plan and her expertise and says, I want to help the community this way. And then we offered it. And so I've been really passionate about maybe starting a women's group. And then we've got, we have a lot of cane Corso owners for some reason. So maybe
those are amazing dogs.
They're pretty badass. We're out of time, unfortunately. So, but I want to wrap it up, and I want to end because, again, thank you for your service. But you also mentioned that you're a mom. You have an 8-year-old. What are you doing for Christmas? What does she want for Christmas?
A dog.
We have a lot of dogs. She knows I have no self-control when it comes to dogs, but she just wants slime. Anytime she can get slime.
Oh, dear Lord. God bless you.
I'm like, at least it's cheap, but yeah.
But
if I just could say, though, that if anybody wants to, if they know a veteran that has a dog or even an active service member, just go to www.sierradelta.com and learn about that.
The .org takes you there, too, by the way.
Awesome.
It's really cool.
And you can also donate directly, too, if you want to just help our community.
SierraDelta.com or org, but
this is so much fun, so thank you for having me
on.
By
the way, if you said this is your first radio interview, you have a career in it. You are a excellent conversationalist, so keeping on.
You just want me to stay here for the next guest?
That would be great. That'd be great. You could fill in for me. You're better than me.
It's almost like you've sat in a chair by yourself and talked to a lot of separate people all over the place.
I do like to talk.
Yeah,
I just try to talk slowly.
You do it well.
Doing great.
Well, Jennifer Collins, thank you again.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you, you too.
We'll be right back. We're talking with Chris and Keith over at Sonopar. Coming up next, we are live from the ATA, the American Trucking Association, here in our nation's capital. It's the holiday season, and whoop-dee-doo.
Wow. Road Gang Radio continues after this galvanizing break. Listen to these folks, by the way, and buy their stuff. Big thanks to 10th Street. You know what you did. We love you, Brian. We'll be right back.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
RadioNemo.com. Our good friend Lindsay Lawler is here. Chris Miles is actually here from Soda Par. We get a chance to talk to him on a regular basis. Good to have you, man.
Hey, good morning, Jimmy. How are you doing today?
I'm good. You brought a friend. Would you care to do the honors of introduction, by the way? I will always talk to you.
You're very serious this morning outside of taking out your candy there. I know it's not candy with your ginger ale.
Hey, I'm trying to take care of my throat today. I need my karaoke voice. So.
Ooh, what's your karaoke song?
I don't know. We'll talk about that.
In this moment, if I handed you the mic and said, "Go,"
the way my voice feels right now, probably lean on me.
Oh, I like it. All right,
I'll go old school.
That's not bad, actually. That's not a bad one. Actually, I do.
That gets the crowd going too. People want to clap sometimes. I mean, that's a good one. That's a good.
Well, nobody wants to hear me sing, back my ass up or anything like that.
That's
so,
why we appreciate you.
So today I brought Keith Wickham from the Bob Woodard Foundation. We were on last week with Jimmy, and we actually did the Got Your Six gaming event. And then we're here for the Veteran Ready Summit. And so when you look at what the Bob Woodard Foundation, the Got Your Six Foundation has and offers, it's a great partnership with Sonopar that we've now brought to the Veteran Ready Summit as well, and met with Brad and the Fastport team.
This is so up your alley, Jim. This encompasses all your worlds.
Well, I was making the joke, and I'm looking this up really quickly. I was making the joke to Tara. I said, because Nick actually asked her, he said, should I actually be there? And we had a really kind of agonizing debate about it.
Because he is our game. We have Nick DeMay, our general manager, as the gaming.
Our general manager got his job because I wanted a gaming section on my show when Lindsay and I did a weekend show, because we would make the joke, say, what do truck drivers play on their 30-minute break? What do truck drivers play on their overnight break? What do they play when they got a 34? Most importantly, as Nick loves to say, when everybody, and by the way, this is a thing that he loves to say, and I think it applies to what you guys are doing, when everybody plays, everybody wins. And his attitude is, what do you play when you're at home with your family and friends? And he had a real big focus on non-toxic gaming communities. He really was big about helping drivers get on the phone and be like, well, I want to play this game. And he would know. He'd be like, look at this community, look at this community, look at that community. And when we had those conversations, the idea is that at the core of all of it, at the core of the gaming thing, but all of it, Chris, it's all about finding a community, right? It's about helping, that the Vet Ready Summit is about finding employers who understand how to create a community, helping employers create that community, and helping veterans be able to recognize when that community is in fact being offered. I know how important that is to you.
Yeah, and when you look at it, Jimmy, so Sonopar considers the Bob Woodard Foundation and the Got Your Six Network as a highly valued partner and essential resource for our military employee resource group. When we take a look at supporting our several hundred veterans and military families who are part of our workforce nationwide, the Got Your Six Network operates across all 54 states and territories. And an important factor for us, given Sonopar has more than 573 locations for Sonopar, the network connects our employees to over 400 vetted organizations, offering support and services that span a wide range of needs, including education, employment, housing, legal, mental health, which is very important, tied to gaming, physical health, policy awareness, social connection, peer support, transportation, and urgent needs and assistance. And the big things is those programs tie into Sonopar's core values. So that's what's important to us. We're worried about being customer-centric, committed to the people and the planet, lead by example, and the will to dare. So we're able to take and tie into those partnerships and feed into that. And I think it's great to see the Bob Woodard Foundation here tying into the Veteran Ready Summit and be able to take and put that network out there to other organizations as well. For me personally, it aligns with my core values, and Keith will laugh because he knows my core values are the old Army values: loyalty, duty, respect, self-service, honor, integrity, personal courage. But those just aren't words for service members. That's a code of conduct that guides service members their daily lives, both on and off duty, and qualities that candidates for employees also need. So that's the essential piece for what we're doing here today.
Well, and the other thing is, and I'm going to turn this over to Lindsay, is the fact that you want those values. If people are also going to create a culture inside of their own company, and sometimes people realize, I need a better culture. People who run a company go, I have certain desires for what my company's culture needs to be. And it's not that the people who are here don't want to do it. They don't know how to get there. And there's not enough of me to go around to evangelize to them by example. If I can onboard more veterans, if I can onboard more people who come from those kind of backgrounds, there is a better chance that they, in fact, will help me create the culture among the rest of my employees.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's really what it comes down to, right? I mean, you go ahead.
No, you've got to show up with a purpose. People that you're bringing into your organizations, and I'm repeating some of what was said today. You have to have a core purpose for being there. I've got to want to be there. My life has meaning. My effort has meaning. And with the experience that I have, I can bring all that and help this organization achieve honorable goals that like propel society forward. And you're bringing in that experience, from the veterans for the most case. We have some one-offs. We have some folks that don't make it to the finish line, and that's true in any organization. But those values that Chris was talking about, they leave service and they're looking for a new tribe. They're looking for a new tribe, and that's important.
And that's where I think the big piece of, and Chris mentioned earlier as well, mental health steps in, because we never used to talk about mental health. And then it became a buzzword, and now it is really now become integration, I feel like. And you talked about I have to want to be here. I've got to have the passion. There's the wants, but there's also the needs. When we come out, we know that the biggest issues from housing, mental health, finances, et cetera. So what challenges are you personally seeing in your role most as far as consistently nationwide and bridging the gaps of the want to, I have to want to be here, but here are the needs too?
A handful of things, and it depends on what time period we're talking about.
Right now, today.
Right now, today, it's absolutely hands down mental health. And we're really supporting, what the Bob Woodruff Foundation does is we really focus on solid organizations that have measurable impact. They're managing their program spend. Their resources are being watched. And what we've invested in is providers that are trained in cognitive behavior therapy, written exposure therapy, and we're investing in those providers. And it's not only helping the veterans that they serve, but now we've created providers that are helping, the civilian force, the civilian population.
Exactly.
So it's about exponential impact. Right, so that's what the Bob Woodruff Foundation focuses on. Mental health is a big one with the government shutdown. We were focused on that with some food resources, and then we do a lot of disaster relief. And I'm working on a project where we're working with each one of the nonprofits from each of the relief organizations that support each of our active duty branches to help them do program evaluation to become more impactful. Like Chris was saying, it's all about the data so you can make wise choices. And our team does an amazing job of really picking solid organizations from mom and pop shops up to orgs that are pulling in millions of dollars a year. As we try to partner with the best and then make sure that gets out there. And that's what's part of our Got Your Six network. And Sonepar has been an amazing supporter that talks better about the foundation than I do. Yeah, Chris is crushing it.
It's partnership. What's important there too, Jim, he said they're coming out of service and they're looking for their tribe. And why that really landed to me is you think about when you enter into service, you're just like, here are your people. They're literally given to you. These are the people that you'll go through stuff with. And then you come out and it's like being an adult back in high school, like, who am I going to be friends with again? But when you say looking for your tribe, and my daughter's adopted, and I called her school last year, and I was like trying to find. I talked to her teacher, I talked to her principal, and I was like, I just want her to be around other people adopted. And they were like trying to put her in therapy and do all these things. I'm like, no, just can you tell me somewhere where there will be other people adopted that we can go hang out? That's all I need. Right. And it's sort of the same thing. It's like, I just need to be, I don't have to talk about it. We don't have to make it a big deal. I just want to be around other people that can meet me where I'm at.
Mutual understanding.
Right.
And it gets us there.
Have you guys ever worked at a place where it's been fine and you thought to yourself, we got to get some guys around here? I don't mean the guys like dudes in Dewtown. I mean, we got to get some of our kind of people. And one of the things I love about this event, coming here every year, Chris, is the fact that I walk in here and I like all these people. They're people who I share values with. And it really is about how people go about creating cultures by both hiring and training, of getting the right kind of people where you want to look forward to going to work every day because you enjoy the collaborative efforts of the people that you are working with because they share the same work values but the same primary values. And I don't mean in the performativity of life. Meaning there are people who are colorful and over the top, and there are people who are very low key. But at a certain foundation, that's all just dressing. That's got nothing to do with what people are internally. And it's about, do we have programs that help people who are onboarding people to be able to recognize when it's like, there's a great expression in college football they used to have many years ago, when people would hire the right coach, they'd be like, that's the guy. That's the guy we need here. That's the one that's going to turn this around and going to create that culture.
So I'll give you a good example. So I just did the VALS event in New York City with the Bob Woodward Foundation, and it's a career fair, but at the same time there's a mixer tied to it. You see everybody in that morning session, and there's enough time to have those intimate conversations. You already know before people walk in the room who you want to speak with because of those things. And I've seen those same moments in Hiring Our Heroes. But when you look at this event in particular for the Veteran Ready Summit, it's interesting because when you talk about other employers and other connectors and organizations, it's, yes, you're hearing what's going on with the agenda and the different events. It's the 5 hours after the agenda is over where all the networks are actually happening, the true conversations. You know, I was talking with Tommy from Hanson, and we've been in contact for the last couple years. But it's like, okay, now I've seen it, I've watched you put into action, now I'm going to do it as well. Because now we see that this actually works and there's a purpose behind it. You know, and they have a 96-year-old founder that's a veteran. You know, so go tell that story, you know, and share that story out there. When you take a look at what we're doing with the Women's Memorial, you know, the 14 military veteran spouses that were, military veterans and military spouses, because some are in both roles now, that were recognized last night. You know, this event is doing things that don't happen at other events, and it's recognizing those and then being able to take and tie those connections back in. Because it all just doesn't tie into employment. It ties back into the community and, you know, that tribe that you brought up.
I mean, that's really, that's a big focus I know that you have, Lindsay. Are these my people? You know, I mean, that.
Yeah, and probably I would guess I'm pretty good at quickly knowing if you're my person or not. But that must be, correct me if I'm wrong, I have not been in the service. That must be, again, and I'd love for you to talk about it, tricky, because again, you go in the service and you were told these are your people, and those you become good, bad, or indifferent. Those are your people, and then you get out. Is that? Do you? Is it harder to decipher when someone's your person? Or
I
not?
think everybody's got their own story, you know. So it's hard to put everybody into one box because
for you personally,
but for me personally, it is. I have several chapters to my Army life, as does Chris. We were just talking about some outside. It's the people around you. That's who you're there for. You're there for your brothers and sisters. United States gives you a mission. You signed up. There's a small percentage of this country that signed up to protect the state, and a functioning society needs their people to do that, or else it won't exist. So you got to take care of your warriors, and they're serving. It doesn't matter what, you know, what politics side of the aisle, you know what flavor of ice cream you like more than the other person, you know. It's about the people to your left and right and having their back all the way to the end. And that's where you make those teams. And I think for me, when you come out of that environment, you know, that's almost impossible to replicate.
Yeah.
And I think that's the challenge. So that's why when you get out of service, you're looking for a purpose, something that really matters, something that you can turn back and say, you know, I did this in my life and I made a difference. And when you look at what Sonepar and other companies are doing with how we're in this national surge of rebuilding, data centers, hardening our infrastructure, really leveling up as a company, we need that leadership.
This is a question for you guys, and I'm kind of, it's a long one, but just bear with me here. So let's just say I'm a gamer, gamer and veteran, and but I run into these guys who actually have a really great, they're bikers. They love to you know, take their bikes out for the weekend, and I like them. They're fine, but do you feel like that as these associations grow, and they all kind of know each other, saying, you know, I wish there was something like this for me, that you want people to kind of know, well, there is somebody for you, actually, to be honest with you. There's a gaming club that has the values that you like. You're not into biking, but you are into our values. there's a group of guys who are playing video games right now who have the same values that we do. Is that kind of where we're headed, in the direction that we have all these different associations and all these different groups, but that foundational value of what these men and women share is such a way that they're going to know each other and be able to point people in the right direction? Am I making sense there, Chris?
Yeah, so I've rode with the Combat Veterans Motorcycle Association, and I'm a gamer, so I'm pretty much in both those headspaces.
You can cross it, yeah.
So it's interesting how many executives you actually see in CVMA that want to leave that corporate world and just get on a bike and hang out with people that are like-minded like them and be able to leave that corporate structure. When you game, there's no difference because you're somebody within that team, that organization, that chat room, and people know you. Most people don't even know your real name. They know your gamer handle, and you're part of that community.
Like trucking.
You know, but it's interesting, once you start knowing individuals inside that room, then you'll start having some, personal chats back and forth. And I've met people in there that wanted to actually, hey, I know what you do for a living. Are you hiring in this region? And you can know based upon the way people treat other people inside those organizations, the structure, and just the attitudes and beliefs that, hey, I think we could do something together. It's no different than, being part of the Rotary or another organization. You can identify those folks. Unfortunately, you have some folks that want to treat some organizations like they're still in the military, and I think those folks get weeded out pretty quickly. Right. And I think with the service members now that are coming out of the military, they want to be still connected to the military, but they don't want to be in an organization that's ran like the military.
Right.
And so those are the differences. They want to be able to take and commit with the same people, have the same values and beliefs, but not have somebody thinking that they're over top of them. Obviously somebody has to run an organization, but they're there for fun, because that's their own personal time. So it's how do you balance those, but still keep the organization moving forward? So I think we're in a area right now where like, okay, what do we do with the VFWs? What do we do with the American Legions? How do we retrofit those? How do you get that audience in there?
Put gaming systems in there.
I do believe that,
yeah.
But I also think that you have to have civilian support for those organizations, and that's where you're going to take and keep those moving forward.
Can we, since you said you're a gamer, first of all, I want to know if the qualities that being a veteran makes you a good gamer. But from a mental health perspective, I want to talk, because unfortunately it took COVID for us to realize that gaming was a really good connector. I mean, so many people gaming during COVID was for some people their only connection to the outside world.
It was the healthier option than
it was the healthier option, especially if you lived alone or for truck drivers as well. But so we are seeing real evidence now coming out after COVID, after almost 6 years, which is crazy. So from a mental health perspective, what are you showing statistically, not just woo-woo, it's great, it connects us, I love that stuff, but statistically, what are you showing mental health and how it's helping people?
Well, I'm going to share personally with you first.
Please.
So I arrived Monday. I got in, it was about 5 o'clock at night. I was actually getting ready to walk out the door for dinner. I sent the video from last week's gaming event from Bob Wood Foundation to my son from the show that we did. And he said, hey, I just want to tell you something. He's like, I'm proud of you. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about? And he's like, no. He's like, I listened to your talk on the radio. He's like, I see what you're doing. He's like, I don't think you hear it from Mom and Alyssa enough. He's like, so I just want to share that with you.
Wow. How old is he?
He's 32.
Wow.
So he was in the military as well. But that's typically a conversation a father and a son don't have unless you're on your deathbed, So I was like, hey, dude, I'm not dying. You don't have to share this with me yet. But what I would tell you is when you take and watch those, and as soon as you see people talking about mental health and different things inside the streams on Twitch, you see a bunch of people out there, hey, man, if you need to talk, reach out to me. Hey, if you need a conversation, talk to me. So you can physically sit there and watch people saying that in chat. When I watched Dub Dot and Slim Ghost actually on the events, they're like, hey, there's networks out there, the Bob Woodard Foundation's out there, the partnerships are out there, so you're not alone, and it's different when you hear it from people out on the outside, but when you hear it from people that are like-minded with you, that's the difference.
Yeah.
And you have to keep in mind when you have people that are on a suicidal path or having mental health struggles, you never know what voice is the voice that matters to them. If somebody's willing to take and spend $6.95 a month to take and to watch a gamer, there's obviously some belief in what that person is saying or what they're sharing. So there's different places to save it.
But the Facebook.
Well, I was just about I was going to say it actually is what social media should have been. It's like the positive side of what social media does. And I had a guest on my show, We Should Write, recently. Is this what you're talking about, that Amy? And she found, long story short, she reconnected with somebody or saw somebody on Facebook that she went to camp with 30 years ago. It's never talked to this person. Happened to notice on Facebook that woman's son was terminally ill, was dying from cancer. And so she just started writing her a handwritten letter. She found out what her husband did, found his office. She goes, I was a total creeper, I was a total stalker. And she said, I just wrote her a handwritten letter every day, every single week. And she said, I never heard back, didn't matter. Months went by. The kid got better, then he got sick again. And unfortunately, he eventually passed. And she said, and I just kept writing those letters. And she said, one day I got the letter back. And said, I just want you to know, it's 18 pages. I just want you to know that your consistency of showing up for me, even though I didn't back, is what helped get us through that. They didn't know each other. They met at camp again 30 years ago. So then Amy said, if that could do that, what if I wrote a handwritten letter to all 586 of my Facebook friends? So she did. And she had one guy who responded to her and said, I was contemplating suicide and your letter showed up. And all these people that are reaching out. And so what you guys are talking about is that same but different, that idea of constantly showing up in a positive for no other intention than being like, I'm here if you don't need me, I'm here if you do need me. And I don't need you asking all the time. I'm just letting you know. And that's huge. So that's what you're saying. This is the tribe. When we talk about finding the tribe, you can do it through gaming. And that's a common denominator in the quote unquote war room that you're going to together, I guess, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The interesting piece is, especially as a veteran, Keith was my sergeant major. I was his first sergeant in 40th Engineer Battalion. And you're talking about back-to-back-to-back deployments, going in and out. And it's interesting when people say, well, the greatest generation happened. Well, you have the all-volunteer force that volunteered and was fighting out. Well, that mental health piece, so it's different when you're sitting there staring at each other because you're like, I know you're hurting, but we have to go take these other 100 brand new privates that just showed up, get them ready to go, and we're out the door in 6 months.
Can you table it for a minute?
No, you just keep putting it into a box. Just throw it in a box, deal with it later.
And so you really do. Wow. So when I transitioned out, went up, we had dinner up in Seattle, and he's like, how are you really doing? And it's those type of conversations, And I'll just be real with you. I ended up having to take a knee in February. Unfortunately, I knew Sarah from Waypoint Vets, and I said, hey, I need to attend an event. I just need a moment to myself. And I went through that, and it kind of rebranded and where I was going. And I just put some new priorities in place, because I was going down a road I didn't want to go down. Mm-hmm. And I've been on that road before. But it's being able to take and have that network out there. Dave Harrison does the same thing. Every time I show up and I meet him, he's like, how are you? Not how's the company, how's business.
Not how's it going.
How are you?
Not general.
But those couple people that actually care about your genuine, mental health and concern, and that's what's important is to have those people. If you don't have those people in your corner, find one. Have that honest conversation with them. You have to be vulnerable. But you have to have those people out there as a veteran.
And what you guys are doing is a good place to start.
If
obviously.
More men showed affection and concern at the level that Dave Harrison does, a lot of mental health problems in this country.
Well, because he stops you in your and that's the thing. You feel the shift when someone's like, "Hey, how you doing?" versus "How are you doing?" It's a stern. It's perhaps a military tactic, but it's a stern. It sort of stops you. It's almost that wake shake that you're like, "Oh, you actually want an answer. You don't."
But sometimes I feel uncomfortable, like he's stalking me as well. So.
Yeah. I mean, it's like there's a certain level of pressure in his voice, like it's all going to get a little bit too close. Okay, so
I'm not sure if I like it, but I think I do.
So talk about a little bit. We got your six. Talk a little bit about that for the people who are just joining us who don't know anything about that. Talk a little bit about that, but how it actually speaks to the larger project as well.
The Got Your Six network. We've expanded. We started putting this network together in 2016, 2017, when we realized there were all these organizations out there, but they were not connected. Right now, we're over 400 different size nonprofits that are out there. Some do specific work, mental health, food insecurity. Some are veteran service hubs, so they perform as the community backbone, and then you plug in all your resources, your for-profit, your nonprofit, your emergency services, all of that together. So So you have this veteran community hub where when people see, it's like, oh, I need to talk to you, or, oh, hey, I know somebody that needs to get mental health over there, or just connecting the communities. And when you do that and you bring them all together, then you start to leverage the power of more than one, right? You start taking advantage of a group of people that have a shared purpose, and that's unstoppable.
Well, yeah,
it really
Got me
is.
excited.
I know.
But it really is. It's a matter of saying, you know, who you can't always help, but you can always know who can.
And we are all over the country. We just launched a new a strategic plan from 25 to 30. We're going to increase our network. We are looking at solid veteran nonprofits that have good financials that also can show impact. And we really look at them hard. And they're from ma and pa veteran nonprofits all the way up, mid-size all the way up. And our goal is to partner with the best. So when you come to us or you show up at our website, we have a directory there where we can point you to both local and national veteran services. So you can go on there, and we're in all 50 states, we're in territories, and we're just going to bring that network together more, one-stop shop.
I want to say, you can get, by the way, head over to bobwoodrufffoundation.org. I want to point out what he said. Solid, the word, emphasis on the word, solid veteran nonprofits, because the big thing we were talking about last year is that a lot of people show up and they're like, I want to start a veteran organization, and you have good intention. That's great, but maybe start with partnering one that's already set up for success, doing it well.
At Sonopar, we call it empowerment through action, because they've already validated, they verified, and they put everything in place for us. So if you actually want to go partner with any of our ERGs, not just military, our employee resources groups, well, guess what? Don't talk about it. Get out on the ground and actually do it.
And a good place to start.
Yep.
A good place to start. We vetted them already.
You already vetted them.
We've done your homework. You didn't even have the assignment, right? You get it. You show up, and you support us, and you support the tribe that make sure this country keeps on rolling on.
I want Keith to be part of my tribe. Chris, I feel like I can already infiltrate.
It's questionable with him.
But
it's touch and
I
go.
will infiltrate him. I feel like I want to. Keith Wickham, thanks for joining. I like this guy.
Thanks,
you.
Chris.
Well played. You knew. You're going to stick around with us for this next segment, aren't you?
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to be talking more. We're live, Jimmy, from the ATA in D.C.
We are. Guys, hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. The gang continues to roll forward as we take you further down the road from the ATA headquarters for the Vet Ready Summit. It's our favorite event of the year, and we'll be back after these messages. Thank you both, gentlemen.
Thank you.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Whew, get us out of orbit, Madison with a T.
I'm trying. I am live from the Passport Studios. They are live from the ATA headquarters. This is Road Gang Radio. Jimmy, Lindsay, take it away.
From the nation's capital to Franklin, Tennessee, to the city of New Orleans and all points beyond, this is Road Gang Radio.
Ooh, that sounded very serious. I liked it.
You like that one?
Felt
you like
very
that
professional.
I have my NPR version would have been like, talking to you live from the ATA headquarters here in the nation's capital. It's
that works too.
You like that
The
one?
other one feels like we're going to get more stuff accomplished.
Very
though.
Walter Winchell, though.
I was not making a political statement, by the way.
Neither was Walter Winchell.
Just saying.
Except
The other one felt more direct and powerful.
Making things happen here. By the way, we kept one of the people that's making things happen here.
We have
on
him.
board with
Did
us.
you see that handcuff I put on him to the chair so he couldn't leave?
He can't leave. He
It was
can't.
a good
First
move.
time I ever had a meeting with him, like on a Zoom call, the camera came on, and there was this big collection of Funko and a big collection of video games, and suddenly I'm looking at, talk about you finding your tribe. I went, that's my people.
That's your people.
And I kept thinking, I got to get him and Nick on a meeting. Because when their cameras come up, they'd be like, hee.
And nerd alert, but in like the best way. In the
That's
best
fine.
way.
By the way, it's the first time I've ever had a pink furry handcuff on, so
It
thank
looks
you so
good
much.
on you.
So.
It oddly fits you very well.
So.
We'll post pictures. Don't worry about it. And he has brought a second friend, partner. We'll use the word partner because that's very important to what you guys do. And by the way, Nikki Stork is joining us, who is originally from Dallas.
Yes.
Me too. Also, Nikki, I want to say to alleviate any nervousness you might have about being on the radio, because
I'm terrified.
If we can do it, anybody can do it, right? Nikki, so my name is Lindsay Nicole, and Nikki was the alter ego, but unfortunately, I forgot to tell people this, but if I was getting into mischief growing up, which was often, still, I'd be like, oh, well, that was Nikki. And Nikki was the alter ego that I still to this day want to be like, oh, that was Nikki. Sorry. So is Nikki just, are you really Nicole?
I am really Nicole, yes.
Did you ever go by Nicole, or was Nikki because Nikki's kind of badass?
Oh, yeah. In my past life, anybody you ask, they know me as Nicole. And at one point or another, we said, nah, we're new person, new life. Nikki it is. So
Nikki.
Here we are.
Well, welcome. Welcome, Nikki the badass.
In the time of Saint Nikki.
Yes.
We have to update your gaming handle to Nikki the Badass.
Nikki the badass.
There we go. I like that.
Right.
I just have it as a Nikki Heart.
Yeah.
What do you play?
NBA, by the way.
What do you play?
So I personally am more on the casual side of gaming. So I love my Stardew Valley, my life simulator type games. I also like my deck builders. So, oh goodness, what is it called? Oh, I'm on the spot. I can't think of what
It's
it
okay.
is. But Stardew Valley is a good one. It's a farming game.
I know it very well. Yeah, I know it very well.
Yeah.
Have you ever played Dredge?
Yes, we did play that whenever it first came out, and I thought that was a fun game. I don't think we finished it.
You got to go further into it because it gets creepier and creepier
does.
because you think it's just a fishing simulator, kind of goofy, cartoony fishy simulator, and then it turns into you're literally in the world of H.P. Lovecraft, and there are these deep Cthulhian monsters, krakens under the sea, and all that kind of stuff, and it goes on and on. Lindsay's sitting here
above my head.
I thought he was describing Washington D.C. The closer in you get, the creeper it gets.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That sounds so fair.
Oh, they should call it Dante's Inferno. I mean, basically, right at the center of it all is a frozen circle of hell. I mean, it's just that. But my wife and I are what we call couch gamers. We will often play It Takes Two. I don't know if you know that game.
Yes, we did play it, my husband and I.
Yeah,
yes.
my wife and I loved It Takes Two. Actually, Lindsay, you and your husband would love It Takes Two because it's actually a couple that is thinking about, they're breaking apart, and their daughter wishes them to become very, very small little dolls, and they have to work together to get back to the house, to get themselves back
Wait,
to
the
the
husband and wife are breaking apart?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you said that me and my husband will like it?
Well,
I
you'll-
just want to point out we're doing fine.
Well, no, I mean, but you'll like it because
Hi, Seamus. I
you
love
have
you.
you have to be doing fine to actually play. Because if you don't
Got
like each other, it's like
so I'd have to go in and simulate what if we weren't doing fine? How would we make it work?
Well, you'll
That-
actually. By the way, you also have to figure out if you really like each other. Because about 15 minutes into this game, if you don't like each other, you figure that out pretty quickly too. Like, no, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't need any- It's either that or build a house together. Build a house or play a video game. But can you, with that in mind, can you from somebody who Jimmy and Nick, they're always
We've
putting
tried.
me on the
We
stand
got
trying.
this close. They got a PlayStation 5 and then gave it back.
We gave it back, and then we got my daughter a Nintendo Switch that I started playing. But I would play the throwback Mario, whatever. But for somebody,
I believe Keith Wickham actually just purchased a Nintendo Switch, so he's getting
Yes.
into gaming now as well.
Yes, it's happening. Well, and we were talking on
gets
the
it.
last segment, Nikki, from a mental health perspective, and just from why gaming is. We're not just talking about playing video games. There's also something very deep going on here. But from your personal perspective, both in your past life as Nicole and your current life as Nikki, why is gaming so, outside of its fun, outside of it's a little bit of an escape to hopefully shut the mind off and get refocused, reset, unplug it, replug it? Why is it really important to you, and how have you seen gaming sort of make a shift in your own life?
Yeah, so my husband and I, we've always kind of bonded over gaming. I see it as, a lot of spouses and people kind of have these activities that they do together, whether it's going out or hiking or, riding a bike or going out to sports games, whatever it may be. For us, that's gaming. And even when it's not a two-player game like It Takes Two, him and I will actually be in our own offices and screen sharing to each other through Discord playing a solo game. We call it playing separate but together. So we'll both run a campaign the same way, and we'll make different choices, and we'll be like, oh, hey, I just did this choice and it created this, outcome in whatever game. And I'm like, oh crap, I didn't do that. That's so cool. I went this path instead. And we're able to share that experience and bond that way. That's really just been a gift, and just very grateful for it.
Claire and I use horror RPGs, and we'll each play a different level. Although we've also morphed into Claire figuring out the puzzles. Then it's like, I can't beat this boss. You got it, baby.
Yes.
And that's what we'll do a lot of the time too, and also kind of figure out the lore. I got to tell you, for our listeners out there, nothing has made our marriage stronger than the Remedy game Control. We took such joy in finding all the little tiny hidden Easter eggs and that strange world. And once we realized it was part of the same universe as Alan Wake, I think we went out and had actually a celebratory dinner because we were so kind of delighted with ourselves. Talk about what gets you into gaming originally, though, but talk about your own background too as well.
Yeah, so I grew up with gaming. My dad exposed me to that, just when I was young. I remember something him and I would do is he would take me to GameStop, back in the days of GameStop, and we'd go and he'd let me pick out a game or two, and then I'd play it with our neighborhood friend. I grew up an only child, so that neighborhood friend was kind of a sibling in a way, and that was the thing that we bonded over. We'd play Halo together. That was a big one, and then Blink's the Time Sweeper, if you've ever heard that. We were an Xbox family, so that's really where it all started. Is a parent-child dynamic and bonding over games and having that be, one of the healthy ways that him and I kind of bonded,
I like that my daughter, who's an only child, and so anytime someone says that, I'm like, oh, good, you seem very balanced and doing well today, so she'll be okay. But for real, I think about that, like when it comes to gaming, or she's playing a thing called Roblox right now, which apparently we have to really watch because that's another story. But I'm really trying to take stock when she does play games. She does love the Nintendo Switch, and she is intuitively very good at it. So you might get your wish, Jimmy, after all. But from an only child perspective, or our truck driver community that's listening who spend a lot of time alone, it really is shaping something in you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess it is really giving you, perhaps maybe helping you figure out how to work out social cues and figure things out so that once you do go out in the quote-unquote real world, you can function better. Is that fair to say?
I think so. I think another way to look at it too is even when you're not playing multiplayer, right? Because if you're playing online with other people, then you are inherently socializing and interacting with other folks, even though you're not in person, right? It's all online. But even in your single player games and your campaigns, to be so immersed in a story that's not your own, it's like you've lived 1,000 lives just playing through these games and these experiences. And the way that I think, social media and technology and just the communications of the world we live in today, you're able to bond with strangers out in public over those shared experiences that you had separately, right? You didn't play it together, but once you come together, you can talk about that and riff with each other about these experiences. And at times, it can even go into a deeper dialogue of, I see it online with the rhetoric around like Red Dead Redemption, for example, the immersiveness of that story and the emotional elements of it. You can get very deep in that topic and have these really in-depth conversations, all because it originated from that one experience. So,
I actually know people, Lindsay, who deliberately slowed down their gameplay on The Witcher to continue to enjoy it, because you can make a choice to fast travel, or you can actually use your horse in the same way you can do in Red Dead Redemption. This wonderful feature for you guys who don't know, where if you're rather than fast travel, a lot of people will simply press the button down and allow the horse to cover the distance that it's supposed to cover, but then you haven't got to control the horse anymore, Lindsay. If you keep your finger down, the screen goes to letterbox and then has a soundtrack under it, so you can watch yourself riding through open western fields on your horse, and it gives you like this kind of movie score soundtrack.
I was about to say, it does for you what a movie whenever you're watching a movie. That's what we don't realize what's happening when we're watching movies. We're putting ourselves in the movie, and that's what
and everything we thought, Chris, everything we thought about, if you spend your life down in your basement playing video games, your life won't come to anything.
You're a loser, and you're going to live in your mom's basement.
And it turned out that we were wrong about that, because during the pandemic, we now know that the kids that doom scrolled and social media obsessed came out with much worse health and socialization issues from COVID. Whereas the gamers, turns out, it was less suicide ideation, more friendships developed. They couldn't wait. When they had made these friends online during that difficult time, they could not wait to be like, because I kept thinking about that too. I remember when I was in the 90s, when I really first got into gaming, I remember being like, I can't beat that damn snake at the top of the building in Resident Evil. And it's like, I'll give you some tips. I mean, to come by and help you out. And those kind of conversations really kind of strike up something. It actually, once you find somebody who plays those games, it really brings people out of their social shell, because it's something where it has the same problem solving, and you're all kind of comparing notes, right? I mean,
it also makes my marriage better, because when I'm playing games, my wife and I aren't arguing, so that one works out well. The other piece I do want to highlight, though, is they also talked about aging. There's a lot of now elderly people actually playing video games now, because it's keeping the brain busy. Because they're watching different things, doing different things, and they're also tying in those communities. One of the top snipers on Battlefield is actually a retired vet. He was one of the first people that actually showed people how to calibrate a weapon and actually be able to hit people at 2,000 meters on Battlefield. So then he's like, I think I messed up by sharing this, and which he did, because then everybody started
totally
sniping.
messed it up. We had to actually, Dave Nemo had to be put up in buildings we all would play the Division. We played the Division 2 in Washington, D.C., which, by the way, that's creepy, because I drive through Washington, D.C. now going like, have I been here, or have I been here with the Division 2? Because it is literally a replication of the city. And with Dave, it was Claire, Dave, myself, and truck drivers. We actually invited truck drivers to be the fourth member of the party, and a few of them jumped in with us. And the comic thing was, as I was telling you, Chris, I'll tell you, Nikki, this would be on the comms, we'd be like, Dave, you need to get down. Dave, you need to get down. Claire, go revive your father. Go revive him right now. And we had to put him up in buildings to do sniper work, because he was just racing in, not realizing that he actually was playing against other people who were trying to kill him.
Lindsay, you asked a question a little bit ago about, how does my military service, go into the games I play? So people all the time would be like, you're camping on Call of Duty. I'm like, I'm not camping. I said, I'm a former combat engineer. Let me explain that to you. I'm worried about the avenues of approach, the elevation, the choke points. So anytime I can sit in one of those positions, drop some landmines, I'm like, I'm doing it, dude, because I know I'm going to kill you. And you just hear him just raging on the mic, and I'm like, hey, dude, I'm a 26-year combat vet. I know what I'm doing here. Well, then I'll start, my other team players will be like, hey, we got your security around you. We got this. I'm like, oh, yeah, because now we're winning the games. But to your point, if you're just running and gunning through, there's no strategy. You're going to end up dying off. But I like the aspect of getting in there, actually coordinating with the team, having that strategy, using your brain to actually get the win. And I talked last week, I actually just downloaded DMZ again. But it's funny, as soon as I did it, 27 people that I used to play with like a year and a half ago all saw me queue in, and I like invite to game. So, that community is always out there. Just a matter of reconnecting back with them. So, one thing I saw last week with the Bob What If Got Your Six, gaming tournament they actually had with Madden, and the biggest thing that I see from the gaming aspect for veterans is, when we play those games and hang out, whether it doesn't matter if you're watching it, doesn't matter if you're viewing it, streaming it, whatever, we're sitting there healing together, growing together, and then actually forming a stronger bond and forming a network with that community. So, esports and video games, they're more than just games. It's a mission of connection, resilience, empowerment to keep our military community connected. It was interesting because you had Dub Dot and you had Slim Ghost. Slim Ghost is a veteran, Dub Dot is not. But Dub Dot was on for both days, and he's like, hey, I'm so committed. I live in Ohio. We got 12 inches of snow. We hit this money amount. I don't care what time it is. I'm going out on bear crawling in the snow. And he actually did it, posted everything. But brought his community in there. But it is another way, to take and tie into this generation. Because when's the last time I read a newspaper, purchased a magazine? I don't. I do everything online through my phone. Sorry, my throat's going.
No, you're
That's okay. That's okay. We talk professionally. We can fill the space.
I think that when's the last time I read a newspaper? I don't need. Actually, my neighbor Lee Pepper, who lives across the street from me, who's about to be on next, still gets the newspaper every morning. And I always want to go over and take it because I'm like, you still get that newspaper. So go back to the team thing. Well, we'll let you complete your thought.
So when you look at it, just watching that event, it was so funny because then you see there was some banner that happened, and I see some people in chat like, "Oh, keep it positive, keep it positive." I'm like, "Oh no, I'm here for the drama. I want to hear the trash talking going on back and forth." And it was interesting. I went to both communities. I dropped some charity in there. Joined up to both organizations, so I could follow both. But it was so interesting to watch the veteran banner. He's a huge Cowboys fan. Dub Dot is a huge Phillies fan.
Oh, dear.
But once you're in there and you're listening to the banner, it's like you almost forgot where you were. I was setting up my new gaming PC at that time, and I'm just sitting there for like an hour just watching straight, where I was like, I'll just watch occasionally, but I was like directed into it. But it's interesting when you hear Slim Ghost talking, he's like, you know what? I don't talk about my military service enough. I don't share that I'm a veteran. He's like, I need to start doing that more.
That's right.
I need to make sure that my community actually sees that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think as you put it out there that, hey, guys, it's okay. Inside those networks, I think we'll continue to take and build out and grow the community inside the industry.
To own it. That actually goes back to when you were talking about the team aspect, and which would be, I see now how it would be very different if you're playing like civilian versus veteran minded, very different mindsets. None, not one necessarily better or worse, but just very different. And so coming at that because me, the novice gamer, would get into a game and then all of a sudden want to be all things, and team to me would go right out the freaking window. I have to believe. I'd be like, I gotta be everything because I don't understand. And that's what you're like. No, I'm sitting here quietly. I'm going to do my job. Which, correct me if I'm wrong. When you're in the middle, you have the one focus, the one mission. And everybody has their, but that seems like that would be highly interesting to watch how people go about a team aspect, military versus non-military versus civilian.
Well, we're going to see what happens here. We're going to continue our support to the Bob Woodruff Foundation, the esports gaming in the future. One of the things I would like to do for next year tied to the Veteran Ready Summit, and we're still talking through, it's probably going to be like 6 beers at the bar to figure this piece out. But we're going to figure out.
And then by beer 7, you really nail it.
So
like,
I have a limit. Then I go to whiskey.
Okay.
All right.
Oh,
no, but
sound very Polish, by the way, because they use vodka.
Actually, I am Polish. So, but to actually sit down and figure out, okay, how do we do this? How do we reach out to the truckers on the road? Because that's who I want to be tied to. This, what game do they want? So I think we're going to have some future conversations with you guys. Do some polls and figure out, okay, how do you guys want to take and do this? What prizes do you guys want? Do you want consoles for the trucks? Do you want headset? But we're going to take a game through all this stuff and figure it out. I think Bob Woodruff has a great thing here. It was interesting when we were watching the tournament. I'm sitting there from a corporate end watching it. I see a 43-second, commercial from Sonopar in the back end between breaks. And I'm like, that is the first time we've ever had a commercial on Twitch. which is significant because it's an entire other stream, But for me, what I really care about it now is, okay, how do we get this platform? How do we hit the right markets? And then how do we get the buy-in from the community to come back and say, hey, this is what we want to see. These are the games we want to play. And I think that's where we hit the mark is once we find out what they want to do. So, if you're a trucker out there on the road right now, jump online, take a message to Jimmy and tell us what games you want to see, and I'll set the tournament up based off that.
How cool is that? I also think that what's really cool here is as you talking about like more service members need to say, I own that. It's a good baby step, so to speak, maybe to do it in here, like within a gaming community. You can say it and then sort of step back, and then people know who you are. But you can like type it, say it, and then maybe that will hopefully encourage you more and more to start owning it as you enter real, quote unquote, real rooms. Mm-hmm. But what a great place to introduce it without any. I don't know. You don't have
pressure.
Thank you. Right.
Well, and that's how we've structured our Discord for the Bob Woodruff Foundation. It's still relatively new. However, since we've kind of had it functioning since about March, that's how we position it, right? So it's a place of supposed to be casual. We don't use the same kind of structured corporate lingo that we do for some of our other
no uniforms
posts.
Here.
Exactly. And so it's very casual and comfortable. But I've noticed over the past couple months, I've had some people, I guess they start to recognize, who I am, and they realize we're a real organization where we're reaching people. And I've had DMs over the past couple months of people reaching out saying, hey, I'm a veteran and I want XYZ service. Can you help me with that? And I say, absolutely. Let me connect you with our programs team. Let me get you on our website to search for the food assistance, the legal support, whatever it is they're asking for. And even sometimes it gets fun because then they'll want something specific like, hey, I'm really into eSIM racing. Can you point me in the right direction for that? And I say, funny enough, I just had a call with one of our Got Your Six partners who is doing exactly that. Let me connect you.
How do you end up at the Woodruff Foundation?
LinkedIn job post. And I applied and I got hired. Yeah, I started as a development associate and actually just got a title change a couple weeks ago to chief of staff for the development team.
Okay, congratulations.
It's incredibly well. It's an incredibly well. It's a not willingly well kept secret. The Woodruff Foundation. A lot of people don't really have a sense of exactly how amazing you guys are. You've been so busy kind of focused on being amazing that I feel like the next kind of step is getting the word out there more and more and more.
Right.
But it's given you guys time to figure out what it is you do. It's given you guys time to really kind of figure out a way to kind of put this together. They got so many programs going on. And at the same time, a core value. That's really kind of it, too. What are you hoping to see in the next year?
With gaming?
Yeah. Because I know what he and I want to see.
Yes.
More gaming.
I want to see the program continue to grow. I want to see people to kind of recognize us as being in this space as like, okay, we're here to play. We're not here to kind of show up and then disappear into the background. We want to show up intentionally. And I think the biggest thing too is having fun and building that community, but also being at the center of connecting people to services in that fun and casual way. And one of the things I've been telling our team and kind of describing gaming and doing that education for those of us that aren't gamers is we're meeting people where they're at, right? And so if you're online and you're gaming and you're decompressing throughout the day, we're able to kind of be in your space as a, in off to the side, no pressure, to say, hey, if you need that food assistance, you need that housing, you need mental health, we're right over here, kind of in the peripheral.
And sort of disguising it with fun. I mean, I like anything where we can disguise, whether it's entertainment, whatever, and so no one's having to step into anything. It's very non-committal. Oh, now once you're here, your family, now let's get real, which is really cool. Okay, before we leave you guys, I want to know, actually, and my husband does too, he's texting asking, he wants to know about your Twitch or whatever setup, your cameras, your platform, what does it look like when you sit down to get real?
Well, it's interesting for me. I have 3 monitors and then a 4th monitor. So
you mean business?
That I bounce to for work.
Okay.
But at the same time, like if you're sitting there looking at me, all my gaming stuff is to the left. But once it's time to game, it's time to game. So everything else goes off. I turn TV on, have ESPN running back in the background. But it's just that time where, and my wife gets it. She's like, I think about 5:30 to about 7:30, and then she's like, hey, dinner's ready. but it's that time just to shut down. Interesting enough, I just flipped my entire office around, and I now have a space for my grandson for his Legos and everything in there. So he's in there hanging out with me. He'll look at the screen every now and then, go back to his Legos and coloring books. But, it's a time where him and I both connect as well, and I give his mom and grandma a break. But we spend that time every night together. So.
I love that. Together but separate.
Yeah.
That's why he had to cut our meeting short. That was the reality. He had to send
What's your setup, Nikki?
Well, I was going to ask Chris, do we live in the same house? And I just didn't realize it because my office is set up very similarly. I've got my my laptop that I use for work, and then I'll turn to the left. I'll swivel my chair to the left, and I've got my 4 monitors set up with my PC on the desktop here, and you can see it in the back of my Zoom calls as well. That I've got my deal hooked up.
Do you guys take a break for gaming during work?
No,
No?
I'm too busy.
Okay.
I start at like 5 in the morning, and I work till like 5:36 at night, so I'm too busy
So
with
you
work.
game to but how nice that you know yourself well enough to be able to have that, and your wife, to have that decompression before you sit down at the dinner table and need to be a present father and husband. You've been able to separate work from work and mental chaos.
I've been married for 32 years at this point.
There's a reason.
She's just with me, so it's
yeah, this is not what it is.
It's locked in. We got to get out of here, guys.
BobWoodruffFoundation.org is where you want to go. BobWoodruffFoundation.org to find out more. Chris from Sonopar, we always love you and all that you're doing. Thank you for your service, and thank you for everything the Bob Woodruff Foundation is doing. And Nikki Badass.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm-
Nikki the Badass.
I'm waiting for the handle change on Twitter now. So.
Oh man! All right, put it
Redeem
on my
you.
to-do list.
What is your current handle?
It's Nikki with like the heart, the little arrow and a 3.
Just think about it, Nikki the Badass. Just think
Nikki the
about it.
Badass. Speaking of badasses, Madison with a T, can you give us a little bit of music and shuffle us all off this mortal coil? Or at least the radio coil. Hold on tight. The Vet Ready Summit continues here from the ATA headquarters in the city of Washington, D.C., the Emerald City. That's what Frank Baum actually modeled it off of. The man behind the curtain was Mark Hanna. The wizard was William McKinley. Did you know that?
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Hit those turbos, Madison with a T.
I'm hitting those turbos. I'm here live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans. Let's bring it back to your hosts, Mrs. Lindsay Lawler and Mr. Jimmy Mack.
Thank you, Madison with a T, and thank you for stepping in the 11th hour. She's always there lurking and helping us out with whatever we may need. So also being here to support Dre, who is at home today recovering from a pretty gnarly motorcycle accident. But he is going to be fine, but anybody who wants to send some love his way, I'm sure he will appreciate that. And shout out to Madison for being here with us and getting us on live from D.C. We are broadcasting from our nation's capital at the American Trucking Association.
Always enjoy being here. Hope you guys are out there on the road being safe, doing what you're supposed to be doing, keeping it between those white lines as we continue to report news and information here from the greatest transpo show in the known universe. It is Road Gang Radio coming at you directly from the ATA headquarters. Once again, my serious voice. There you go.
It's very serious.
Very
feels
serious.
Like stuff's happening.
Well, there's a lot of great stuff happening, as a matter of fact. And this is not the only show that will actually be doing its bit for God and country today. As you probably know, Trucking with OIDA is also happening before our very eyes. Linking up with a factoring company comes with risks, and OOIDA has the receipts and horror stories to prove it. For that reason, the association is telling its members to avoid factoring if they can help it. But OOIDA is also realistic and knows that many people rely on factoring to keep their businesses running. So if you're going to factor, Tom Crowley, Jim Jefferson, and Trevor Williams have some advice that could save you some sizable headaches, or even worse, as Scott and Ashley have another great edition of Trucking with OOIDA coming up here immediately after the show. It is good to be here. I love this. I love this event. I like the 30-minute segment.
30's way better. We can actually dive into it. Coming up next will be joining us our friend and returning guest to the show, my neighbor Lee Pepper. We'll be talking about his book, Never Outmatched: Military Strategies to Lead, Innovate, and Win in the Modern Marketing Battlefield. It's being able 15 minutes isn't enough because we don't get to get in the meat. 30 minutes, I like this format much better. I also like the fact that tomorrow, by the way, if you'll get a chance to hear us. We're going live with these, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You'll get a chance to hear us in the afternoon from 11 to 3 in the east. 10 to 2 in the central.
Correct, Armando.
In the center, we will be broadcasting live from the Army-Navy Radio Row setup over there. Radio Row is basically when there's a big event about to happen. Usually the day before, the week before, they get all the parties that be, as well as some other just interesting people that happen to be in town for the event, for said event. Tomorrow it happens to be the Army-Navy game that is happening this Saturday afternoon. Go Navy, you say. Go Army. And, so tomorrow we get to be, and we've got everyone from generals that might be joining us.
Former college football coaches and inductees into the College Football Hall of Fame.
To Miss America 2026.
All kinds of groovy people.
Why is she there, I wonder?
Because she's a remarkable, because most of those human beings and most of those beauty pageants are remarkable human beings.
These days.
Yeah, they are.
They've gotten rid of the riffraff.
That kind of got started in the 2000s. That really kind of picks up steam. I actually dated Miss Alabama for about 6 months. And even after we kind of just moved on, she's a terrific human being. Was a accomplished opera singer, really bright woman, good actress.
I did a pageant one time, Jim, which you wouldn't believe because I'm not a pageant, but I remember I was in sorority at the time at Kappa Alpha Theta at the University of Oklahoma, and my sorority people, they had like the Miss Greek OU, Jim, and my sorority, they nominated me to be our representative from the Theta House, and I was like, I'm not a pageant person at all. They're like, no, you're right, you're not. But you'll be able to show up for the talent competition because you're a singer. I'm like, okay. I walk in backstage. The one pageant I ever did, was never invited back because I walked back the first time backstage and I had a big plate of nachos, of course, from Taco Bueno. I walk back and I'm like eating nachos as I walk in, and all the pageant girls looked at me so horrified. They're like, you are eating cheese and you have to be in a bathing suit today? I was like, yeah, I'm not going to last long in this competition. I did not win. I know no one is shocked.
Have I ever told you about the lesbian daughter of the head of the Department of Theater who ran for homecoming queen at the University of Alabama?
That's very specific, and no, you have not told
Well,
me
I asked it that specifically because that way, if I had told you that story, you would have remembered that. This is a crazy story. She very much wanted to be in the pageant, and how is she going to win? Because you're basically, not the pageant, the homecoming court. She wanted it badly. Well, how are you going to be in that? How are you going to do it? I mean, you're basically up against every sorority and fraternity in creation. There was a dorm room on campus called Mallet, and they called them the Malleteers, and it was all the guys and gals in this dorm room on STEM research scholarships. So basically, it was like weird science and real genius combined into one building. So it was all these maniacs, and she went down there to the Malleteers, and she said, I would like to do this. I've always kind of dreamed of this, and I'm not a member of a sorority. I got no chance of doing this, and you guys are enough of anarchists and maniacs that maybe you'll rally to my cause. They said, we can't make you queen. They said, we really can't. We don't got the votes or the gasoline to do it. We will get you. We will get you on that court. And they showed up as a block, and when I tell you, the sororities and the fraternities who already have made their picks, how they're going to vote and figured out, it was all hell broke loose because she got there. She made it. And, of course, and we had to listen to editorials about how some poor girl was denied what was her right. And they're like, wait a minute. There's an election campus-wide. Nobody's entitled to this. But she went out and she convinced every nerd, every guy who made explosive stuff in their
Well
dorm
done,
room.
Queen.
She did
Not
it.
Queen, but Queen.
And her dad proudly escorted her there, and she and her girlfriend ended up being a member of the homecoming court.
Amazing.
That's
Speaking of
amazing.
rallying the troops, speaking of maniacs.
And great marketing, too.
And great marketing. Joining us next, he just stepped into the room. He's busy because he's about to speak in a little bit. He's networking. This is his first time at this event. Definitely not his first time to D.C. But also just so happens to be the guy that lives across the street from me. So I'm sure we will dive into what happens in our streets. I usually run screaming in my pajamas through the streets, just screaming obscenities at all the neighbors. But Lee Pepper's joining us. He's a veteran. He's a marketing strategist. He's now an author. He's now a TED Talk speaker. He's a consultant. He's a speaker. He is an incredible human, and he's the nosiest neighbor in the best way that keeps our little tribe thriving. Welcome, Lee Pepper.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. It's so wonderful to be here. I was so happy when Tara came down and grabbed me because she was standing there. I was talking to people, and I was like, "Who is this? Who is this beautiful young woman standing here? It must be. Oh, she wants to."
There's a beautiful woman who wants access.
But it's like, oh, they're ready for you, Mr. Pepper.
Actually, Mr. Pepper, I'm actually glad you said this beautiful young woman because, Lindsay and I have tried. Tara came down to him. I'm like, you look wonderful. And she was like, thank you. Thank you.
You do.
You look fantastic. Good morning to you, Lee.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here, and I've been so impressed with this conference and everybody I've been meeting. And Lindsay she's done some damage to me because people kept coming up to me today and saying, "Oh, I've heard about you from Lindsay. I heard about you from Lindsay." So I appreciate all the promotion. And then she texted me they always want to know stories. So Brad was telling me, I want to talk to you about some stories about Lindsay from in your neighborhood. And so I'm like, okay, am I allowed to share these stories?
Sure. Do you have one? Do you have
not anything too juicy?
Well, maybe. We have Christmas party coming up.
That is coming up.
The very first Christmas party I went to in our neighborhood, by the way, Seamus was out of town. The first party when we moved in, we've lived in our neighborhood 4 years now, and going on 5. And the first Christmas party, so we moved in September, and I go to Christmas party in December. So and Seamus is out of town, so my girlfriend Sandy came with me, who's a mutual friend, and it was a white elephant or what's the dirty Santa?
Yeah, dirty Santa.
Dirty
white
Santa.
elephant.
That's more fun. You're more of a dirty Santa kind of guy.
Yeah.
And I brought, I'll never forget, I brought a bottle of decent champagne as well as a Santa teddy negligee kind of thing. And I'm like, let's just announce who we are in the neighborhood. And our friend Eileen got it. And she looked at me like, girl, what are you doing to me? And her husband looked at me and just high-fived me. And I was like, you're welcome. Welcome to the neighborhood. So we will be hosting the party this year.
I know. We're so excited. We were wondering if they were ever going to host it because, they had offered to host it a couple of years ago, and somebody conveniently got sick. And then
the neighborhood rose up and said, no, we're not doing it.
And then we had to do it. So I was so glad they stepped up this year.
Well, I might conveniently get sick the day of. We'll see. I did find out the day we're planning to do it is Oklahoma, Alabama. So we might
I'm
There
coming.
might be a
Tara and I are
shift.
actually going to come in.
There might be a shift.
We-
Lee Pepper, his book. So you've been on our show
Mhm.
on Road Gang Radio in the past. We will talk about the book. We're going to talk about what you're speaking about this afternoon. But the book is Never Outmatched: Military Strategies to Lead, Innovate, and Win in the Modern Marketing Battlefield. It's a mouthful.
It is.
But it makes it very specific in the best of
The publisher
ways.
likes to get all those keywords in for searches.
It's good for SEO.
Yeah.
Very good for
It's an
SEO.
entire game change as far as titles goes. I used to tell you don't do that. It sounds too
Yeah.
academic, and now it's like just unload
Well,
everything.
listen, that's a whole. I should write a second book just on the whole publishing world because I had to kind of fight to even have the book titled "Never Outmatched," which was what I was really leaning into because a lot of people wanted to have something more like how to market, and it's like no, that's not really what the book is about. Like I wanted to try to grab people. It's not just go grab this and become well known or whatever. It's really was more intentional as
You have an
leadership
intention
innovation.
behind it.
Matter of fact, that paragraph he just said, that's going to be on the title of the next book. That entire paragraph is not going to be there. I had the strangest question. One of these, when I read your book, I kept thinking of all the other, because I know a lot about military history, and I kept thinking to myself, does this apply to like a whole bunch of other great military lessons? And don't worry, I'm not going to make you talk about
Sure.
the Inchon invasion, but I would think about like what happened in Korea, about MacArthur's fateful decision to say, where is the worst place to possibly land? What would be an absolute disaster? Where is the last place we should land? Because if we did, it would be stupid. So they'll never expect us there, and we'll land there.
It applies. It applies, Dave. Because listen, I was just having a conversation down in the lobby with somebody, and they were asking me about TikTok. Now, I don't like to just go run into different platforms without having the strategy. I don't believe tactics win. Like you've got to have the overall arching strategy. But in what you were just referring to, if you don't have any of your competitors that are in that space, they're not watching it. That might be your entree to kind of come in and establish a beachhead.
Well, and the thing I kept thinking about, and by the way, there was a method to my madness. The reason I told the story about Taylor is that she wanted to be on that homecoming court, and she knew she could not convince a single member of a sorority or fraternity. She needed a voting block. So she went and said, who can give me a voting block, and would do it for purely mischievous reasons. And she went and found them.
Yeah.
And that really, in some ways, is the way people have to think.
Yeah.
You go where Bobby Bowden's great coaching adage of hit them where they ain't.
Right.
And he was a history major. He loved World War II, and he basically designed his offenses off of Patton's strategies.
And here's where the book, I think, comes into play, especially for folks that maybe didn't serve and maybe they're a little bit afraid, well, I don't want to read the book because I didn't serve the military. But see, this is an important lesson because it's how you apply that military strategy into a mental model that somebody in business or the corporate world can understand. Because if you just go to your boss, you go to your CEO or the owner of your business and you say, I just want to go do this, like they may just say turn you down. But if you will change that and say, like, this is the strategy, and this is why we want to go here because our competition isn't here, we can own it early, they're more likely to say yes than if you just said, I want to go to do TikTok, because it doesn't sound sounds like it's a
Intention
FOMO.
is everything.
Right. Yeah.
Well, and you got something, Lindsay?
Yeah, I got nothing.
Oh, okay.
Of course, I've got a lot.
I know. No, I was thinking. I remember when I was growing up, one of the lessons was that we were studying history, coming back from high school, and I remember my brother John, we're talking about Gettysburg, and he goes, "What the hell was Lee thinking?" And my dad just went Austerlitz. And he said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Go look it up." And that's all he said. And I went and looked it up. And Lindsay, the famous Pickett's charge on the third day of Gettysburg, what Lee was trying to do was he thought that he would do what Napoleon did at Austerlitz, was charge a superior force from a lower position and simply get enough weight to break through the center of the line, and then in doing so, wrap back around and close the door on them. He didn't really learn the lesson of what was supposed to happen there. But that kind of understanding of history when it comes to marketing is so important because you're looking at models that have worked, models of pressure and influence.
Yeah.
Because that's all marketing really is. It's flooding zones and seizing territory that doesn't belong to you.
Absolutely,
and making it
Dave.
yours.
That's great. That's excellent.
That's kind of it.
We talk about this on there all the time, and now because you're here speaking at Transition Trucking, then want to hear what you're speaking about, of course. But you, being a veteran yourself, obviously being a marketing expert and professional, I'm so curious how you would talk to this person who says, coming out of service, a veteran says, I have two friends in particular who've said this to me. I'm just retired. I have no skills. I don't know how to. I've never been in the quote unquote real world. I have no skills. I have no idea how to get a job. And we of course say, nay, you have more skills than most people who have worked for 50 years in whatever industry. But those people, those veterans, think that they are so, I don't know, blind to their own power and to their own strength and to obviously management skills. They are trainable, all the things. So from, I guess, an empowerment standpoint, and you being the speaker that you are and the consultant that you are, and you mentor so many people both in and outside of military. What do you say to somebody like that? What's the baseline to be like, you have way more skills than you realize. We just got to get you mentally to package it.
Yeah, listen, when I came out of the service and my first job, was working for Ross Perot, and that was 32 years ago. But guess what?
It
Ross,
doesn't feel that long ago,
I
does
know,
it?
but it
Jesus.
is. But Ross didn't hire me because I knew how to fill out a supply requisition, or because I knew how to organize a supply room, or because I knew how to drive an M1 tank. Right? And so that's where we've got to change the mindset for soldiers that are transitioning out of the military. It's not the battle system you're working on. It's not the communication systems you're working on. It is these things. And I pulled out my notes from my talk today. It is leadership. It's ownership, teamwork, adaptability, integrity, process thinking, discipline, communications, grit, and you work well under pressure. That is what companies want today. So you have to focus, when you're interviewing, you have to focus on how does your service relate to these things, because most companies that you would want to work for, they're going to hire values, they'll train skills. And that's key for those veterans that are coming out to understand that.
Ooh, so what's interesting, I think, like from somebody, say a civilian making a resume, where it's somebody like me, where I'll go back and I'll be like, here's every job I've been at and here's my things. However, coming out of the military, it sounds interesting. It's almost like a soldier needs to lead on a resume, correct me if I'm wrong, lead with their qualities versus their experience.
Absolutely.
Experience we already know. It's almost like those key 7 or 8 things you just mentioned. If you could give those words, those descriptions to a veteran and say, use each of these and then tell me under that word what qualifies you with that word.
Yeah, and in today's world, especially in the face of AI right now, this is what companies want to know. Are you adaptable? They don't need to know that you specifically, well, I used to repair Singar's radios. They don't need to know that. They need to know that, hey, in the face of adversity, you are adaptable, and then you tell them an example. Well, this is how I adapted, or this is how I can show discipline in my service. Not these individual specific things that you're working on. You've got to look at a little bit bigger picture. And then when you're in that interview process, if they're not asking those kind of questions, you've got to bring that interviewer along the way and tell them about your service, right? That talks about and highlights these bigger picture items, because then they're going to say, I got to get that person because I'm going to train them on the specifics of my company.
I'm going to say something. I got to make sure I craft this right.
Go ahead.
Because the idea is that most people don't realize when it's a job that requires a very unique set of skills, when it's a job that requires a very particular set of skills, but once you're dealing at that level, then they're doing a search. Then they've got a headhunter in play. Then it's like trying to find a head football coach or an executive. It seems to me that what a lot of people don't understand is when companies are looking for somebody to get a job, yeah, they are looking for certain skill sets that make it like, if you can't do the following things, we can't use you. But they're looking for trainable people. Mm-hmm. That's the real thing they're looking for. The other kind of jobs, the kind of jobs where you do have to have skills, they've got people who work for those institutions who are literally making phone calls, who are like, we'd like you to come in.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, no, people don't apply to become a head football coach. They don't apply to become an executive. You don't apply to do that. They go and they get you. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the kind of people need to understand what they're looking for. You talk about the idea of a common basic sort of skill level set, but the values you talk about. And I think if people understand that, we'll train you.
Yeah.
We just need to know if you're trainable and if, in fact, you can deal with pressure.
Look at some of the greatest football coaches that we know of. Nick Saban, Bill Belichick. Where did they play football? Are they in the Hall of Fame for their positions? They weren't. But guess what? They're great leaders, right? And so somebody took a chance on them, not because they were the best linebacker or they were the best tackle, because they weren't. But they had these qualities that colleges wanted to hire versus being just the expert in their position, if that makes sense.
Well, no, and matter of fact, the only good coach I can think of who was a genuine Hall of Fame football player that comes to mind immediately is Jack Del Rio. And he's a good coach, not a great one, but he's a good coach. He actually left with a winning record. But you don't find a lot of that kind of stuff. You don't find that because they didn't have to be. When you're naturally talented, you don't have to become a student of the game. Now, the people who are naturally talented, who are also students, they tend to be the greatest of all time.
And I think you were mentioning something too, Dave, that I think is important. When you're coming out of the service, not every company needs you. You just need to understand that when you apply for a job, you're going to get turned down some, and that's okay because not every company is going to be the right fit. You have to kind of do your research and find the right place that is going to be the kind of company that wants to hire values.
Well, and some. With that said, going back, because your book talks a lot. I love the leadership role when we were talking about Belichick or Saban, Belichick or Saban, because your book talks a lot about the clarity under pressure. And I think about years ago, I had a buddy of mine when we were talking about being a gun owner, and he said the most important thing about he is a veteran, but he also said the most important thing about being a gun owner is deciding ahead before the thing happens, to what extent you're going to use that gun. He says, okay, so Lindsay, for somebody like you, are you going to know ahead of time if the person is driving back and forth past your house, are you going to use it then? Probably not. If the person steps on your lawn, are you going to use it then? If the person comes through your door, and it changed my way of thinking, knowing like ahead of time, at what point will I know this is a non-negotiable, this is when I step in and do A, B, C, D. And that's a little bit, I guess from a civilian, but is that a little bit of the mentality when we talk about clarity under pressure?
Well, it reminds me of the reason I always call ahead before I go to Lindsay's house.
Well, my attitude is I say you go to the other person's house and
because you don't know what I've decided.
By the way, I say settle it at the other person's house. If you don't fight them there, you got to fight them here.
Yeah.
I say get it on, man.
Get it on.
I think, Lindsay, what's interesting with your question is, again, I've had so many great conversations at this conference this morning. I was having another conversation with a young woman who does social media for one of the companies there, and she was asking me my thoughts around, she can't get budget. And I said it's really the problem that she was having, in my opinion, just from what she explained to me, was that she hasn't shown the value yet. And so it's incumbent upon her. She can't just expect her CEO just to move budget just because you say so, right? You have to show the value. And so that's where data is so important. And in today's environment, we can bring in that data and you can make the best case, because in my talk today, I'm going to share a real life example of how we shifted our budgets, back 10 years ago from the yellow pages and the digital. They didn't do it just because Lee Pepper said, I think it's a good idea. Like, I had to show them the data and what was really happening. And once you do that, I've never seen a budget that you couldn't work with. And I think that's where young leaders, especially whether they're military or not, need to understand that when your C-suite or your executive team is saying no, they're not saying no to you personally. They're saying no that you haven't made the business case yet.
Boom. We're talking with Lee Pepper, the book Never Outmatched, Military Strategies to Lead, Innovate, and Win in the Modern Marketing Battlefield. Good whether you're service or not, whether hopefully we're all service in some way, but whether you've been on the battlefield or not. What do you see? So you gave a TED Talk recently.
I did, down in Ocala. It should be released. They're saying the 15th. You go down. This is my first time being involved with TED, and it's an amazing experience. But you go down to whatever city. I did mine in Ocala. There were 15 of us. It's the largest TED event in Florida, and you do it in front of 400 people, live audience, and they've got cameras. They're recording the whole thing. Then it all gets packaged up and sent to TED, and then they review it, and then it gets posted about a month later. So I'm in that 4-week period where I can't wait for it to get out, because Dave, when you're there, everybody, you come off stage and you're kind of like, oh my God, it's all this prep time, now it's over. And I ask people, well, how did I do it? And everybody's saying you did great.
You did great.
But I'm like, but it's all my family. Are they going to tell me the truth?
Yeah, but I can tell you something. I actually have a really great confirmation. I proposed to my wife after I did a show. My proposal happened after I did a show in front of 400 people. And somebody said, how would it have been if the show had gone badly? I said, well, I would have known. And they said, what do you mean? I said, because if you don't know what happened, it usually went really, really well.
Yeah.
I always tell people when it comes to a live event, if you don't remember what happened, unless somebody walked up and was like, do you know what you just did? Unless somebody says that.
Like when I performed at the CMA and my fly was down the whole time.
I was screaming from the third row.
Some mortifying.
I was screaming.
Lee, what happened?
Is that on YouTube?
Probably. Lee, it was the first time I performed at the Country Music Hall of Fame, and I was feeling pretty great about myself.
Yeah. Dressed to the nines, looking
dressed
great.
so cool, had this like badass floor length furry situation, and I stepped off. And the performance was great, or so I thought. And then I step out backstage, and I had a moment alone, like in my dressing room, and I was looking in the mirror, and I was like, you got it, Lindsay. You're doing great. And then I panned down, and I see my fly was open the entire time in that performance. And then my girlfriend Amanda came walking in. She looked at me, and I was like, "Did you know?" She goes, "We were in the back row, and we could see it from there." I'm like, "Well,
wow,
that's great. That's great." But you know what? I'm glad I didn't know, because
there's probably a song in that.
The good news was the flap was the same color. I mean, if I remember correctly, it wasn't.
You remember correctly.
Yeah.
Still,
was it a button fly or a zip?
It was a zip.
Okay.
I'll never wear it. I burned those jeans the next night. I burned it. But it's funny because I asked you that at the bus stop. I said, "How'd you do?" And you said, I don't know. To Jim's point, and he's like, "I mean, my wife said I did well." But it's so interesting what happens with TED, because you've got to be on for those 400 that are present there, but then on thinking, how is this going to live in infamy as well? Is that a conscious thing, balancing how do I speak? Because I always think about when I listen to speeches back or any sort of like activation where I'm like, what was the energy that I got in the room versus hearing it back?
Well,
they're two different things.
This is what was so amazing. Again, my first time to be involved with the TED organization, but they gave me a coach. And of course, at first when they gave me a coach, the guy they gave me, his name is Mark Cordon. He's amazing. He's down in Tampa. But at first I'm like, what is this guy who's 20 years younger than me? Like, what's he going to tell me? But I flew down and I practiced with him at his house the first week or two they gave me as a coach. And I was like, no, I'm going to go meet this guy. And he was amazing. And he was like a drill sergeant for me. And so I felt so prepared. 2 months later when I show up there, I felt so prepared. And I think that's what I wasn't sure going into it. I thought there was going to be a confidence monitor. No, you have to have it all memorized. And, and we had I took advantage of every practice session. I flew down the week before to stand on stage to practice. So I felt really prepared just in the process that TED takes you through.
Wow.
And so I think that was really helpful. And I always tell people they're asking me now, hey, I want to go and speak like you do. I'm like, well, you need to go do a TED Talk, because that will really get you prepared, for taking any stage.
Speaking of the battlefield, being prepared for the battlefield, sounds like Ted's got that working. You can find Lee's book wherever you get your books, whether that be Amazon, Barnes & Noble, wherever you may go. Just the easier than searching the whole title. Just search Lee Pepper.
You just type in Lee Pepper. I'm the only one.
And you'll find it. What you got there?
And Lindsay, I wanted to give you one of my challenge coins. And Dave, I wanted to give you one of my challenge coins too. Thank y'all so much for all the support you're doing with veterans today.
This is so cute. It's a United States Army challenge coin, never outmatched. You've got the book title on the back. How cool is this?
Yep.
This is one I won't lose.
I kept thinking.
I admit I've losed some in the past.
Well, you can give it to Freya.
I have a book that I actually slip a lot of the coins
That's
into
smart.
now.
Good.
I've spent a lot of time thinking, by the way, about different military moments. I would ask if there's comps. Horatius at the bridge.
I'm sorry. Say that again, Dave.
Okay. Horatius at the bridge. If they take like great moments in military history.
Oh yeah.
And kind of, what would you say for that? Is there an application there?
Well, I think when you're talking, it's funny, being Army, I'm probably a little bit weaker on the naval stuff. So that's what.
Well, this is Horatius at the bridge. So it's one guy alone who has to hold a single bridge.
Oh, okay.
A single bridge.
I was thinking you were thinking Horatius. Okay.
Oh, no, yeah. Not Horatio, no.
And you've got 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
By the way.
It's always pressure. But yes, I talk about Joan of Arc, which I think is a similar thing. A lot of people, they study Joan of Arc. And when you look at what she was most famous for, Dave, it wasn't necessarily all the different strategies that she employed. It was really more of her commanders that did that. But she was the person that went to King Philip and said, can we just go on the offensive? We've been defensive for so many years, holding, these little these watchtowers and all these little French villages as the British kept fighting and fighting and fighting. And King Philip finally said,
that works.
We'll do it.
That works.
We
got to go. Madison, play the music.
Nailed
We
it.
got to get Trucking with Oida in here.
Lee Pepper, check out his book. Just search Lee Pepper and you'll find him. We're live from the ATA. Join us tomorrow. We'll be broadcasting from Radio Row at the Army Navy Setup and Game. That'll be cool. We'll be on from 10 to 2 Central. Have a great day, everyone.
The Allen Lund Company wishes the owner-operators driving across this great country happy holidays. So
welcome to the show. We obviously have been talking for what feels like decades now, Ashley, about rates being...
I have not been talking about this for decades, but
It feels
yes,
like it's
in
been
general,
decades.
it's been talked about.
It feels
Carry
like
on,
it's
though.
been decades. And we've obviously got more and more people who are really just trying to scrape by. And there, I think, is a greater interest maybe in factoring right now because of that. It's something that OIDA has generally tried to discourage people away from over the years, but I liken this to a bit like having the talk with your teenagers that, if you're gonna do it, make sure you're doing it safely, because there's a right way and a wrong way and a way to get yourself in trouble if you do it the wrong way. So with that in mind, we're going to have the talk with three gentlemen here, Tom Crowley, Jim Jefferson, and Trevor Williams of OIDA. Gentlemen, good to see you.
Yeah, good to be here.
So what we were talking about there in terms of, you guys know it better than anybody, that the rates are just not great. That's an understatement. Are you getting more and more calls, I guess, about factoring, people, asking about it and maybe looking into it? What are those conversations like right now?
Yeah, we're getting calls about factoring on a regular basis. And I think a lot of it is the newer companies coming into the industry. They look at factoring as their cash flow. They come in funded with enough money to get their authority and pay for their first months of insurance, but then they're out of cash. And as everybody knows, there's some brokers out there, it could be 60 days before they pay you. So if you're underfunded, you've got to have that cash flow. And a lot of these newer companies, that's exactly what they're doing. They're coming in, they've got their authority, they're ready to run, and now they want to get a factoring company so that they've got the cash flow to continue to operate.
And I imagine there are a lot of people that think that that's the way it's done.
There are a lot of people that come in expecting this is the way it's done. I must set up this way. The first thing we do when we talk to them is discuss, hey, there are other ways to operate. Have some more funds available, maybe even a line of credit through your bank, someplace that's reasonable. Because factors, when you dig down into the contracts, reasonable is not in their contracts.
Yeah.
I'm going to chime in with a stupid question as to what factoring is. And I'm curious, do you get people calling, they're starting their business and they're saying, I've heard about factoring, tell me more?
Right. So factoring is basically financing your accounts receivable. A lot of these guys think that once they get a factoring company, the factoring company gives them their money, and then that becomes the factoring company's problem to collect. That is not the case. They're not debt collectors. They're a finance company. And at the end of the day, if they're unable to collect the money that they have fronted you, they will take that money back, and it's going to cost you in the long run.
No, they like to come across with this non-recourse. Well, you can get this non-recourse where you don't have to worry about it. We'll take care of it.
Any headaches you encounter, no worry, we got it.
Yeah, that's as you're coming in the door, and that's what they tell you verbally. That's not what their contracts say.
Right.
Because the contracts always, the factoring company's not going to be on the hook for it. They're going to have reserves of yours that they keep just in case something goes bad, so they're not on the hook. If you haul a load, and this is a scenario that we see all the time. You go out, you haul a load, you think everything's good. You get a clean bill of lading, you get it. All right, man, we'll send this to my factoring company. I'll get paid tomorrow. So you send it in, and they send you 93% of your money or whatever they're sending. And then, so you got that money, you put it in your fuel tank or paid your bills with it. A couple of weeks later or a month later, your factoring company says, hey, there was a claim on that load or there was an issue. And the factoring company says, oh, but we'll look at it. Week later, they come back and say, yeah, I don't know. There's still a claim. You got to give us that money back.
Yeah.
What do you do then?
Yeah.
I mean, not only did you already spend that money and have to give it back, but
you're up a creek.
You're way up a creek.
Yeah.
And this happens regularly. And something like that, it doesn't take many situations like that to put somebody out of business.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to compound on that, you've got some guys, if they run a series of loads for a broker and then there's a claim, that broker isn't going to just hold the one load. They're going to hold all of the loads. So now you've got multiple loads that your factoring company has paid you for that they can't get paid for. So now they're taking all of that money back. So it could be thousands, tens of thousands of dollars that are held while they figure out what's going on with a claim.
And so the recourse part of that is essentially collateral that you're putting up by signing that piece of paper. It could be other accounts receivable. It could be chattel deeds. It could be your house. It could be the kid's swing set in the backyard.
And basically the way these contracts are written is just almost everything that you own is put up as collateral. I mean, so you're taking an immense amount of risk because you come in a little underfunded and you think, well, factoring company, they'll fill that gap. I mean, you got to really be careful because they're not there. They're not, as much as they say they're your friends, they're there as business and they're there to make money off of you every step of the way.
Yeah. The other thing you got to watch for is the personal guarantee that's in the factoring agreement. So you're signing as the business owner, but in a lot of cases, there's a personal guarantee. So you get into a bad deal, you shut down that company, you go reopen another one, but because it's still connected to your name,
still following you around,
they just attach that company. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's in factoring agreements. If you do not read through it and understand what it means, you could run into a lot of issues. And the UCC lien is the biggest thing that nobody really pays attention to that, but that is a filing against all of the accounts receivable for your company. And once they filed that, you can't get any loans anywhere else because that blocks it out. I mean, it puts the factoring company as the number one primary to get all of the accounts receivable. So they will get their money back one way or another.
This has turned from having the talk to a scared straight segment. If you're familiar with that, do you know what those are? Right? You guys know what those are, right? Yeah, the scared straight.
Yeah, take you to prison and
this is scared straight 20 years later.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I want to make sure we talk about the horror stories and what to look for, what not to look for. I do want to ask you though, and you may have kind of a gray area opinion on this, but is there a place for factoring? I mean, there are people out there that rely on it and depend on it and use it. And for those people, generally it works okay, I think.
Yeah. Until it doesn't.
Until it doesn't.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think there's a place for factoring because, I mean, it's so prevalent in the industry. And it's not just the trucking industry that uses factoring. Factoring is in multiple different areas. But the key to using factoring is understanding what it is that you're signing and looking for an agreement that is beneficial to both you and the factoring company. When you sign a contract that says you must give them all of your loads to factor and they decide which ones they're going to buy or not buy, I mean, that puts you at risk because now you've got to offer everything to them versus a factoring agreement where you can pick and choose the loads that you factor. So you use factoring for certain loads, but other loads that that client pays it quickly, you bill them directly. And you've got multiple streams of revenue instead of counting everything from that factoring agreement.
And part of the problem with these agreements are, and OIDA had long said, hey, if you get into a factor, if that's how you're going to go, make sure you know the duration of the contract. Well, and we've said, maybe factor for a few months to get your head above water, maybe. Yeah. But these factoring agreements, they're not written for a few months.
They lock you in for
long
term.
Yeah. Well, they got what's called an evergreen clause where, it continually renews. They'll keep you in the factoring agreement forever. And once you get a factor in your business, it's very, very difficult to get them out.
How often are you guys getting phone calls of people who are in these messes who didn't read the contract? How often does that happen?
Jim laughs.
Most of them don't read the contract.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Well, and to their, I understand it. Who wants to read it? But it is super important to do that.
It is.
And if you don't want to, someone like you guys to have you guys read it.
Yeah, absolutely. And contracts throughout the industry. I mean, whether it's your broker carrier agreement, because those are crap too. Or your factoring agreement, or your owner operator.
Tell us what you really think, Tom.
Hey, well, I've worked and lived through every segment of this, and I have spent time out on the road doing this stuff, and it will sink you. It absolutely will sink you. And I was not the best at reading contracts. I mean, I'm not going to say I never signed anything.
Who is though? Yeah.
And
those things are written to be confusing.
Well, and I think that the people that are presenting these to you, when you first call and talk to them, hey, I want to know about your factoring program. These people are experts at painting a very rosy picture for you, and you start to trust them, and you think they're not going to steer me wrong. I'll sign wherever.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
and
good. Go ahead, Tom.
And I was going to say, when you're just a hardworking individual out there, and you do things above board or try, and you assume that everybody else is above board.
Can't assume that.
These people, they see you coming.
That's a good point you bring up, Trevor, because there are two aspects to this, right? What you're hearing and what actually you're committing to when you put your name on that contract. Those phone calls, and you guys, I don't think are having those conversations with those people who are trying to sell somebody on factoring. But when someone's calling one of these factoring companies and someone's telling them this and that, are there particular red flags or things that if they're telling you that you should immediately be questioning, and what should those questions be? Kind of a broad question, but what things are like, oh, hey, watch out if they start talking about this or that.
As soon as they say non-recourse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or as soon as they say short term, you can pick and choose. Don't worry about it. You can pick and choose what. No, I mean, if their lips are moving, they're probably lying.
Yeah. Those are some of the big things. The non-recourse. You can pick and choose what you factor. We never charge you back for anything.
Oh, yeah.
It's the high pressure sales.
We do all your billing and
good.
collecting. I mean, and that's one thing that folks look at is, hey, I could get a factor and they'll do my billing. Well, to an extent, they will. They will bill for you. But if they're unable to collect, they're not filing on bonds. They're not taking people to court. They're not calling Guido to go get your money. They're just, they're going to come back to you to get that money back.
They're not going to do that hard work.
No, they're not.
They're going to put it off on you.
Yeah.
Right. Usually what you see is they've got a bad debt that they were unable to collect on. You just turned in your weekly billing for $6,000, and instead of them giving you that $6,000, they say, okay, well, here's this bad debt that we weren't unable to collect on, and the $1,000 that's left over. So they will get their money back, and you're the one that suffers for it. So it's important to understand how factoring works and to manage that, and don't put all your eggs in one basket, so to speak. You got to make sure that whatever factoring company you partner with is an actual good partner that's looking out for the best interest of your business.
It's a little cliche, but if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.
Mm-hmm. Yep, most definitely is. And these factors, when they're doing business with you, they have other products that they want you to use too. They want you to use their fuel card, for advances and different stuff. And you get so wrapped up, and if you don't have control of your finances, you don't have control of your business. I mean, that's it. Cash is king, and if you're not controlling what's happening, the collections, your customer relations as far as collecting and stuff, somebody else has got control of your business at that point.
When you're having these conversations with people that call you that, maybe something's gone bad, or maybe they're looking into factoring and curious about it, do you just flat out just tell them don't do it? Or what exactly are you telling them?
That used to be our take way back in the day, probably 15, 20 years ago, was don't do it, don't do it.
Yeah.
The problem is people are going to do it. It's just like, you were talking, Dad, you were telling us, and, we were saying,
little birds and the bees. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're going to do it. So the best thing we can do at this point is educate them on what to look for. I mean, there are reasonable factors out there that are not just looking to, take everything they can from you and spit you out. There are some reasonable. I can't think of a name of one right off, but
we'll come back to you on that one.
Yeah, but you're running your business. You have to make business decisions, and you have to decide what's going to work for you. And when you lose control of your invoice, of your cash flow, and based on something that happened on the way over here with a broker and a load that went bad, and you've already been paid for it, and then the fact that now you have no more cash coming in, I mean, it can go from bad to worse quick.
Yeah, and to add on to what Tom is saying, we do educate them on factoring. We also offer them some other suggestions on other finance possibilities.
Yeah.
There's a lot of brokers out there that will do quick pays. And if the broker's paying you a quick pay, well, that's the guy that's supposed to pay you anyway. So you're not going to get a recourse out of that where they take money back. And options of setting up a line of credit at your bank is also another thing that they have opportunity to do, depending on what their structure is of their business and what their relationship is with their bank. So we educate them on factoring, and we'll review a contract. If they've got a contract and they want us to take a look at it, we will point out all the things that are in the contract that could be negative. In most cases, the factoring company is not going to change their contract. Their contract is what it is, and it's either sign it or don't. And then we will also offer them some additional suggestions on what they can do for financing as opposed to factoring. But at the end of the day, they're a businessman. They've started up that business, and it's up to them to make those decisions and decide what they think is best for their business.
But there are less risky things out there that you can consider. I think that's an important thing to circle and underline there.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, and like we was talking earlier, as far as picking and choosing, a lot of factors. Once you factor a broker, then they want all that broker's paper to come through you. Now, there are some factors out there that you sign and you say you will factor every paper that comes your way. You really want that choice to choose what and don't take the sales pig's word for it that you're going to get that choice. Read it in the contract. Make sure it's there. Because I was talking to a guy the other day, and we were having a discussion. He said, well, they told me. They said this and that. And I said, yeah, but I'm looking at your contract here, and that's not what it says in your contract. And now that your back's against the wall, they are holding you to the verbiage of the contract. It doesn't matter what they said. It only matters what's on paper.
That's right. I can only imagine how pissed off you're going to be, and the people that you talk to are, when they find out that they've been essentially duped by someone who's taking them to the cleaners.
Yeah, when you got someone that's selling you a service and they're promising you the moon, if they don't put the moon in writing, you don't get the moon.
But and when you're a business, it's not like a consumer. Consumers, they have some protections. Somewhat, in a lot of things. There are some consumer protections. But when you're a business, you don't have a lot of those protections. It is, you're a business, you stuck yourself out there, and now, hey, everybody's going to come by and try to get into your pocket, and there's nobody to really save you from that.
Yeah. Let's keep doing Scared Straight. Give us some horror stories of people, people who've just run into the sawmill.
Well, what happens when the factor goes under? We dealt with that one too.
It's true.
I mean,
talk about that.
Well, that's
what was that? What was that? Convoy, when Convoy went under.
Yeah.
We also had another situation with a factor that two brothers owned the company. It was 3 levels below where these two brothers owned. So there's a corporation, and this factoring company fell in 3 levels below that. So there's a company here, an LLC, another one, and then there's this factoring company. And there were about 280 different businesses that were using this factoring company. But because the two brothers couldn't agree on who was in control, they froze the whole company. So the factoring company stopped paying everything to everyone. And now you had 280 different carriers, and nobody was getting any money. We did get involved in that, and we were instrumental in helping get that resolved. But it shut everything down. A lot of folks lost businesses, and that takes time to recover from that.
And another one was where we seen a factoring company that was not the greatest to start with, but then they sold out to another company, and they can sell your debt. They can sell your debt to somebody else. You don't have a choice over it. All of a sudden, you were answering to these people who you were bumping heads with already, and now you're answering to some new people that you didn't know anything about. It's because they sell your debt. The way these contracts are structured, the factor, if they decide they don't want to work with you anymore, well, it's in the contract. They can give you 30 days notice, and boom, they're out. They don't have to work with you. You decide you don't want to work with them anymore, doesn't matter. You're stuck.
What the contract says is what the contract says.
And that stuff is airtight. I mean, we've had people call and just really having a hard time with their factoring, and the factor's like, we don't care. You're here. We're taking your money, and you owe us. And if you want out, we'll give you a buyout, $20,000. You pay me $20,000, and we'll let you out. That is a real number that they really throw out there.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
You give us $20,000 and we'll let you get out of the contract?
Yeah. And that's in addition to paying off all of the money that they haven't collected yet.
Correct.
That seems like a bad deal.
I would not, it always is.
So now we're not only pissed off, we're feeling hopeless and helpless.
Yeah.
What do you do at that point?
Yeah. Well, and I'm sure you've had people, I know you have, talked to people who have had to shutter.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't do it.
Yep, absolutely. And one of the other things with factoring, when you get to the end of that contract, right? So you've given your notice like you're supposed to, 60 days in advance, you give them the written notice, and December 31st, my contract expires. Great, I'm done, I'm out. But then on January 1st, I try to collect a load from a broker, but I can't because the UCC lien is still in place until the factoring company has been made whole. Any money that they have that they have paid me that I haven't collected yet, they're not going to do anything. I can't get a lien release until they've collected all of the money that they've given me. So when you get to that termination, you either have to have another factoring company that's going to buy out your accounts receivable and take over, or B, you have to have saved enough cash to buy back your own accounts and then collect them yourself. Because until the factor has collected all of the money that is owed to them, they won't give you the lien release. So when you start running loads, now you're running loads in January and you're holding all these invoices because you can't bill them anywhere. If you bill it, it goes to the factoring company. And if you factor a load on January 1, it renews your whole contract.
Yeah, part of these contracts, they have a clause in there that says if you factor anything past your termination date, and this is a little window, right? Like 60 days before your termination date, you have a 1-week window in which to cancel. So if you send it to them, you cancel correctly there. So then past your termination date, you've got no money coming in, but some of your customers are still sending your stuff to the factoring company.
You're still on the hook.
So yeah, if you want that money, hey, call the factory. I need that money that you're holding. Man, that renews your contract. So you just talk about hopeless. I mean, you mentioned that earlier. Hopeless. Some of these people are absolutely hopeless, and it's not going to end. They can't shut their business down and start up a new business because they personally guaranteed that stuff.
Yeah. Now, there are companies out there that use factoring the entire time they're in business, and they never have any problems. They do everything, and everything works out great for them. But there are plenty of guys that have problems with factoring.
Is that the exception? The ones that never have a problem, do you think? Or
it's
hard to put a percentage on it, I know. But
they're probably the ones that have a better concept of what's going to happen here, that aren't surprised. And because a small one-truck owner-operator, you go a couple of weeks without getting any money in, and all hell's coming down. It's like, damn, now what do I do? A bigger company, because some of the bigger, I'm not saying bigger, medium-sized companies would factor, but they've got a little extra cash for these types of situations so that they can deal with them. But when you're the driver, the mechanic, the financer, everything there, and then you don't get paid, your options are pretty slim.
You have to be okay with taking a level of risk, or you have to at least understand that you're taking on some risk if you're doing this, is what it sounds like.
The problem is that all the risk is on the small carrier.
Yeah.
The factor's not taking any risk.
Yeah.
We know the broker doesn't take any risk. The shipper's there, because the small carrier is on the hook for everything all the way
So
around.
the risk for an owner-operator, a one-truck or a two-truck owner-operator would be far greater than it would be for
anybody else in the chain. Yeah.
Tom, one thing you mentioned before we started recording, you've had people ask you, well, what else can I do? I have to use factoring. And I know you didn't use factoring, right?
I never used factoring.
Were you ever tempted to use factoring?
I did go to my granddad and borrow some money one time.
Yeah, he was your factoring company.
He was my factoring company.
That's a good factor. That's a reliable and trustworthy factoring company.
And it worked out. I paid him back, and he was there.
Yeah.
He said, "Hey, if you need another $10, let me know." But but no, I never used factoring, and I know that a lot of folks do, and they come into the industry expecting that's the only way to do business, but it's not. But when I bought my first truck back, I don't know, in '99, I think it was. The number one, the profit margins were better. Mm-hmm. You could screw up and still have a little money left over.
Yeah.
So that was a help. But it's just I was never one of these owner ops that that come into the business expecting somebody else to put fuel in my tank, expecting somebody else to fix my truck, expecting somebody else to buy tires and stuff. And there are so many folks out there now that come in just broke. And I mean, first thing that happens is they're hitting their broker up. Well, I need an advance. If you're living on advances, period, things are not good.
Especially early on.
Yeah.
Right.
And you come in, I talk to people today on a regular basis. They said, well, that broker said they would give me fuel money up front. I don't want to knock these people because they're out there, they're busting their asses trying.
Yeah.
But they came in on a preconceived notion that is just not really, it's not real solid.
Yeah. You were talking earlier about consumer protections, and that there is not really any, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but not a lot of or any oversight of these factoring companies. And I think that would probably come down to the contract, right? I mean, you're signing a contract, and that is going to hold up in a court of law or anywhere else you take it.
These factors are not banks.
Yeah, they're alternative financing.
Yeah, there's no banking regulations over them. It's whatever you agree to. If you agree to, you show up every Thursday, I'm going to punch you in the eye, and you better be there on Thursday.
Well, hang on. Which clause is that? I want to make sure
Yeah. It's what you agree to. There are no regulations. There are no oversights. If you go to get a payday loan, if a consumer goes to get a payday loan, there are some oversights over that, right? I mean, wasn't always, but there are now, and they can't just totally scratch it. But there's nothing for a business to a business. They just expect you to lawyer up and go fight them.
And you bring up a good point, Tom, about the payday loan thing. It's nearly impossible to get out from under those payday loans once you've taken one. Same thing with factoring. It's true. Once you're in. They got their hooks in you, and they know it, and they own you.
They do.
Yes.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Again, this is me being naive, I guess, a little bit too, and I hear you guys talking, and I've heard the horror stories too, and Ashley, I know you have as well, but you hear these things, and I can't help but think, how is this allowed, in
who's going to stop it?
Well, and that's my question, and I know we're not going to solve it here, but, are there conversations about putting more protections in place for folks? I guess it ultimately comes down to educating people before they sign the contract, but that's a frustrating thing is because, as you talked about, you get phone calls all the time from people who just think that this is part of the business plan and what they should be doing, which has got to be frustrating.
For trucking, because they call it a pervasively regulated industry, right? And that's why you don't have any privacy and, HIPAA and all this.
It's heavily regulated for some people on one side. For one side,
yeah. Yes, it is. I mean, the FMCSA, they regulate trucking. They don't regulate banks. They don't regulate factors. They don't regulate brokers. Yeah. Well, and they're supposed to be over brokers.
That's true. Yep.
But the Congress has told the feds, hey, you just deal with the safety-related aspect. Mm-hmm. And you getting screwed out of your money, that's not safety related, although I would say it is for somebody.
I was just going to say, if you follow that down the line, though, what you're doing is you're pushing people out of the business who are, have been in the business for a while and are professional.
And how do you buy tires or brakes or anything else when you're broke?
Yeah.
When you're out there trying. I mean, because what do you do? Just
cutting corners.
Let it all go away? And
you got to start cutting corners. And
then you start running longer hours trying to make up for lost money. And it's definitely safety related.
I would agree, but getting the feds to see it that way, because they say, well, what a broker does, that's not safety related. Well, it is.
Everything is safety related, though, if you think about it.
It is when you take it down to it all affects the driver, the owner operator of that vehicle, and their ability to repair, do maintenance, not work 1 million hours a week, this type of stuff. I mean, you want to talk about hours of service. How does it affect? Well, if I'm broke and I'm scraping and hoping not to lose everything I've got, do I start pushing the clock?
Not even to mention the mental mindset. If you're driving down the road with all this weight on your mind, how am I going to pay this? Or how am I going to get out from under this? Where's my next paycheck coming from? How am I going to feed my kids?
Stressing, losing sleep.
Are you focused on what's ahead of you and beside you?
Yeah.
That is very true.
We're having this conversation here now, which hopefully people will listen to and take to heart. I think another frustrating aspect of this is that you are talking to these folks that call into OOIDA after they've made this decision in a lot of cases. I assume you are talking some people out of it as well, I would hope, right? Who are doing
occasionally,
talking to you before. I guess as a broader question too, if we're trying to quote unquote solve this problem, what does that look like in terms of getting the word out to more people as they are starting in the industry, to let them know that this is not, this is not something you need to do. It's not something that you should be doing if you can avoid it. How do we get that broader message out? I don't know the answer to it, and I assume maybe you guys have thought about it a little bit.
Well, the problem is coming into the industry, there's no I mean, there's maybe some training to get your CDL.
Louis always says there's no trucking for dummies.
There is no trucking for dummies. I mean, it is
that.
a on the job, learn as you go. And the folks that are in the industry that take advantage of people, like some of these factoring companies, brokers. You know how I feel about brokers. I always throw them out there. But the people that take advantage are looking for the newcomers, the people that don't know what's coming their way, the people that are just hungry to go out and make a buck and start their business and do good for their family and just work hard. And those are the people they're looking for. Because they think that everybody's on the up and up. Everybody's just like I am. They're just going to work hard. And
And it's very easy to get into the industry. It's very easy to get a trucking authority. Mm-hmm. You don't have to have any schooling or anything. A few $100s and you can have your trucking authority and be ready to go. Does that mean that you should? No, not at all. There's a whole lot more involved in it. But the process to actually get an authority and get running is easy. So if you've got a few $100s and you see, well, I can use a factoring company and I can get my money that way, then you jump in, you get everything going. Now you're in a factoring agreement. Then you realize, oh, maybe this factoring agreement wasn't as good as it should have been, but you're stuck in it. You're committed to it because you've signed the contract.
Yeah. And I know this is something that when OOID does Truck of Success, this is something that is talked about, factoring and educating them on that.
Startup money, all the
business plan,
is discussed. Yeah.
Obviously a huge thing there. But I mean, is it something that you guys think? Again, I'm asking maybe dumb questions here, but is it something that should be part of the licensing process? Educating people as they're getting their CDL on these things. I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas, but it just seems like there are too many people walking into this industry who they've got targets on their backs from all these people who are looking at them as quick paydays. I can get them to sign this contract. I can, defraud them out of this if I'm a, broker or whatever it may be. I wonder what it could look like.
The more education that's provided to these guys when they're coming into the industry and all the different aspects of things that can happen and things that you need to know, the more information that you provide them, the better prepared they're going to be and the more successful they're going to be. I mean, it just depends. Are we wanting people to be successful or are they just trying to rush people into the industry? I mean, here at OOIDA, we want everybody to be successful. So we provide as much education as possible to better equip them to be ready for the business.
But, and to add on to what Jim says, there are so many entities out there, these service providers that you call up and, man, they will help you get your authority and get you out on, boy, we can have this done in 30 days, blah, 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 and shoot you out there. Yeah. When you call OIDA, there's a different discussion that starts out. It's what is it that you want to accomplish? And, just based on the discussion or the conversation, we may definitely go a different direction, and talk to you about, well, maybe you should start out this way or go this direction. Or have you done your research on the industry to see that the rates are in the gutter and that it's really difficult to make money,
be real rough,
and that these brokers are, not wanting to use new carriers and, so on and so forth. We'll have those discussions and never try to sell them their authority. That's what they called for. And if that's what they want, we will help them get that. But let's have some other discussions first.
Yeah. And a lot of times those other discussions where we're offering, hey, there's this avenue, there's this avenue, there's this avenue. You don't have to jump right in and get an authority. We explain all the other options that are available to them and they evaluate that, well, it might be better for me to start off here and get some more knowledge before I jump into this. Thank you for that conversation. So I mean, a lot of it is
that's got to make you feel good
education.
when you have those conversations.
Yeah, absolutely.
If that's the result.
It does. It does. I mean, because we do talk a lot about the horror stories, because we do hear those on a daily basis. But there are also the folks that absolutely look to us that call up and say, hey, I'm thinking about this. What do you think? Then that's probably an hour conversation. Let's get into it. Let's think about what you're thinking and let's see what's realistic. Yeah. And we'll do that for folks, just sit and have a discussion with what it is they're wanting to accomplish and how they can get there.
Let me ask you this too. If someone calls you and they're wanting to get in the industry or they're wanting to get their authority or what have you, you're having this conversation with them. If they're, I imagine that's obviously OIDA members can do that. But is that a conversation you'll have with somebody who isn't yet a member who is thinking about getting into it as well?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we've had conversations
Yeah, okay.
with folks that aren't members. They'll call in, they'll get connected up with the compliance department. We'll talk through issues with them as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
We'll definitely have those conversations. Now, if they have a lease they want reviewed or some contracts they want looked at, you know what? We are a member-supported organization. So for the measly price of $45 a year, join up. But
Which
you
could
know,
save you a lot of money in
Oh,
the long
right.
run.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and compared to, granted, now we're not lawyers sitting around here. We're truck drivers and other business individuals.
We wouldn't have let you guys in here if you were. So, welcome.
I hope not. But, we've read a lot of contracts. I mean, we know what we're looking for in these. And while I tell people all the time, it's not legal advice, it is decent advice.
Common sense advice.
Common sense advice.
And experienced advice.
Yeah, and from somebody that has read this stuff before and knows what they're looking for. Because this stuff is not written for, just the everyday Joe to read it and digest it and say, well, I know exactly what that means.
It's written for the everyday Joe to walk away confused.
Exactly.
Yeah. And also thinking, you know what? I'm not going to read all this. I'm just going to go ahead and sign it. I'm sure it's
Mm-hmm.
like the app, like the Apple,
Oh, yeah.
the terms and conditions. The terms and
Yeah.
conditions.
Yeah.
Like nobody's reading that. And
Is
it's
there-
the same thing with the contracts. Yeah.
Is there anything, you've been doing this for years. Is there anything that surprises you that jumps out in a contract that you've seen as of late?
I have seen contracts just on this slippery slope, since deregulation really. But in the 90s, out there hauling, I never had a claim, never had issue. Of course, we didn't use factors, but never had a claim, never had any issues. Now, I think the way it's set up is the small motor carrier is the fall guy. That's the person that they're looking to. Everybody's looking at him as that's their mark. That's the person that's going to take the fall on this. Everybody wants to make money off of him until he, goes out of business and goes away. And then they know that 10 more will be here tomorrow to take his place. And that was the thing. Back in the 90s, we really felt like the brokers and, the business needed us, wanted us around, because nobody's going to make money unless that stuff's moving down the road. But as it's kind of changed up now to where they use you up until they tell you're of no use to them, there's no value in you, and then they'll spit you out and 10 more will come along and have no clue what's coming on, so they'll just keep on going.
Sad.
The bar for getting into the industry is just so unbelievably low. That's why we see with all the non-dom CDLs, all this stuff. And it's because the bar is so low now that anybody can get in, and as long as there's a steady supply of bodies, man, there's just easy marks.
Well, and again, this gets back to the retention issue too, and being a safety issue. Every time I have one of these conversations and we talk to somebody about broker fraud or truck parking or restroom access or factoring, it all comes down to the fact that people are, truck drivers are not being treated, very well in a lot of cases, and the retention level as a result is low, and as a result of that, safety is compromised because you have all these people getting churned into the industry and then churned out, and the experienced drivers are not there as much as they should be in a lot of cases because they can't do it anymore, understandably.
Yeah, and the experienced drivers are aging out for one.
Yep.
But they're just saying, "Wow, I'm fed up. I want out of this. It's not what I got into." And if you're a young person coming into, guy or gal coming into this industry, how long are you going to stay when everybody's taking a shot at you?
Mm-hmm.
You'll come in and say, now then you got folks like me who I don't know anything but trucking. It's all I've ever done. And if it wasn't for OIDA, let me sit here and talk about trucking, I'd be in a truck. There's no other place for me.
Yeah.
But when you're a younger person, you don't do this for very often. You say, there's other stuff I can go do. I'm so young.
I'm not going to deal with this abuse.
Live in a truck and just be treated like crap. They won't let me in to use a bathroom, and I got screwed on that last load, and now this next load is trying to screw me over, and hell, I just need to take a leak, and there ain't no place to go. What do I do?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got tons of veterans that are aging out of the industry, retiring, leaving the industry. Then you got all the new ones that are coming in that are in the industry for a year or so, and then they drop out. So you're not building that next generation of experience. You've got a total influx that just continually churns over and over. None of those guys are going to have the type of experience that we have in the industry now. These older guys that are aging out of the industry. I mean, that's lost knowledge.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with House. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. House, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
Yeah, I don't want to get too dark, but maybe we're already there. But, I mean, when I hear these conversations, and actually, we were talking with the board members, and they had a lot of great insights about, kind of the way things were. Tom, you were talking about this a little bit, and the way things have gone in recent years and have kind of, gotten worse in a lot of respects. Does it feel, and again, I don't want to get too dark here, but does it feel like there's got to be some sort of reckoning coming, or some sort of, I don't know, event where it becomes more of an understanded thing, throughout the country among regulators, and making this better for everybody? Because
Call your elected representatives. I mean, that's where it's got to come out. It's got to come from Congress.
Yeah.
There's nobody else that can jump into this game and regulate anything any differently. I mean, Congress directed the FMCSA as to what to do, right? Mm-hmm. Safety only. If the truck don't stop, they go get them. But
right, and with the new administration, I mean, we've seen some stuff being pushed forward. We've seen some good changes,
quick
coming.
action. Yeah.
So, it's a matter of what else can the current administration do, or what are they willing to do? But we just keep pushing that direction.
Is that something, though, that you could call them up and talk about factoring? I mean, is that I assume there aren't a lot of people calling lawmakers about factoring, because we don't see legislation on factoring or hear about it very much, aside from the horror stories when something goes bad. But I mean, is that a conversation that you'd recommend people have as well?
Somebody's got to put some regulation over them.
Yeah, I would say that's a conversation that could be had. I mean, you didn't hear conversations about lease purchases, but then after the truck task force got together,
we saw action
there's
on
now
that too.
Legislation that's been introduced on that. So change can happen.
Yeah, it has to start somewhere.
Pushing for it.
Well, and a realization too with the lease purchase. The task force that came out, the truck leasing task force that came out. You had people on that panel who were pro, lease purchase. And eventually at the end, it was unanimous. They were all like, this business model does not work. Now, we haven't seen the right kind of action on that yet, but it does feel like we're
at least they're talking about it.
Moving in the right direction.
Yeah, they've got some legislation that they're introducing on lease purchases now.
By the way, Jim was on that task force. So
that's right. Yeah,
I was.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and you went in. That's right. You were a voice of reason for that one. Is it? I don't know. Is there a factoring task force we should? I mean,
Well, that would be
I don't know.
a good idea.
That would be an awesome
great
idea.
I'd volunteer to be on it.
If you go back to the FMCSR, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Regulations, there are regulations that cover most everything in the trucking industry, but they're not all tied to quote unquote, and I use a little air quotes there, safety. There's stuff in there that talks about a motor carrier and how they deal with the customers, how they deal with collections and with billings and stuff like this. But it's gotten so far away from what regulation says, and there's nobody tries to reel it back in. There's stuff in there that talks about a motor carrier because you essentially give the broker a credit. You extend credit to them when you haul their load before you get paid. And now, so you give them a credit, and now you're paying a factoring company to retrieve that money for you earlier than what the broker wants to give it to you. It doesn't have to be like it is now. The regulations would have it be different, but unless you're the motor carrier, you don't follow the regulations.
Yeah.
The motor carrier is the only one they're enforced upon.
Is there a parallel, Jim? Because again, you were involved in that truck leasing task force, but is there a parallel that you could make between lease purchase agreements and factoring? Is that, and I'm trying to picture also who on the task force would be, promoting factoring. I imagine factoring companies would.
Yeah, factoring companies would. Sure.
But is there a parallel there? Is that even a conversation that should get started?
I think it's a conversation that should get started, especially with all the issues that we hear.
Yeah.
Not to say that they should necessarily eliminate factoring, but put some controls in, put some rules in there, a structure of this is what your factoring agreement has to follow, as opposed to you can write in whatever you want and there's no controls, so you can do anything you want on it.
And that's the same with the lease purchase. These companies write these contracts up that are very one-sided.
Yep.
These factoring agreements are super one-sided. The broker agreements are super one-sided. Let's just have some common sense in contracting regulations, contracting law overall.
It would have to be a legislative fix, though, right?
It would have to be a legislative fix.
Yeah, but you can sit down and have that conversation, have a committee that gets together and have some folks from the factoring side and some of the trucking side that all get together and sit down. Okay, well, you have this clause in here. Why is this here? And I've had some of these conversations with factoring companies. Like, well, you have this in here. Why is it here? Oh, well, we don't even use that. Okay, so you can take it out. Well, no, but we don't use it.
Well,
then why is
you don't
it there?
need it in there.
But
in some cases, they have removed stuff, but
it's there because they can fall back on it.
Right.
Because if it's there, then it's their backup. That's why I say the motor carrier's at risk. The factor, they don't have anything at risk.
Yeah. Well, and I imagine it's a lot like, with non-consensual towing. There was an FMCSA roundtable. I can't remember how long ago it was, maybe a couple years ago, but they had all these tow companies come in, and the good tow companies said, yes, we are against these things, the non-consensual towing and all these things that we see in that industry. When you've got good towing companies who are upset with the ones that are doing wrong, I imagine you've got some of that in the factoring industry as well, too. The companies that are, Tom's making a face. There are some that are doing more right by others than others are. And I imagine they, too, would like to see those bad actors go away as well.
Yeah, I would think that the factoring companies that are trying to do right by their customers, I would think that they would be in support of pushing out factoring companies that are predatory and trying to take advantage and take.
Yeah, and those are typically the guys that I forget the name of it, with the factoring association. It's an association for factors.
Yep.
That's one thing that I'll talk with people. When I'm discussing fuel cards with people, and they want to talk about factoring, and I'll tell them, yes, I'll be more than happy to send you over to our compliance folks. They can talk with you about that. But let me ask you first: are they a member of this association? And if they're not, find somebody else, because those are the ones that are trying to fly under the radar. They don't want to do the right thing. They're in it for one reason only. I've found that, and not saying that just because they are a member of that association, that means they're good, but it's at least a step in the right direction.
Yeah. That'd be a red flag if they're not a member, because they're trying to maybe go under the radar a little bit.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know if we've solved any problems today.
I don't know.
Ashley, well,
we certainly discuss them.
Yes. Well, and hopefully, again, if there are people out there who are considering going this route, this has scared them straight a little bit, or at least scared them to the point that they're going to ask the right questions and make sure that they're entering in knowing the risk that they're taking and what could go wrong as well. Final advice, final thoughts here as we kind of wrap things up. We can maybe go around the table. Tom?
I would just say that if you're looking to get into the trucking industry, I mean, and you're coming in and factoring is what you're going to do. Step back and take a big picture look at your business. Have a business plan. Do it the right way, and you have a much better chance of success than just coming in just hoping things go good for you. Because just on hope, and they just don't always happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hope is not a strategy.
No.
And like Tom said, have a business plan. Look at all of your options, because there's plenty of options that are available out there. So you don't necessarily have to factor. If you're going to factor, make sure that you review the contract or have a professional that understands the contract review it so that you know what it is that you're signing. And don't just settle for the first factoring company that you talk to. Do some research, look at some contracts, and never agree to anything until after you've read the contract, because some of the factoring companies out there, another horror story, they will file a UCC lien on your company when you have talked to them about factoring before you ever sign a contract with them. So you got to be careful what you say and how you say it with these guys, because once that lien is in place, then it becomes difficult to get out. And a lot of those contracts have buyouts where, you want to cancel it right now, it's $5,000 and you've never even signed one. So you got to make sure that you do your research.
To tag onto that, Jim, vet them like you would your own doctor or your kid's babysitter. Because, it's that important. Use the resources that are available to you here with the experts at OOIDA. Sign up for Truck to Success. We're here to help.
Yeah.
Yep.
816-229-5791. I think it was important that you mentioned that even if you're not a member, you can educate and talk to people before they enter one of these contracts. If they're new to the industry, trying to get their feet in place, I think that's important. And obviously, these are the kinds of things that OOIDA helps everybody with, helps members with. Again, the idea being we want to make sure the industry is welcoming for everybody and everybody's got a chance to succeed out there. So 816-229-5791 is the phone number. Tom Crowley, Jim Jefferson, and Trevor Williams, we appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Great to be here.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.